Chapter 001. South of the Milky Way, a lonely planet. Standing on the top of the spaceship, Kate looked at the starry sky in the sky, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought in his heart. According to time, there is less than a year left before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, glanced at the silver-black tail behind his butt out of the corner of his eye, a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and shook his head. That's it, no matter when planet Vegeta is destroyed, it doesn't have much to do with me, anyway, I'm just an outcast. That's right, as he said, he's just an outcast. As a crosser, Kate did not retain his original body, and his new identity was the second son of King Vegeta of Sion, Kate. Unfortunately, as one of the sons of King Vegeta, Kate, who is a Sion prince, was detected with very low combat values just after birth, and even failed to reach the qualified level, which also made King Vegeta very angry. Regardless of the body of the newborn baby, he directly sent it to an uninhabited planet and left it to fend for itself. As the king of the scions of the fighting nation, King Vegeta is undoubtedly cold-blooded to the extreme. His son is just a tool for him to expand his power. A waste son is a shame for him, and it is already merciful enough not to kill him on the spot. Although there are no human footprints on this planet, nor the footprints of advanced intelligent animals, there is no shortage of water and food that can fly and walk, and more importantly, the gravity of this planet is nearly twice as high as that of planet Vegeta, almost 15 times the gravity of Earth. Maybe for some traversers, this planet will be a planet very conducive to cultivation, but they have never thought that everything has advantages and disadvantages, not to mention that Kate was just a small child. Speaking of this, the mockery on Kate's face is even stronger. Perhaps even he would not have thought that after being hit by a car on Earth in his previous life, his consciousness fell into a coma, and when he woke up, he found himself on a lonely planet. And the predecessor of this body, that is, the real Kate, died long ago at the age of 3 because he could not adapt to the gravity of this Earth, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of the void. This kind of father is really ruthless. Just give 3 years of nutrient solution and don't care. Recalling the tragic past of his predecessor, even Kate himself felt embarrassed. The scion himself had a huge amount of food, and his predecessor was suffering from not being able to eat every meal, which eventually led to sudden death while hunting prey. After all, it has taken a full 3 years just to come to this planet. Although there are no powerful animals born on this planet, it is precisely because of the gravity on this planet that the animals living on this planet have become very fast. Although there is no attack, but each hunt still makes Kate's predecessor suffer. Fortunately, as a traverser, he still has a little privilege. I said, system, do you really have no way to fix the broken function? Kate is still a little unwilling. The so-called system is also his prerogative, but unfortunately, after the time and space shuttle, it is in a crippled state, and the only help is the so-called opening reward before. Then there was no movement. The current harvested energy of the system is 0.11%. As for what happens after collecting all the energy, even Kate himself didn't know. Looking back on the events of that day, Kate himself felt a little inexplicable. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the Heavens and Worlds XX system, and turning on random rewards when launched. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tail of the ancient XX Scion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining XXX's Qigong experience. At that time, after hearing the special mechanical sound of the system, Kate himself was a little confused, and before he could ask, he felt that his tail was hot, and when he looked down again, the tail that was still brownish and yellow before suddenly turned silver-black, and then countless thoughts about Qigong suddenly flooded into his mind. The amount of information he learned was so huge that it took him 3 hours to digest it. Chapter 002. After coming back to his senses, Kate immediately lifted his spirits, and his previously somewhat sad expression became elated. His legs were apart, his luck was strong, and he suddenly jumped forward, and the white aura suddenly lingered all over his body, scurrying in the air at a very fast speed, and when he fell to the ground, his forehead was already covered with sweat, panting, and his physical strength was obviously too much. But his eyes became brighter, and he was holding several feathered birds and animals in his hands. Hee, now I can finally have a full meal. Skillful in starting a fire, Sokate's finger tapped, and the feathers suddenly turned into a mist and disappeared, leaving only bare white flesh. When baking, Sokate's movements were very gentle. It seemed that he did not dare to move accurately. Now he has not completely adapted to the gravity of this planet. Without using the use of aerial dance, with his own strength cannot even walk a few steps. After Sokate filled his stomach, he suddenly remembered the system possessed by him, but he was disappointed that no matter how he called, the system did not reply, leaving him only a series of numbers, that is, the system's current harvested energy is 0.11%. Seeing this, where can Sokate not understand that the system on his body can only be regarded as a semi-finished product, and he has not provided any help except for giving him knowledge about Qigong and a useless tale. This also disappointed Sokate, who thought that with the help of the system, he would be able to wrestle with Frisia in less than a few years, and then break through the boundaries of scions and become a super scion and become one of the strongest in this universe. Before the dream was finished, the harsh reality had already hit him, which caught him off guard. Without the help of the system, how can you tell me to survive in this chaotic world where bosses are frequent? In fact, regarding the situation of his body, Sokate understood best that although he had the blood of the Scion royal family, his talent as a warrior was really average. If there is no accident, the predecessor may be like his younger brother Tabor, and he may be a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 3,000 for the rest of his life. Even Raditz, who later uttered the famous phrase "scum with only 5 combat effectiveness," can be regarded as a superior warrior in the same period after birth, and is trained by the above, but he, the royal son, was sent to Lone Star, which shows the big gap. This is the defect of the scions, they only know how to fight, they only believe in the so-called numerical values, and do not know how to effectively improve their strength. Even if they train a new generation of fighters, what they can do is how they can control the power in their bodies, that is, dance air art and Qigong waves. After all, as a fighting nation, the scions are more experienced in battle, and rely on the unique bloodline ability of the scions to improve. According to the arrangement of the planets of Vegeta, from low to high, they are low-level warriors, intermediate warriors, and high-level warriors. Sun Wukong's father Bardock is a low-level warrior. Almost all scions on planet Vegeta are low-level warriors. There are only about 10 intermediate warriors, most of them are famous families, and the high-level warriors are only King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta. Sokate does not deny the importance of qualifications. Take his cheap brother Vegeta. Since birth, he has set various records of scions, and in less than a few years, he has become a high-level warrior. His strength is close to his father King Vegeta, and in the subsequent battle with artificial humans, he broke through the boundaries of scions and became a super scion and one of the strongest in the universe. Qualifications do not mean everything, nor can they measure a person's future achievements. For example, Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, was once a low-level warrior, but after experiencing deathline struggles again and again, he constantly broke the shackles of his body, and finally showed far more combat effectiveness than other intermediate warriors, and even King Vegeta was not his opponent. The same can be said for Sun Wukong, as a scion who was detected as not having combat potential at birth and sent to a low-level planet, but was able to surpass his limits again and again, pressing Vegeta, whose qualifications were several times higher than him, and finally became one of the strongest people in the universe. Chapter 003. As a fighting nation, the potential in the body of the scions is indeed very huge, but not every scion can guide all the potential in the body. If all scions can properly guide the potential in the body like Vegeta and Sun Wukong, they may not suffer the disaster of destruction. Perhaps by then, the entire universe will become the territory of the scions, and the frozen race where Frisia is located will also be completely exterminated by the Scions. As a traverser with a god's perspective, Sokate believes that the cultivation methods of the Earthlings are very advanced, or they are very suitable for Scions to cultivate. And Sun Wukong was able to accumulate because of the teachings of the Turtle Immortals and others, and finally became the top powerhouse in the universe. Hey? What is it? At this moment, Sokate suddenly found an inconspicuous option from the interface of the system, opened it and found that it was an item introduction, and the thing placed in the inventory was a black tail, which was the tail of the ancient XX Scion that the system had given him just now. It seems that the loss of data makes the introduction of the system incomplete. Sokate muttered, and immediately clicked on the item introduction. He was also very curious about what the so-called black tail did. Ding dong! Ancient XX Scion tail, rare level, highest. Function, freely scalable. Item description: 1 thought of heaven, 1 thought of hell, the choice is yours. The choice is on me? What the hell is going on here? Sokate looked at the introduction of this tale, and was also a little confused for a while, but one thing he knew very well was that this silver black tail might really be a very remarkable thing. In order to confirm his idea, early the next morning, Sokate began his daily cultivation, and through the detection instrument of the battle data sent with the spacecraft, he was also able to clearly know his current combat strength, 127. The combat power can exceed 100, which is all because of one of the terrifying abilities of the Scion bloodline, and the strength is greatly increased after dying. The combat power of the predecessor was only a pitiful 41, and after his death, he inherited his body, and after barely climbing back from the death line, his strength also increased greatly, and he became the current 127. If this kind of combat power is placed on the earth, it can at most be equal to Dobai. Now I am just a scum in the eyes of others. In order to survive, I must seize the time to cultivate hard. After all, soon the planet Vegeta will be destroyed by Frisia's own hands. Not only King Vegeta, but also a group of Scions inside will die after the planet explosion. Among the only remaining Scions, in addition to him and his brother Tabor and Sun Wukong because of the relationship sent to other planets, survived. Among the Scions who survived, only Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Of course, you can't forget the legendary Super Scion, Broly. Sokate himself understands that in the world of Dragon Ball, only power can truly control his own destiny, so he has no hesitation in training. Since he is still a 3-year-old child, he can't train as hard as the future Monkey King and Vegeta, which will only exhaust his body, so the training can only be done step by step, and cannot be rushed. The main task of cultivation at this stage is to try to adapt to the gravity of this planet. Sokate endured the gravity of this planet, trying hard to punch and kick, repeating this basic movement all the time. How effective is the training in a state of high gravity? Sokate, who knows the plot, is naturally very clear. You don't see that Sun Wukong is also relying on hard cultivation in the gravity room. In the 5 days to Nami Star, the normal strength has changed from 8,000 to 90,000, and when using the Realm King Fist, it can reach an astonishing 180,000 combat power. The meal has to be eaten bite by bite. My body has not yet grown, and I can't rush anything. Deep in the universe, planet Vegeta. Standing inside the spaceship, looking at the starry sky close at hand, King Vegeta turned his head sideways and looked at his proud eldest son. His cold and ruthless eyes showed a touch of appreciation and encouragement, and said, "Son, as a descendant of our fighting nation Scion, once born, you must undergo the quality test to become a warrior, and the clansmen who are tested with low combat values will be automatically eliminated and sent to live on a planet without strong enemies." Speaking of this, King Vegeta paused slightly, straightened his face, his grim expression suddenly became gloomy, and said coldly, "Your 2 indisputable younger brothers are like this, as the descendants of our Scions. If there is no talent for fighting, even my son will still be sent away." Vegeta, who was in his youth, his eyebrows showed his insolent nature, looking at the spaceship carrying young scions flying in front of him, the corners of his mouth curled up with a mocking and proud arc, and said contemptuously, "Humph! A pile of garbage." Chapter 004. Son, from birth, you were detected to have the highest qualities of a warrior. He is the most perfect scion in all aspects. King Vegeta rarely showed a smile, his eyes flashed with expectation, and said, "With your words, you will definitely become the strongest warrior in the universe in the future, and maybe you can also become a super scion in our national legend." Of course. The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew a confident arc, and his proud eyes showed strong ambition. "I will not be like my two waste brothers, I will definitely become the strongest warrior in the universe in the future." "That's right," King Vegeta finished speaking, and suddenly turned around, and a trace of deep jealousy flashed in his gaze with his back to Vegeta. Just yesterday, news suddenly came from his subordinates that the waste of Paragus actually gave birth to a monster son, who had more than 10,000 combat power at birth. This also made him feel quite jealous, fearing that this monster child would threaten his rule, so he secretly disposed of the father and son. Of course, he wouldn't tell his son Vegeta about this kind of thing. Time flies, and 5 years pass quickly. In the past 5 years, the universe has still not been able to calm down, but many shocking things have happened. One of the most famous events is the scandalous news that the scions of the fighting nation have been wiped out, and it is said that their home planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite impact, and more than 90% of their people were also killed. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused cheers from countless people. You must know that the scions are notoriously cruel, and almost all the peoples buried in their hands cannot be counted. It is not an exaggeration to say that the scions are completely enemies of the universe. It's just that the people are weak, so there is no way to retaliate, they can only hide their hatred in their hearts, but what everyone didn't expect was that the evil scions were actually retributed. Almost the entire nation was destroyed, and now there are only 2 or 3 kittens left. In addition to the eldest Prince Vegeta, the only 2 remaining clansmen were his 2 men, Raditz and Nappa, 2 lucky men who survived because they happened to travel with Vegeta that day. On the Earth at this time, Sun Wukong, who has completely lost his memory, is still living happily with his grandfather Sun Gohan. As for Sokite, in the canyon full of rocks, an extremely fast figure flashed from the middle, passing a long black shadow, and at the same time, countless Kikong waves were continuously released, directly hitting the chaotic rocks in front, and one face was bombarded into pieces, and countless dusts flew. Looking at the pile of rubble that was blown into countless fragments, Sokate took a breath, slightly wiped the sweat droplets on his forehead, his immature little face showed a happy smile, and the essence in his eyes was even brighter. With my current strength, the normal combat power should have exceeded the limit of 3,000, and if it is gathered gas, it may be able to reach more than 5,000. The old-fashioned combat data detection instrument sent over had long been destroyed when his combat effectiveness exceeded 1,000. I have now been able to fully adapt to the gravity of this planet, and continue to cultivate here. I am afraid that the gain will not be too great. Sitting on the ground, Sokate began to think about his next plan, precisely whether to go to Earth first or Namex first. As the son of King Vegeta, although the name is the same, but the treatment is still different, at least in terms of aircraft. Unlike other scion babies one-way simple spacecraft, as a prince, Sokite has a very spacious and luxurious spaceship, not only can be used as a house, but also has the fuel to continue flying. And with the previously damaged combat instruments, he also got a route to Namex and Earth. What's more, there is no so-called positioning device on this aircraft, which means that Frisia does not know his existence at present. Sokite didn't have the idea of playing Dragon Balls in these 2 places, because he understood that whether it is the Dragon Balls on Earth or the Dragon Balls on Namex, the wishes that can be fulfilled are very limited. What immortality, what is eternal youth, what is not a bad body, it is just why. Go to Namex, that's because the Great Elder is still there, and if he can stimulate the potential in his body, his combat power will definitely be greatly increased. But Sokite is still a little worried in his heart. After all, the Scion has a very bad reputation in the universe, basically it is already notorious. I am afraid that his front foot has just landed there, and his back foot will be directly caught. With his current strength, I am afraid that there is no ability to resist. The highest limit of the Dragon Ball in these two places is only the ability to resurrect people. Now 8 years old, he has also grown a lot taller. Now that he has become a Scion, Sokate must plan his next move so that he can grow more steadily and smoothly. In this way, you can firmly control your own destiny. A year later, he died a tragic death at the hands of Frieza or Vegeta. P.S. I made my own cover again, this time Zixiao also evolved from the My2 app to CS6, how about it? It looks okay. If you can't mix with the website in the future, maybe you can go to open a cover store on Dobeo by yourself. Chapter 005. A certain corner of the universe. Frieza was holding a wine glass, with an excited arc at the corner of his mouth, and directly in front of his sight, an unknown planet was exploding, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Mr. Doria, have all the Scions who survived been disposed of? Frieza turned his head slightly, and Dodoria's unique pink skin suddenly came into his eyes, and after seeing Frieza's gaze shift to himself, Doria's body suddenly shook, and he quickly said, "Yes, King Frieza, those Scion monkeys who went to other planets because of the mission have all been secretly solved by us." At this time, Frieza did not know that the Monkey King who defeated him in the future had been let go by his brother Gula and was now living well on Earth. That is to say, Frieza said with a creepy smile, only the 3 of them are left of the Scions who have survived now. At this time, Sob on the side frowned slightly and said, "King Frieza, do the remaining 3 monkeys want to be subordinates?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Frieza suddenly turned his head to look at him, which immediately made his whole body cold, and before he could speak, he felt a powerful momentum suddenly crushed in the air, like a thunderbolt, making him kneel on the ground at once, unable to move at all. "Mr. Sob, are you questioning my decision?" The atmosphere inside the spaceship was suddenly depressed to the extreme, and Dodoria, who had the same status as Sob, also glanced at it vaguely, knowing that it was the other party's self-made behavior that would make Frieza angry. Sob raised his head with difficulty and stumbled, "Subordinate? How dare you?" Questioning Fergus. "The decision of King Lisa." Spit out the last word, and the aura that also pressed on him suddenly disappeared. Even so, without Frieza's order, he still did not dare to get up, and could only continue to kneel on the ground. "Get up, Mr. Sob." Frieza's voice came softly, which also made Sob breathe a sigh of relief, and after standing up, he saw Frieza's eyes looking at the planet that had turned into dust in the distance, and said, "Whether it is Vegeta or a Scion, for King Ben, they are just an ant." The reason why Frieza keeps Vegeta alive to this day is partly because he is confident that Vegeta will not make any waves, and on the other hand, he wants to confirm whether the legend of the Super Saiyan that has been passed down from his ancestors is true or false. However, what if the legend is true? The corners of Frieza's mouth curled up, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. Click! The palm was clenched, and the wine glass in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into a bright streamer and spilling on the ground. Earth at the same time. This day is destined to be an unforgettable event for Sun Wukong, and his grandfather Sun Gohan died in the body of a huge monster. After burying his grandfather, in order to be able to fill his stomach, Sun Wukong also began his own hunting trip. "Don't go to Earth for the time being, let's go to Namex first." Sokate still made a decision. After all, with his current combat strength, even if he went to Earth, he would not get rapid growth, and instead of wasting time, it was better to go to Namex first and ask the Great Elder to open up his potential. Although the probability is very small, it may even be life-threatening. However, the Nemesis have always been friendly and very hospitable, and if you can explain your intentions, there will be no surprises. Chapter 006. Just as Sokate was about to go to Namex at any time, he encountered an uninvited guest on this planet where birds don't, and the peaceful days were immediately broken. For him, today is destined to be an unforgettable day for him. Swoosh! Several spaceships suddenly appeared at the top of the dark blue atmosphere, which is also a rare spectacle on this uninhabited planet. Hey? What's going on? Is someone coming? When he saw the spaceship that appeared above, Sokate's expression suddenly became nervous, and his heart suddenly hung and became worried. He was also worried about whether Frisia had learned of his existence and wanted to kill him to extinguish his mouth. As soon as this idea appeared, he shook his head and dismissed it. The spaceship he was riding on was different from other scions, there was no so-called positioning device, and others could not know his exact location, and his younger brother Tabel was able to live safely until Frisia was eliminated for this reason. It's still not sure what the identity of the comer is, so it's better not to start the spacecraft for the time being, so as not to startle the grass. Sokate thought secretly in his heart, and the doubts in his mind could not be dissipated for a long time. Since it is not Frisia, then who can come to this planet where birds don't? According to the induction of breath, he captured the breath of a total of 6 people from those spaceships, of which one person's breath was negligible, and 3 of the remaining 5 people had a weaker breath than him, and the combat effectiveness should be below 3,000. As for those 2, I really didn't expect that this planet could actually attract such a strong person, Sokate sneered, immediately gathered the breath of his whole body, and immediately set off to the place where the spacecraft landed. Although the remaining 2 strength may be above him, Sokate believes that the gravity of this planet is amazing, and if others come here, they may not be able to adapt to the gravity of this planet, resulting in a decline in combat effectiveness. The landing sites of these spacecraft are very close, and it only takes a few minutes to walk over. In order not to reveal his whereabouts, Sokate did not fly over without trouble, but trotted over. Lean. I didn't expect that this planet actually has such a strong gravity, no wonder King Frisia also gave up development. Yes, I really didn't expect these guys to escape here. It's a stupid decision to choose this planet for a forced landing. As he approached, several rude voices suddenly reached his ears, and Sokate used cover to carefully aim in the direction where the voice came from, and his pupils suddenly shook. Just because the person who appeared in his line of sight, the combat uniform on his body was exactly the same as Frisia's subordinates, and then after hearing the title of King Frisia, his heart was shocked. He never expected that Frisia's subordinates actually touched here. What the hell is going on here? Why did they come here? Sokate thought in his heart, and through this person's words, he could also understand that the other party's purpose was not because of him, but with other purposes. At this moment, Sokate was suddenly shocked to find that from a spaceship, 3 people walked out in turn, as if they were prisoners, holding their hands above their heads, not daring to resist at all. One of them was a man and a woman, and the last person seemed to be like an actor in a special drama, with an Ultraman face, but his figure was unusually petite. This group of people obviously did not adapt to the supergravity of this planet, and fell to the ground without walking a few steps, and then could not get up, especially the girl with long blonde hair inside, whether from the appearance or breath, obviously no different from ordinary people. After falling to the ground, they didn't even have the strength to get up. All this also made Sokate also a little stunned. It seems that it is difficult to imagine what this group of people did to harm nature, and they were actually chased here. But the next moment, he seemed to understand the reason, and only wished that one of the scarred men, with a furry tail showing around his waist, turned out to be a surviving scion. How is it possible that there are other scions alive? Wasn't the planet Gita destroyed a few years ago, and weren't the scions already exterminated at that time? How could there be anyone other than a few who survived by chance? Sokate said this because the image of this scion did not look like Raditz and Nappa by Vegeta's side at all. As for the remaining 2, it is even more impossible for Sun Wukong and Tabel to be because the age does not match at all. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 007. It's better to be like this earlier, anyway, your end is only a dead end, rather than being tortured to death, it's better to die painfully and quickly, don't you say? One of the strange-looking cosmic beings arrogantly grabbed the scion by the hair and pressed his head directly to the ground. What are you doing? At this moment, the blonde woman on the side suddenly exploded, ignoring her body lying on the ground, desperately raised her eyes, stared at the group of cosmic people in front of her, and said, "Can you guys only bully a wounded person?" A woman with only 2 combat strength. After detecting the accurate combat power of this woman, the anger in the eyes of the cosmic man suddenly disappeared, and he said with a sneer, "Woman, I really don't know how you survived to this point, don't you even understand the most basic common sense?" "What common sense?" The blonde woman was stunned. Perhaps in order to reflect their sense of superiority, then the cosmic people even explained mercifully, in the universe, if you want to determine the strength of a warrior, you rely on combat effectiveness, and the stronger the combat effectiveness, the higher the status, and vice versa. Generally speaking, if the combat effectiveness breaks 1,000, it is already considered a strong person, and there are even fewer tens of thousands of people. The blonde woman nodded stunnedly, and the writer's instinct made her ask, "Then what is your combat effectiveness?" At this point, it doesn't hurt to tell you, my combat power is 5,100, and I am the strongest in our squad. As for the 2 of them, one is 4,700 and the other is 2,800, as for your 2 partners, the combat power is all below 3,000. This cosmic man said boastfully, especially when mentioning his combat effectiveness, his face was full of pride and pride. This team plus him, although there are only 3 people, but none of them have a combat effectiveness lower than 3,000. After all, the indicators of the combat effectiveness of the universe in this period are still within tens of thousands, and they are not as exaggerated as in the later period. It turns out that their combat effectiveness is like this, but I can't imagine that this woman's unintentional words have helped me a lot, so Kate secretly rejoiced in his heart. If this is really the case, then in the case of a sneak attack, he is absolutely sure to kill one of the 2 with the highest combat effectiveness. As for why he chose to fight, instead of pretending not to know and hiding aside, maybe it was because the scion blood in his body at this time was acting strangely. I'm so familiar with this Ultraman-like guy. Looking at the petite Ultraman, Sokite somehow always felt as if he had seen him somewhere. The memory hidden in the depths of his mind gradually emerged, as if a thunder light had split, and Sokiten woke up and exclaimed in his heart, "I remember, it turns out that he is the space patrolman Gok." The reason why he didn't react immediately was because Gaki only appeared in Dragon Ball Super and secondly appeared in the manga Space Patrol Gark, which made him not so familiar with his image. That woman with long blonde hair is Bulma's sister Tais. At this moment, Sokite noticed the blonde woman lying on the ground, as if she could not withstand the gravity of this planet, with long golden hair and a fair and delicate face, looking young, but already had the sense of beauty in sight. Thinking of this, Sokite himself couldn't help laughing. He also didn't expect that he could actually meet Tais, the sister of the original heroine Bulma, who gave up her superior life for the sake of her dream of being a writer and followed her friend Galaxy Ranger Gok out of the Earth and went to the universe for adventure. In this way, it is not difficult to guess what happened to this matter. It should be that when Tais was traveling in space, she happened to meet the seriously injured scion, and she would rescue it out of kindness, but what she didn't expect, this kindness would actually cause such a big disaster. Hey! At this moment, the combat power detection instrument worn by the 2 cosmonauts standing on the other side suddenly inquired about something and began to flicker. What's going on? There is actually an energy reaction on this planet? Did something go wrong? If one fails, you can explain it, but if both go wrong, there is no way to explain it. Hilila. The accomplice around him was obviously a little smarter, his eyes flashed with a trace of anger, and he said, "Obviously, there is still life on this planet that we don't know about." Chapter 008. Hilala nodded stunned and humbly asked, "So what should we do now? Callister, do you want to?" Saying that, he gestured a decapitated posture, and his face was fierce. As Frisia's men, this kind of killing is just a child, and the inhuman thing of completely exterminating all life on the planet is only their daily work. Callister turned to look at Captain Pockman, as if asking for his opinion. Pockman glanced at Ties and the others, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "We were ordered to come here just to dispose of this surviving scion, and we don't need so many moves." Although the three Frisia men dismissed the idea of looking for him, Sokate did not mean to hide, but wanted to take the opportunity to kill the three men. "Humph, since you sent it to the door yourself, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Sokate thought fiercely in his heart that after crossing over, he had concerns about many things, and at this time, he rarely thought about what kind of consequences would be caused after starting it. Just with his current combat strength, a slight mistake would also be killed by these two cosmic people. Even if he can successfully defeat them, he is likely to expose his existence, and once he is known by Frisia, it will definitely attract endless chasing. At this moment, the scions whose heads were pressed to the ground suddenly struggled, raised their heads, looked at those cosmic people with anger on their faces, and yelled, "You bastards, don't think I don't know, our scion planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. It seems that you are not stupid yet." The cosmic man looked condescendingly at the scion lying on the ground, stepped on his head hard, and scoffed, "It is because you scion monkeys are too arrogant that they angered King Frisia, which led to the extinction of your scions. Don't be afraid to tell you that except for Vegeta and his two henchmen, the rest of the surviving scions have basically been killed by us, and you are the last." "Hey? Who is it?" At this moment, the battle tester in a quiet state in front of Hilala suddenly captured a powerful energy fluctuation from the left front, and the sudden change also made him exclaim, "What's wrong?" Callister next to him also hurriedly alerted down, but unfortunately, these two people all underestimated the speed of the opponent. As soon as the words were spoken, Callister and Hilly felt a sharp pain. Two energy waves rushed at a very fast speed, carrying an unstoppable momentum directly broke through the obstacles of the combat suit, penetrated the chest of the two, and two palm-sized blood holes appeared. In just the blink of an eye, the two went through this stage from birth to death. Click! 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 It was precisely at this moment that the combat power worn by the two seemed to exceed the value of combat power that could be measured, and it was directly shattered in response. After 3 consecutive crisp sounds, even the combat effectiveness detection instrument on Captain Pockman's body shattered in response. After seeing the two team members killed by a sneak attack, Pockman, who had a triumphant expression before, was suddenly shocked, and after losing the combat detection instrument, he also completely lost the other party's whereabouts, and could only rely on the naked eye to look back and forth, and his face was also full of unease. At this moment, Gark, who was held hostage on the ground, suddenly realized that the opportunity had come, so he quietly put his hand into his pocket, and then took out the pistol at a very fast speed and shot Pockman directly in the head. Bang! A series of actions can be described as flowing clouds, without the slightest superfluous action. This shot pierced directly through Pockman's head. "You!" Pockman's eyes widened angrily, struggling to lift his palm, as if he wanted to pinch Gok to death, but unfortunately, the power in his body had begun to pass rapidly, and his consciousness was becoming more and more confused. Poor Pockman didn't even know what the sneak attack looked like, so he died in disgrace. Chapter 009. Haha, Gark, I didn't expect you to have 2 more strokes. After seeing that Gok shot the arrogant Pockman to death, Ties, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but shout excitedly, eliminating these aliens, indicating that their safety would not be threatened. Hearing this, Gark also blew the smoke coming out of the muzzle, and said with a proud face, "Do you think that I, the Galactic Patrolman, am for nothing? I advise you not to be so excited for the time being." At this moment, the seriously injured Scion suddenly spoke, "Don't forget, the guy who killed those two people just now has not shown up yet." "Hey!" Gok was stunned at first, but immediately reacted, and the palm holding the gun began to tremble, and said, "Are a few of us really going to die here today? What are you talking nonsense?" In the jungle ahead, a clear voice suddenly sounded, sounding like a little boy. "Who is it? Don't be so nervous. If I want to attack you, you won't live well until now, not to mention that I helped you kill those two cosmic people just now." Saying that, there were several slight movements in the jungle, and in the tense atmosphere of everyone, the silhouette of a young man began to appear in front of everyone little by little. The visitor is also in a special combat uniform next to him, his height also looks a little short, and his sky-like hairstyle is very eye-catching, but what really attracts attention is the silver-black tail coiled around his waist. When they saw this obvious feature, Gok and Tai suddenly relaxed, and the Scion who fell to the ground shouted, "You are also a Scion. Good." So Kate forcibly endured the discomfort of killing for the first time, glanced at the Scion with some complicated eyes, and said, "I don't know which one your excellency is." Before he could finish speaking, the Scion below suddenly lifted his spirits and shouted, "This look! Could it be that you are the second son of the royal brother, the second Prince Sokite?" Hearing this, Tais and Gok were both stunned and puzzled, because on this planet where birds don't, they could actually meet the Prince of the Scions, and I didn't understand why the Prince of the Scions appeared here. There must be an unknown secret hidden behind this matter, and if it can be collected, it may be of great help to my next novel. Tais's eyes suddenly brightened, and the writer's instinct made her quite curious about all this, so she quietly moved her body and began to move closer to Sokate's direction. How could this guy possibly recognize me? And what is the identity of this person, and why does he call King Vegeta a royal brother? Sokite frowned. "How did your excellency know of my existence? It seems that I have been on this planet for as long as I can remember, and I learned about planet Vegeta and my identity from the receiver that came with the spacecraft. I really didn't expect that you, who is called the Waste Prince, can actually have such a powerful combat power." It seems that Brother Wang also had a mistake. After the Scion realized that the Sokate in front of him was not the so-called Waste Prince, he couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time blood kept spilling out of his mouth, which showed that his injuries were very serious. "You know of my existence, could it be that you are?" The Scion endured the severe pain, showed a smile and said, "My brother of King Vegeta. According to the generation, I am your sixth uncle. As for why I know of your existence, then you are similar to me because of your situation. As the son of the Scion King, he was born with extremely low combat power values. The son, who is also king, was also detected at birth with ultra-low combat power values. The almost similar experience also made the Scion have the idea of sympathy for Sokate." Chapter 010. If that's the case, then why would you? Speaking of this, Sokite specially glanced at the titular sixth uncle, and said knowingly, "Is it true that as the man said, all the Scions have been killed at present?" Hearing these words, the Scion's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong resentment. "That's right, our Scion home planet Vegeta has now been completely destroyed, and now Frisia is massacring the surviving Scions, and at present, except for your brother Vegeta and his two henchmen, the remaining Scions are only you and me." After a pause, he said again, "Sokate, now your brother Vegeta is in Frisia's camp, and with his personality, sooner or later he will be persecuted by Frisia. So, I know you hate your father, King Vegeta, for his ruthlessness, but now that you have no other choice, you, as a Scion Prince, must take on the mission of reviving the Scion nation." "Revival Scion?" Sokite looked mocking and sneered, "Why should this glorious mission be entrusted to me? I remember that my Vegeta was not a genius that had never appeared in the history of the Scion nation." He deliberately bit the sound of the word glorious. For him, who has been abandoned since childhood, what kind of national mission sounds quite harsh to him. Socate, now is not the time to be gassed. The scion said emotionally, your brother Vegeta is now under the control of Frisia, and he may die at any time, and he still does not know the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta. As a prince, you must take the responsibility of defeating Frisia and revitalizing the entire Scion nation. Perhaps because of his excessive emotion, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, his face became even paler, and his breath gradually withered. Socate, I'm almost dead. Before leaving, can you promise me? Don't worry, I will definitely live well, whether it is Frisia or anyone else, I will eventually die at my hands. Seeing that the sixth uncle was about to die, Socate also sent back kindness, squatted down, and assured the scion on the ground. Socate, how do you? After hearing Socate's words, that scion suddenly had a sickly flush on his face, which was obviously a sign of returning light. Socate sneered, sixth uncle, in fact, you should know that as early as when I was born, the identity of this scion in my body already made me have no way out, right? It is because of the identity of the scion that Frisia's side will not tolerate his existence at all, and it is only a matter of time before he fights to the death. However, in order to live well until the beginning of the plot of Namex, he must take advantage of this time to plan his future route and strive to have the strength to compete with Frisia head-on at that time. As for the broken system on his body, and this zero-effect tail, he has almost forgotten to the Pacific Ocean. Haha, that Frisia would never have thought that among us scions, there is actually a genius who is not weaker than Vegeta. This mistake of yours will definitely cost you your life in the end. The scion laughed 3 times up to the sky, his gaze gradually dispersed, and then his arm fell to the side, completely lifeless. Alas! Witnessing the death of his so-called relative, Socate felt a little unhappy in his heart, and after a long sigh, he buried the scion well. As for Gok and Tais next to him, he didn't bother to care. Although these 2 people are plot characters, they are of little help to him at present, so there is no need to deliberately please them for the time being. Hey, are you really the prince of the scions of the fighting nation? Seeing Socate's eyes looking at him, Tais, who struggled up from the ground, moved in her heart, and quickly asked, why is the color of your tail different from that person? It is worthy of being Bulma's sister, and the courage is really not small. Socate shrugged, put on a look that I was also puzzled by, and said, I don't know about this question, but I think it must be some kind of atavistic sign. Then again, since getting this tail, the original Achilles heel of the scion tail immediately disappeared without a trace, which also made him feel a little relieved, and at the same time dispelled the idea of cutting off the tail. I finally got this mysterious tail, and it was truncated before I could figure out the function, which is somewhat a pity. Secondly, his strength is still weak, and he cannot lose the means of giant ape transformation for the time being. Happily, this tail can also be contracted according to his will, which is also convenient for him to disguise his identity. After all, the characteristics of scions are too obvious. Chapter 011. Atavistic signs, yes. Tais Meimu flashed a ray of essence, and secretly said in her heart, so it is like this, no wonder he can break his own shackles and have such a powerful combat power. I said, Tais, what are you still nagging so much for? We should go, or when Frisia and their men come over, we will be finished. Gok suddenly turned around and quietly walked towards his spaceship, and was about to start the spacecraft to escape from the planet, but Tais, who did not want to fall to the ground, suddenly calmly said, unfortunately, Garki, the fuel of our spacecraft is no longer enough for a phase of flight. What? Gark obviously didn't quite believe it, and after walking into the spacecraft, his exclamation came from inside in the middle of the sound, how is this possible? Don't be so flustered, can't we still take those spaceships of cosmic people? Tais quickly thought of a way, but Socate, who was standing in front, suddenly smiled sarcastically and said, woman, your idea is good, but I advise you not to do it. Is there something wrong with that? Tais humbly asked Sokate. Sokate said, quite simply, these cosmic people are all Frisia's henchmen, and the spacecraft they are riding on must have been accurately located, and if they notice that something is wrong, it is likely to cause an unprecedented disaster. These words are not alarmist, and judging by the style of work of Frisia's subordinates, they will definitely do such a heartbreaking thing. So what do we do now? The clever Tais did not ask if she could remove the positioning system on the spacecraft. She understood that with her own ability, even if she could remove the positioning system, it would take a lot of time. And now time can be said to be very precious to them. It's simple, just give up this ship and leave with me on my spaceship. Sokate said, the fuel on my spaceship is still very enough to support other planets. When the time comes, you can contact your companions and ask them to take you away. Since you can say that, it means that you already have a purpose. Tais said with a smile, her waist-length beautiful blonde hair swayed in the wind, and a bright smile bloomed on her delicate face, which made people reluctant to look away. Sokate couldn't help but be a little distracted, although he asked himself that he was not the kind of stallion who couldn't walk when he saw a woman, but when he met such a beautiful woman, his heart still couldn't help but ripple. It's a pity that he is only 8 years old now, and he doesn't have that capital at all. Ahem. Sokate suppressed his inner thoughts, and after coughing heavily, he turned his head and said, yes, I was indeed planning to go to other planets before. Of course, if I go by the way, I don't mind taking you with me for a while. Tais glanced at Sokate with a smile, and couldn't help but feel that this child was really cute, so she couldn't help but ridicule, Brother Sokate, why are you so good to your sister? Is it possible that you fancy your sister? Saying that, she didn't know where she got the strength. Step by step, she walked to Sokate with great difficulty, looking at Sokate who was a head bigger than her, and the smile on her face was even stronger. Sokate suddenly stunned, a burst of fragrance hit him, his eyes were stunned in vain. This kind of close contact, whether in the past life or this life, is the first time. It's really a little ghost. Looking at Sokate's pupils, Tais was not annoyed, but a little happy in her heart. Being able to charm such a young teenager, isn't it just enough to show that she is very attractive? P.S. Friends who like the King of Fighters theme can go and see the King of Fighters Blood Road. Chapter 012. Unlike her younger sister Bulma, Tais herself has a somewhat two-sided personality, sometimes gentle, sometimes irritable, with a smile as bright as the sun on her face, and occasionally a charm like a thorny rose. What are you doing so close? Sokate turned his head unnaturally, but his heart was plopping and unusually uncalm. Tais's corner evoked a provocative smile, bent down, and the red chun slowly plunged into Sokate's ear, whispering, "Sister is thinking about how to repay your kindness. You leprechaun!" A nameless fire surged in Sokate's heart, and a strong impulse made him do the most proud thing in his life. It's simple. Sokate suddenly turned his head quickly, and in Tais's astonished gaze, he pressed his lips fiercely. You, After feeling the warmth on the double chun, Taisden squinted, his eyes widened, as if time stood still, and stood in place. This wonderful touch was the first time for her. Tais, I've already contacted. Gark just walked out of the spaceship. His salted egg-like eyes immediately caught the scene in front of him, which immediately made his mouth grow, and his face was full of consternation and inexplicability. Tais, how can you do something to a child? Hearing this, Tais's thoughts also returned to reality, subconsciously wanting to reach out and push Sokate away. How did he expect that the gravity of this planet was amazing, and before he could lift his arm, his whole body seemed to lose his strength, and fell down softly. This is part of the reward I need. Sokate's hand was quick, and a princess directly hugged Tais firmly in her arms, looking at the other party's shy and angry look, and couldn't help but say, as for the rest of the reward, I will ask you for it in about 10 years. After a pause, Sokate smiled rather self-deprecatingly, if I were still alive. Hearing this, Tais realized that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person, on the contrary, his identity was very special, but His Royal Highness the Prince of the Scion of the Universe Fighting Nation. "Socate, are you really planning to take revenge on Frisia?" The corners of Tais's mouth opened lightly, and she asked. Since traveling to the universe with Gark, she has also mentioned from Grisia's mouth from time to time, it is a terrifying existence both in power and strength. With Sokate's current strength, wanting to confront Frisia is undoubtedly a pebble. Hearing Tais's words, Sokate suddenly showed an inexplicable smile, his tone seemed to be self-deprecating and helpless, and said, "Do you think I have another choice?" Hearing this, Tais also fell silent, and after learning that Frisia was the real murderer who destroyed the Scion nation, Sokate had no way to retreat, and he had no other choice but to resist with the mission of avenging his people. But this also depends on who the object is, and you must know that the object of his revenge is Frisia, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe. Even the entire Scion nation was buried at the hands of the other party, how could Sokate alone be able to fight Frisia? This is undoubtedly a desperate battle. Thinking of this, the anger in Tais Maizmu gradually subsided, replaced by sympathy and regret. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship on which Gok himself was riding suddenly emitted a burst of white smoke, and then the entire spacecraft suddenly disappeared. And a finger-sized capsule appeared on the ground. "Sokate, I think we can go right now." Listening to Tais's words, Sokate couldn't help but withdraw his gaze, shook his head, and sighed in his heart, it is worthy of being Bulma's sister, and she was able to transplant capsule technology to this spaceship. Chapter 013. Is this the whole picture of the planet I've lived on for so many years? Standing in front of the window, watching the planet that has lived for 5 years gradually disappear in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little emotion in his heart. It was the strong gravity of this planet that forced him to have the combat power he has today. After coming to the universe, when he got rid of the gravity of this planet, he was able to clearly appreciate how beneficial cultivating in high gravity was to a warrior. Just when he left the planet, he felt that not only his body became lighter, but also his combat power increased a lot. Under the pressure of the planet's supergravity, the combat power that the combat power detection instrument can detect obviously suppresses his real combat effectiveness. According to Gok, his combat power has reached 5,700. According to Sokate's own estimates, if he gathers chi, his combat power can even reach about 7,000. Although 7,000 combat power is only drizzle compared to the combat power of billions in the later stages of Dragon Ball, it is not even qualified to participate in battles. But in the current time period, 7,000 combat power is already able to protect his life. Now is just the beginning, there is still a long way to go. At this time, Tais, who had changed into light clothes, came over from the inner room, greeted Sokate with a smile, and said in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, it is worthy of His Royal Highness, this spaceship is different. If I had to choose, I'd rather not have the status of this prince." Sokate's tone was flat, although he was currently reborn in this body, and in the face of this body's father, King Vegeta, he had never regarded King Vegeta as a father in his mind. Perhaps in the mind of that King Vegeta, Sokate is just a son who embarrassed him, and if he could know the extent of his son's waste in advance, Sokate might have been secretly disposed of by King Vegeta before he was born in this world. Don't underestimate the degree of cold-bloodedness of the Scions. Especially the rulers of the Scions. Or are you resenting your father? Tais smiled slightly, then stretched out her palm towards Sokate, and said, "Let's get to know each other again. My name is Tais, born on a planet called Earth. The reason why I came to the space to explore is to collect information to perfect the plot of my novel. Oh yes, my dream is to become an SF writer. My name is Gark, and I am a galactic patrolman who guards the peace of the galaxy." Gok didn't know when he appeared in front of the two, and then put on a commotion and said, "Don't look at me as small, in fact, my combat power is very strong. My name is Sokate, as for my own identity and experience, I think you should also know. Sokate did not refuse, and let go of Tai's slender hand with a slight touch. Gark nodded, with a hint of suspicion on his face, and immediately stepped forward and asked Sokate in a low voice, "Then again, Sokate, do you really plan to go to Frisia for revenge? If you really plan to do this, I still advise you, don't try to seek revenge on him, but honestly find a place to live." "I agree with Gok." Tais tried to dispel the idea of Sokate's revenge and persuaded, "Sokate, you must know that you are now the only remaining hope of the Scion nation. I know that you are not afraid of death, but you cannot waste your life in vain." "Silly woman! You think too simply." After hearing the words of these two people, Sokate smiled dumbly, but there was a little warmth in his eyes, and said, "Frisia's ambition is not only that, his goal is to rule the entire universe. Sooner or later he will extend his claws to your earth. What are you going to do at that time?" Tais's face suddenly froze, unable to speak. "Don't forget, there is also our Galaxy Patrol. Our Galaxy Patrol will never allow Frisia to continue to expand like this." Gark poked his head and said. Sokate said, "Then among your galactic patrols, are there any strong people who can stop Frisia from continuing to expand his power?" The answer, of course, is no. Now this universe is almost ruled by the frozen race that Frisia is in. The only people who can stop Frisia from expanding his power are his brother Gula and his father, King Kurd. Gark also fell silent when he heard this. Although there are many strong people in the Galaxy Patrol, there are very few people who can fight Frisia's henchmen, since even Frisia's henchmen are not opponents, let alone Frisia's own henchmen. Chapter 014. "Even so, I don't want you to die like this." Tais said, "My parents are also the richest people on Earth, and if you want to come to Earth, you will definitely enjoy a better life. I will definitely go to Earth in the future, but now is not the time. For me now, nothing is more important than strength." Sokate understands that the future plots will basically revolve around the Earth, and as a traverser, he does not want to miss those wonderful plots in the future. However, if you want to live safely until that time, you must have the power to protect your life. After all, the time and space he is in now is not a game. If he dies, he is really dead, and there is no chance to be resurrected or restarted. Is he really desperate? Looking at Sokate's eloquent appearance, Tais's eyes showed a touch of unbearability. In her opinion, the other party was now completely immersed in despair. Death is a matter of time for him, but living is too heavy. This also made Tais even more distressed. One picture at the beginning, the rest of the whole brain to make up. I have to say that Tais is indeed a writer's material, and he can figure out Sokate's state of mind based on observation alone, and he can figure it out decently. If Sokate knows, I am afraid that he will cry and laugh. When am I already desperate? In other words, in the time and space where this power is everything, he now needs power very urgently. However, it needs to be noted that the current Sokate is indeed taken by Frisia's powerful forces, and in order to live well until the beginning of the plot, he must make good use of the remaining more than 10 years to accumulate his strength. You're really lucky that the planet you went to happens to be on the same route as me, so I can take you some distance too. According to the cosmic interstellar map, the planet that Gok and Tais want to go to is far away from Namek, but it happens to be the same route. After learning the news, Tais and Gok were somewhat relieved, and after the spacecraft they carried lost fuel, it meant that the two of them were about to be lost in this vast universe. That's great. Gark patted Sokate's shoulder with a familiar look and said, I will not forget your kindness this time, and I will definitely repay you when I have the opportunity in the future. Sokate said lightly, you still haven't told me the specific news of this planet. Tais stepped forward and said, let me explain this. The planet we are going to is one of the bases of the Space Patrol. Not only can we store food and fuel, but also rest there. Since leaving Earth for more than a year, Tais has followed Gok and often come to the planet to stock up on items, except for daily patrol missions, most of the time the two of them rest on this planet. My spaceship is a slower one, and according to estimates, it may take more than half a month to reach your planet. After seeing the estimated time given on the screen below, Sokate's brows furrowed slightly, and although he had stockpiled food and water in advance, he still overestimated the speed of his spacecraft. It would probably take more than 3 years to reach Namex at this rate, a time that Sokate could not accept. What the hell is going on here? Why is my spaceship so slow? Thinking of this, the figure of King Vegeta, the Cheap Father, suddenly appeared in the depths of Sokate's mind, and suddenly his heart was shocked. Could it be that all this was done by him? Yes, he should have started the spaceship to find him after worrying that his waste son would not be able to withstand the gravity of that planet. However, Scions are famous for their stomach kings, and their requirements for food are extremely strong. Even if they push food to the entire spaceship, they can only last for half a year at most. More importantly, this spaceship does not have a sleep system, which can also see King Vegeta's sinister intentions. By the time the ship arrived on planet Vegeta, he himself would have starved to death. Your father is really qualified. You really went to great lengths to get rid of your waste son. The corner of Sokate's mouth suddenly showed a sneer. For this unmasked so-called father, he had no respect in his heart, and some only had deep contempt. King Vegeta, I'm afraid you never dreamed that after obtaining this special tail, my food intake would have already returned to the level of an ordinary person. To tell the truth, he now hopes that King Vegeta did not die in that catastrophe, and after meeting him, after seeing that his growth is far beyond his imagination, will he have a feeling of slap in the face and beads? I guess his expression will be very wonderful. After thinking of the wonderful expression on King Vegeta's face, Sokate couldn't help but smile. Chapter 015. In the depths of the vast galaxy, a spaceship streaked through a small silver tail, shuttling through countless stars. It's the 15th day today. Are we about to arrive on the planet where the Galactic Patrol is? Tais looked at Sokate, who seemed to be meditating on the ground, and couldn't help but mumble to herself. Her words seemed to reach Sokate's ears, and I saw him slowly open his eyes, subconsciously looked at the command screen of the spacecraft, and after seeing the data on it, nodded and said, according to the spacecraft's estimates, it will probably take less than half an hour to reach the surface of the target planet. Speaking of this, Sokate deliberately paused, and after a half-silence, he suddenly frowned, and his eyes flashed with an incomprehensible look. Sokate, what's wrong with you? Tais asked with concern. Sokate folded his arms and looked at the universe with his eyes across a darkness, and said in a deep voice, I don't know why, maybe it's some kind of dangerous intuition, I always have a bad premonition in my heart. A bad hunch. Tais raised her eyebrows, blinked her eyes cutely, her tone became a little ridiculous, and said, oh, what are you talking about? I have been here many times in this planet, sister, how can there be any accidents? I see you're just too nervous. Hearing this, Sokate didn't say much, and secretly said in his heart, I hope this is just my wishful thinking. About half an hour later, the spacecraft arrived at the edge of a transparent blue planet as promised, and for some reason, the sense of foreboding in Sokate's heart became even stronger. You roar! It's finally our planet! Gark let out a cheer excitedly, and immediately urged Tais to put the spaceship down, but at this time, a strong energy fluctuation came from the surface of the planet, which startled the two of them. What is the situation? Sokate said calmly, what else can be the situation? Such a strong energy fluctuation can be transmitted, indicating that there is a battle going on this planet. Either your galactic patrol has civil unrest, or it has been attacked by other cosmic people. How is this possible? This is the galactic patrol. Gark immediately denied the civil unrest, and his expression was somewhat nervous when he talked about being attacked by other cosmic people. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Sokate interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said, since it is not civil unrest, it means that other cosmic people have landed on this planet and are attacking your headquarters. Sokate's analysis is correct. Judging from the behavior of the other party, unconscious actions can basically be ruled out, indicating that their target is the Galaxy Patrol. Unlike the impatient Gark, Ties made a calm analysis. Gark, your galactic patrol is likely to provoke enemies that should not be provoked. Enemies you shouldn't mess with. As if thinking of something, Gark's expression became extremely frightened. Could it be Frisia? It doesn't matter to me who the enemy who attacked your planet is. Sokate said solemnly, there are only two choices in front of the two of you now, either if I don't see this scene, I can take you to other planets to take refuge, or I can go and find out for yourself. With the strength of the two of us, even if we personally go over to help, it is just a drop in the bucket, and it has no effect at all. Gok said urgently. Even though he was a member of the Galaxy Patrol, to be honest, the only thing he was good at in combat was shooting with a laser gun. Whether it is hand-to-hand combat or Qigong combat, he is not good at it. I'm very glad you can see things so clearly. Saying that, Sokate stood up and came to the screen, passed the fingerprint lock, and continued to implement the next instruction, go to. Without waiting for Sokate to finish speaking, through the radar signal, many spaceships suddenly appeared in all directions, and then, these spaceships seemed to know his identity, so they all aimed at the very, and fired. Boom! Countless artillery fire hit the spaceship, and the spacecraft suddenly began to tremble, thick smoke filled the air, and a piercing alarm sounded inside the spacecraft. Chapter 016. This gang of scraps. What a dare! Dare to move my spaceship! Sokate was immediately furious. He never expected that his spaceship would be recognized so quickly, and the other party actually fired at his spaceship in order to prevent him from escaping. Sokate, what exactly are we going to do now? Gok hurriedly asked. As soon as these words came out, Ties also looked at Sokate, and the beauty was full of prayers. At this moment, both he and Ties all regarded Sokate as the backbone. Sokate said angrily, what else can I do? Hurry up and take your place. No matter how hard my spaceship is, it can't withstand such a baptism of artillery fire, and now it can only make an emergency landing. Saying that, Sokate immediately pressed the emergency landing button, and then the spacecraft seemed to lose power and fell straight towards the planet below. These miscellaneous things, I didn't want to pay attention to them, but I didn't expect them to take the initiative to provoke me. It's really looking for death. With that, Sokate turned his head and shouted at Ties, you two stay here for the time being, I'll go out and clean up these guys first. After speaking, without waiting for the two to reply, Sokate directly and arrogantly opened the door of the spaceship, and then flew straight out. Sokate! Gok hugged him, and he said loudly as he forced himself to fall in pain, Ties, you don't have to worry about him, it must be very easy to deal with those guys with his skills. You bastards will hell me. Turtle Pie Qigong. Boom! As soon as the words fell, I saw a blue shock wave cut through the sky, and then a series of explosions exploded from above the heads of the two, like fireworks above the starry sky. This is, Ties was stunned suddenly, the corners of her mouth rose, and a touching look appeared in her beauty. He destroyed those spaceships, right? The spacecraft seemed to have completed its final mission, and after landing smoothly on the ground of the planet, it immediately collapsed itself and became a pile of scrap iron, but fortunately it did not hit the two. I have long said not to treat that guy as a child, but in terms of destructive power, this guy can destroy a planet. Gok pouted and said in a rather jealous tone. The moment the words fell, he saw Sokate like a phantom, suddenly appearing in front of the two, and immediately frightened Gok to the ground. Sokate, you're back. Ties immediately greeted and asked with concern, are you hurt? Sokate's eyebrows flashed with pride, and he smiled, how can that bunch of garbage things hurt me? It turns out that the guys who set up the spacecraft are just responsible for patrolling the situation, and the really powerful guys may have come to this planet. Oops! My spaceship! The next moment, his face suddenly became gloomy, and his spaceship was indeed completely destroyed, which meant that he had to grab a spaceship to be able to go to Namex. After Thais saw Sokite's expression change, she immediately understood that Sokite was troubled by the damage to her spaceship, so she quickly relieved, "Don't be so angry, although your spaceship has been destroyed, there is still no shortage of spaceships on this planet, so you can take their spaceship used by the Galactic Patrol to go where you want to go." "You're right." Sokite nodded, his eyes flashing with cold light, and looked firmly at Gark, who was standing on the side, as if to say, "Hurry up and find a spaceship for Lao-tzu, otherwise don't blame Lao-tzu for being unkind to you." Gark put on a dejected look and said, "It's not that I won't find it for you, but now you also know that this planet has been invaded by the enemy, and the spacecraft placed here in advance is likely to have been fled by other galactic patrols. It turns out that your galaxy patrolmen are all this kind of urine." Sokate provoked a sneer and mocked, "No wonder you have never dared to appear under Frisia's nose, it turns out that all of you are a group of greedy people who are afraid of death, you guys really spoiled the tall title of Galaxy Patrolman." Chapter 017. Hey! Speaking of this, Sokite's cheeks twitched slightly, and the strange behavior caught Thais' attention, and she suddenly leaned over and asked, "Sokate, have you found anything? The breath of life on this planet is disappearing at a rapid pace." Sokite said lightly, "Which can also prove that there is indeed a big war going on this planet. The battle situation is likely to be one-sided, and the people on the side of the Galaxy Patrol are no match for those invaders, and the members have been slaughtered." "Breath? Did you say?" As the person who survived to the end of the late Dragon Ball plot, Gok was obviously not a stupid person, and from Sokite's words, he quickly thought of his members, and his expression suddenly became horrified and terrified. "Thais, it seems that what you said before has been fulfilled, these galactic patrolmen are really provoked objects that cannot be provoked." Sokate looked at the layers of wolf smoke and fire in front of him, and slowly collected his tail into his body, and now his scion identity cannot be exposed to outsiders for the time being. "Sokite, what are you going to do?" Thais wanted to test Sokite's attitude. At this time, whether it was Gok or Thais, the eyes of the two of them were all on Sokate, and the only person who could help them calm the war was him. "What else can I do? Didn't you see that people have already blatantly bullied me?" Sokate showed a sinister smile and said, "As the fallen prince of the Scion nation, I am somewhat sorry for my identity if I don't respond to them." Speaking of this, the blood belonging to the Scions in his body suddenly surged up, the flames of the battle burned rapidly, and a deep killing intent that did not match his age crossed his eyes. "Where are your galactic cops stocking up on supplies?" Gok took in Sokate's momentum, so without thinking, he replied, "Not far from here, I will show you the way now." "Hey! You're leaving, so what should I do?" Seeing the two of them suspended in the air, just about to fly away, Thais below couldn't sit still. She was originally an ordinary person, she didn't have the ability to fly at all, plus the planet was currently in a period of war, with her little strength, she couldn't protect her safety at all. What a hassle! Gok looked at Thais below with some headache, not because he was pretentious, but because this time to the resource station, the journey must be full of danger. It was unwise to take Thais with him, but he couldn't leave her here alone. Unable to make a choice, he had to look at Sokate beside him. Looking at Thais below, Sokate let out a long sigh, slowly fell to her side, stretched out his arms and took her into his arms. Although the height difference between the two is obvious, this does not prevent Sokate from holding Thais in his arms. "Well, sister is very light, right?" Thais, who was held by Sokate in her arms, even had the leisure to tease, which also showed that she was really nervous sometimes. It's just that Sokate was not in the mood to ridicule at this time, turned his head to look at Gok, and said, "Lead the way." "What do you say?" All the people arranged outside were actually taken down. Stepping on an unknown corpse, a tall cosmic man shouted to his subordinates, his face as if he was fish scales full of anger, and roared, "How is this possible? I remember that the highest combat power of these galaxy patrolmen is only 4,000 combat power, and the people here have almost been." But at this time, the combat effectiveness detection instrument in front of him suddenly found a powerful fluctuation of combat effectiveness from the southwest direction, and at the same time, the combat effectiveness value was also growing wildly, and finally stayed at 5,000 combat effectiveness. 5,000 combat effectiveness? I can't imagine that among these so-called galaxy patrols, there are still such high combat guys. Saying that, this cosmic person licked his somewhat chapped lips, with a cruel cold light in his eyes, and waved his hand, "All follow me, now the people on this planet have basically killed almost the same, this guy should be the last one." Yes. Lord Sam. Chapter 018. Sokate, who is currently in a hurry, did not expect that his momentary negligence was actually detected by the other party, and a big war is obviously unavoidable. "How long will it take for us to get there if we fly at this speed?" Gark responded, "At this current speed, it may take about half an hour. It's probably too long. I'm afraid that before we get there, they will find and block it halfway." After speaking, Sokate's pupils shrank suddenly, his face suddenly changed. Just now he suddenly sensed the existence of several breaths from the direction of the flank, and these breaths are currently flying towards the direction where he is at an extremely fast speed. Our whereabouts seem to have been discovered by them. What? Gark was also taken aback. How could our whereabouts be? Tais seemed very calm, and said, 80% is because of the relationship of that combat power detection instrument, and now these cosmic people basically wear this instrument, so they can easily detect our whereabouts. Saying that, Tais reluctantly raised her head from Sokate's arms, stared at him in front of her, her lips lightly pursed, and said, "What are you going to do now, Sokate? There is already no choice but to fight." Sokate showed a gloomy smile, slowly fell from the air to the ground, released the arms holding Tais, looked into her eyes, and said, "Tais, you follow Gok to find fuel first, and leave it to me here." "But what do you do? I can't let it go." Tais' face changed, and she said very emotionally, in her opinion, if Sokate was left here alone, it was likely that he would lose his life. Gok on the side quickly pulled her and said in a low voice, "Tais, now is not the time to play tricks. Even if the two of us stay here, instead of helping Sokate, it will become a drag on him." Although Gok often claims to be the elite of the Galactic Patrol, at this dangerous juncture, especially when the base planet is almost destroyed, his instinct to survive makes him hardly have any thoughts of resistance, let alone the will to fight. So after hearing Sokate's proposal, he was immediately overwhelmed, and he almost laughed out loud because of his poor self-control. "In that case, when we find enough fuel, we will rush to you as soon as possible." Looking at Tais' reluctant expression, although Sokate's face was unmoving, his heart was also exceptionally warm, and this feeling of being cared for still made him a little happy. So under the strong pull of Gok, Tais finally followed him and flew to the location of the material storage. Phew! After Gok and Tais disappeared from view, Sokate himself was relieved. If he waited to fight, the existence of these two people was almost equivalent to a constraint, and he couldn't use it at all. Now I just have to wait here for them to arrive. Sokate also has his own plans in mind. The fact that these people can land on this planet means that they also have flying machines, and after eliminating them, he can also take their flying machines to other planets. But this is just a decision. After all, whether there is a positioning system on their spaceship is still unknown. If they know their whereabouts, I am afraid that it will lead to endless troubles, and then it may disrupt his next plan. As for why he is so confident, it is because through the induction of breath before, he found that although the number of breaths flying towards him is quite large, most of the combat power is below 2,000, and the highest one is only stiff to break through 4,000, and almost no one can threaten his life, which is why he is so confident. You must know that in addition to the Earth where the protagonist is located, the warriors in other parts of the universe basically do not control and converge their breath well, and there are even fewer people who can control their breath freely, and only Captain Kainu has done this in the original work. Swish! After half a ring, dozens of traces of flame tails formed by mist suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then a group of figures landed in front of him one after another. These guys had different appearances, all of them were cosmic people who did not know what race, and they were all wearing special combat uniforms, and they were also wearing combat effectiveness testing instruments in front of them. Chapter 019. In other words, these equipment is now almost the standard for all space warriors. As the saying goes, it is popular clothing. Without this body, when you go out to carry out a mission, you are embarrassed to say that you are a warrior. It's just a child. Sam's eyes drew a contempt, and after looking at Sokate in front of him, he whistled, looking very leisurely, and said, "I was quite surprised. There were also people with more than 5,000 combat power among those waste galaxy patrolmen. Before I came here, I really looked forward to it, but I didn't expect that what appeared in front of me was a child with no hair, and judging from your equipment, you don't seem to be a galaxy patrolman. Do these guys even have the leisure to look at themselves?" They didn't strike at the first time, which somewhat surprised Sokate. "Do you think these things are important?" Sokate said lightly. His immature face revealed a maturity that did not fit his age. No matter what his identity was, in order to be able to escape from here safely, this battle could not be avoided. "No, this kind of thing is important to you, and such a process is necessary if you want to continue living." After speaking, Sam shrugged, changed his tone, and said in a very relaxed tone, "I must determine your identity in advance. If you want, I can show you the way." "What clear way?" "That is, like me, loyal to King Frisia." At the mention of Frisia, Sam's face suddenly showed a feverish look, as if a devout believer had met his faith in the true God. Frisia. Hearing this familiar name, Sokate's eyes widened in vain, subconsciously clenched his fists, and a cold light flickered. "You are actually Frisia's subordinate." Sokate never expected that the target of the attack on the galactic patrol planet was Frisia's men. Could it be that Frisia also set his sights on the galaxy patrol? "To be precise, I am a member of the Kainu Special Forces under King Frisia." Saying that, Sam put on a funny appearance on the spot, and he also said with a look of intoxication, "Known as the Lightning Strike, Sam." "Kainu Special Forces? Lightning Sam of Blitz?" Sokate's pupils suddenly froze, and there was an inexplicable look, and from the speechless and funny appearance put on by the other party, it was basically concluded that his true identity was indeed a member of the Kainu Special Forces. But in the original work, this character did not appear, and the target of his ban was the superpowered warrior named Guldo. Could it be that he was killed before the plot began? Thinking of this, Sokate couldn't help but narrow his eyes and thought conceitedly, "Could it be that it is because of my appearance that Guldo will take the place of his Kainu Special Forces?" It is not for nothing that he thinks like this. The combat power of this Sam who appears in front of him at this moment is simply not comparable to him. Even if he has many subordinates, it may not be his enemy in combination, so the end waiting for him must be death. Sokate did not think that if he wanted to become a member of the Kainu Special Forces, the difficulty of selection could be described as very harsh, and if he wanted to become a member of it, he either had strong combat power or had some kind of magical ability. And although this Sam in front of him looks ordinary, he can't even catch up with him, which does not mean that he has no ability to resist, and if he does not have a few brushes, it is absolutely impossible to become a member of the Kainu Special Forces. And Sokate just didn't think of this, so he laid the groundwork for the next hard battle. "That's right, I think you've also heard of the name of our Kainu Special Forces, right?" For the reputation of his team, Sam himself is still very confident. After all, they are the strongest fighters under Frisia, and the Kainu Special Forces, which gather almost the strongest fighters in the universe, are also recognized as the strongest special forces in the universe. I have indeed heard of your daimyo. Sokite nodded and said, the Kainu special forces are known as the strongest space team in the universe. There are 5 members in total, but except for you, why didn't the other 4 members come? After hearing this, Sam also had a smug smile on his face and said, to deal with these low-level planets, do you think you need to send all the members of the Kainu special forces? Even if it was just me, they still couldn't resist. Hearing this, Sokite also showed a few smiles, and said with a bow, indeed, to deal with such a low-level planet, sending all the members of your Kainu special forces is indeed overkill. Chapter 020. In that case, then do you want to consider being as loyal to King Frisia as I am? Sam spread out his hand, his tone was also very sincere, and said, King Frisia has always cherished talents, with your potential, under King Frisia, you will definitely achieve better growth, and when the time comes, whether it is gold and silver treasures or even planets, they will be within reach. Although Sam is a murderous warrior, he is also impeccable for the Central Party loyal to Frisia, at least when he first met Sokate. When he realized that he was only a child now, he also developed a love for talent, thinking of King Frisia's love for talent, so he had the idea of recommending it to King Frisia. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be loyal to anyone. No one is qualified to drive me, not even Frisia. Sokate refused without thinking about it. First of all, his scion identity was almost impossible to accept by Frisia, and secondly, the pride of the Traverser made him have no intention of becoming a puppy leg under others. As soon as the words fell, Sam's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he didn't expect Sokate to be so ignorant and directly rejected his proposal, which also made him quite angry in his heart. It's rare that Lord Sam has a kind heart. I didn't expect that this kid of yours would be so ignorant, it's really looking for death. A group of subordinates behind Sam suddenly stood up, glared at Sokate fiercely, and immediately straightened his palm, and a shockwave that could penetrate everything was released from the depths of his palm. You waste still dare to make a move with me. The corner of Sokate's mouth curled up with a trace of contempt, and his palm directly slapped towards the oncoming shockwave, and the moment he touched it, he directly changed the direction of this shockwave, straight towards the person, and instantly pierced his skull, as if a watermelon exploded, bursting out countless purple blood stains. At the same time, the whole person also collapsed limply to the ground, and there was no more sound. As soon as he shot to take people's lives, Sokate's performance also shocked Sam's subordinates, and only then did they suddenly react. The child in front of them was not as fragile as he seemed, but a warrior with more than 5,000 combat power, and his strength was completely capable of crushing all of them. Lord Sam. At this moment, Sam's subordinates all looked at Sam in unison, their eyes showed a pleading color. How could they expect Sam to suddenly frown? A terrifying killing intent was quietly released, and said angrily, waste that even a child does not dare to fight is not qualified to be my subordinate. Give me all of them, or I'll kill you myself. Yes. The subordinates behind hesitated a little, looked at Sokite in front of him, and carefully looked at Sam, who was standing in front of him with a green-faced fang-like appearance, and couldn't help but swallow saliva in fright. Boy! Die! Comparing the two, they still decisively chose to make a move on Sokate. After all, in their eyes, it is obvious that Sokate is better to bully, although he has good combat power, but the chance of surviving in his hands is definitely greater. Even if the waste is united, the only thing that can be added is the quantity. Looking at the group of cosmic people rushing in front of him, Sokite looked disdainful. Even if these guys were united, they could not pose any threat to him. Swoosh! So he immediately exerted his speed with all his strength, turning into an afterimage like a shock, shuttling through the crowd, and at the same time, screams were also coming. This kid's speed is really fast. Although it is much worse than Bart, it is already first class in the entire universe. Witnessing the killing of his subordinates, Sam's expression was unusually calm, and he even had the mind to ponder Sokate's specific abilities. After destroying and trampling on countless planets, no matter who they are, they become numb and ruthless. In the original work, after the tragic deaths of members of the Kainu Special Forces, after the other members witnessed this tragic situation, they did not see how sad, but were worried about the combined dance. In the clearing, the screams continued, and countless blood spilled into the sky, splashing on the ground continuously, dyeing the entire ground bright red. How can this kid's movements be so fast? These cosmic people originally thought that Sokate only had high combat effectiveness, but the abilities of some of the other warriors were commonplace, and if they could fight him closely, they were likely to make him busy and eventually hunted and killed by them. This is also the tactic that these cosmic people developed from the beginning. It's just that what they never expected was that Sokate, who was just a child, actually showed super high combat quality, was cruel and decisive, and did not drag mud and water. Even if he successfully took advantage, he would not stop more, and used his extremely high speed to slaughter. Chapter 021. Could it be that this guy has received extremely strict and brutal training since he was a child? Similar doubts have been lingering in the minds of these cosmic people, and they have not dissipated for a long time, until the leader among them was punched in the head by Sokate, and finally came to his senses. In the face of Sokate, who was like a fierce tiger, no matter how hard they tried, they finally found nothing, and even Sokate's clothes could not be touched, and the people who rushed up in the first round seemed to be cut melons and vegetables, and they were slaughtered in less than 20 seconds. And after rushing this round, his own side has lost 2/3 of his manpower. Damn it! We are not rivals. Think of a way. How to think of a way? Didn't you see it before? This kid is very cunning, it's hard to be deceived. Or let's escape. Thinking of this, the eyes of these cosmic people all stopped for a moment, and they immediately bloomed with strong brilliance. That's right. Escape. This is the decision made by all the people of the universe, and their purpose is clear, that is, to stay away from Sokate and Sam. These two people are bound to have a big war, and then they only need to watch from the sidelines and survive until the battle between these two people is over. As Frisia's men, they have been fighting for many years, and now they are a fun game that will destroy the planet. But what they didn't expect was that Feng Shui took turns, and they would one day become pawns in the game. At this moment, basically all the cosmic people felt a feeling of fear for a long time. And this feeling still comes from a child. They were also scared by Sokate. At a critical moment, it is obviously your life that matters most. Even if it angers Sam. It's already too late. When those cosmic people wanted to turn around and escape, they didn't see the cold and dangerous smile on the corner of Sokate behind them. Do you think you'll be able to escape? Sokate's figure was longitudinal, as if floating light, flashing to the front of these cosmic people, flashing several sharp cold lights from time to time halfway, and when Sokate appeared in front of this group of cosmic people, these cosmic people also seemed to be pointed, standing motionless in place, a pair of eyes widened, as if to concave out of the eye socket. Bang bang bang! After a series of muffled sounds, I saw these cosmic people fall to the ground one after another. Black smoke was coming out of their chests, and their hearts had been pierced, completely losing their lives. I'm afraid that before coming to this planet, these cosmic people never thought that they would die here in battle, and they would die at the hands of a child. Oh, that's a good skill. After Sam witnessed Sokate killing all his subordinates, he did not smile angrily, stroked his palm and smiled. The hand is decisive and fierce, and does not give the other party any chance at all. This technique is completely tempered in the life and death battle, which shows that it is no coincidence that you can have such strong combat power at this age. After speaking, Sam suddenly turned his words, his pupils suddenly became cold, and his voice revealed a little gloomy, and said, I advise you to get acquainted with each other. Don't think that if your combat power exceeds 5,000, you can walk sideways in the universe. Do you know that those whose combat power far exceeds yours are not even qualified to be my subordinates? If you want to do it as soon as possible. Are you just talking nonsense? Sokite stared at Sam in front of him with cold eyes, obviously not taking his words to heart. According to the plot of the previous life, there are very few people in the current universe who can freely control the combat power. Hearing this, Sam shook his head from side to side, making a crisp sound, and his gaze towards Sokite became gloomy, and at the same time an evil smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and said, "The negotiation seems to have broken down, and to tell you a bad thing, that is, your Lord Sam, my last patience has also been lost." The power slowly condensed, and a blood-colored mist gradually lingered around the body, which was exactly the murderous atmosphere. "Since the annoying guys are all dealt with, then it's your turn next." Sam's face was gloomy, and a weird and eerie laugh came out of his mouth, and he sneered, "It's a pity, boy, you Lord Sam doesn't have many opportunities to be kind. Since you are so ignorant, then don't blame me for being ruthless." When the words fell, the momentum rose suddenly, and the murderous aura set off suddenly pounced on Sokite like a huge wave crashing on the shore. "Don't think that if you are a child, I will let you go. I don't know how many children I have killed a child as big as you." Chapter 022. The cold wind howled, and the atmosphere in this area was suppressed in vain, but in this heavy atmosphere, the surrounding area was surprisingly quiet. When the eyes look at each other, even the sound of each other's breathing can be heard clearly, and the heavy murderous aura spreads around, and the battle is about to break out. "Have you finished your last words?" Sokite's pupils rippled and he retorted, "The death penalty should also be executed next." After speaking, Sokite's body suddenly turned into an afterimage and immediately disappeared in place. Under the supergravity pressure of that planet, the speed practiced was finally reflected at this moment. Sam's eyes did not seem to be able to keep up with Sokite's movements, and a huge force suddenly came from his chest, and under the influence of this huge force, he began to lean back involuntarily. "Do you think that's the end of it?" The next moment, Sokite's figure suddenly appeared behind Sam. His palm was a knife, and a sharp blade cut towards the back of Sam's head. Bang! Sokite frowned suddenly, just because his split palm had been firmly held in the palm of his hand. Sam didn't even need to look at it, he had already predicted his attack in advance, and it also made his inevitable attack come to naught. "Hands off!" Thinking about it, Sokite's movements were not slow at all, and several white qigong waves were released in a row from his fingertips, and the target was Sam's head. In addition to the heart, the only part that can kill with one blow is the head. At such a close distance, Sokite didn't believe that Sam could avoid all his qigong waves. "Humph!" Sam snorted coldly, although he was still a little unwilling in his heart, but for his own safety, he still released his grip on Sokite's hand, and quickly dodged several shock waves. His body churned, and he swung a strong whip leg. "Break it for me!" Sokite did not dare to be careless, and quickly shook his fist against it. Bang! The muffled sound of the collision of flesh suddenly echoed in the ears of the two, and the moment the power collided, the dust set off formed a ripple, centered on the position of the two, and rippled around. The moment the fists and legs touched, both sides felt the power coming from the other. At the moment of separation, Sokite floated steadily in the air, his face was cold, his fists trembled secretly, and he couldn't hold it for a while. The power pair is obviously down. Compared to Sokite, Sam's expression seemed very relaxed, patting his trouser leg, and a confident smile was outlined on his face, and he seemed to have won the battle. This guy. This scene fell into Sokite's eyes, but also made him quite unhappy. White arrogance lingered all over the body. The speed was increased again, raised his fist and flew towards Sam, aimed at his head and cross arms, but unexpectedly it was empty, which also made him suddenly scream badly, and then a strong wind suddenly hit him, making him subconsciously cross his arms, the horizontal gear in front of his forehead, and suddenly felt a strong force rushing in. Bang! As if he felt his arms broken, the huge force made him completely unable to control his body, and began to fly backwards, only to stop until he hit a mountain. The surface of this mountain peak was also smashed out of a big pit, and his whole body seemed to be embedded in the mountain, looking embarrassed. "Oh! Isn't it dead?" The moment he heard these words, Sokite immediately raised his head as if reflexively, and saw Sam's figure floating in front of him, and did not rush to attack him. His arms were wrapped together, and he looked at him with a leisurely posture, and the smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth was provocative and contemptuous, and he was very angry when he saw him. "You arrogant bastard!" Sokite was angry from his heart. His inky black eyes burst out two killing intense-like substance, and after breaking free from the peak, he galloped forward again, and his palm released countless small energy bullets to bombard Sam, and the moment he touched Sam's skin, he slapped him aside. "This level of attack obviously doesn't work. Go and die." Taking advantage of this gap, Sokite finally approached Sam's body. The muscles of his entire arm suddenly bulged. Huo Ran clenched his fists, and after a short tearing sound, it hit Sam's head like an electric flint. "Hey!" Sokite was met with a contemptuous chuckle. I saw Sam raise his arm in front of him. The surface was covered with a layer of dazzling blue light, faintly revealing a sharp aura, making people dare not look at its brilliance. Snap! With a crisp sound, under this attack, Sam did not even retreat a bit. Chapter 023. How is this possible? Sokite's eyes were round and his face was unbelievable, knowing that this punch was already the strongest punch he could throw, and if even this punch could not cause damage, then he didn't know how to fight this fight. "Your speed is barely okay, but your strength is holding back." Sam's fingers seemed to be playing a piano, rhythmically tapping on the muscles of his arm, and said proudly, "Is it very confusing now? I obviously didn't see your actions in the series of actions just now. Why did I foresee your movements in advance?" Without waiting for Sokite to answer, Sam gave an answer in advance. "It's simple, that's because I have the ability to sense breath." Sense the breath. Hearing this word, Sokite's eyes widened suddenly, and all of Feng Kei's doubts seemed to be explained at this moment. "Are you? Looks like you guessed it." Sam's face was triumphant, perhaps because of the victory, so that he unconsciously revealed his details, and said, "Tell you, I can not only confirm your position through breath, but even be able to freely control combat effectiveness." Hearing this, Sokite's heart sank. This result was the worst result for him. He also didn't expect that this guy, who had never appeared in the original work, actually had the ability to freely control combat effectiveness. "It seems that I really planted it here this time. Since you can freely control your combat power, what is your highest combat power?" Sokite asked unwillingly, although he now realized that the other party's combat power was not only that, but even far surpassed him. "It doesn't hurt to tell you." Sam smiled, immediately stretched out 3 fingers, and said, "My highest combat power is 30,000, but among our kind of special forces, I rank at the bottom. 30,000. Sokite was stunned suddenly, to know that his highest combat power when he gathered was only 7,000, against Sam, who had a combat power of more than 30,000, unless he exposed his identity to become a giant ape, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Thinking of this, Sokite subconsciously glanced at the sky, but unfortunately, there was no existence similar to the moon, which cut off the possibility of him transforming into a giant ape. Secondly, he has not learned the tricks of artificial moons, so he cannot make artificial moons based on the oxygen of this planet like Vegeta. Damn, since I can't transform into a giant ape, what should I do? Do you want me to die here in disgrace? As a traverser, Sokite naturally has a larger goal. Based on this goal to keep him fighting, Frisia is just the beginning, and there will be more powerful bosses waiting for him to challenge in the future. So how can you tell him to die here willingly? Since there is no way to confront him head-on, then you can only find a way to escape. Sokite secretly thought about the escape route, but did not want Sam to suddenly jump forward, fists and feet like the wind, and quickly hit him. Sokate also had no choice but to raise his fist and barely confront him. However, due to the gap in strength, Sokate's attacks were basically ineffective, and he was beaten all over the place, just as he wanted it. Remembering the confident look just now, he felt quite ridiculous. It's time for this game to end. Sam lowered his head slightly, a bloodthirsty evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And the power that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst out. Go to hell and repent of your stupidity. Damn, this combat effectiveness. Sokate can clearly hide the killing atmosphere in the air, and the oppressive feeling that strikes from the front makes him almost breathless. This sense of oppression can not only oppress his body, but also point to his heart. Try this trick. Huo ran, saw Sam's eyelids raised, swept a blurry afterimage, and in an instant Kung Fu appeared in front of Sokate. Although Sokate had long been prepared to deal with the opponent's attack, when the opponent's attack really came, he realized how ridiculous his thoughts really were. Whether it was strength or explosiveness, Sam was obviously several notches ahead of him, and Sokate didn't even have time to react, and was punched out by Sam. This guy's speed is actually so fast. Sokate wiped the blood that spilled from his mouth, a wisp of shock flashed in his eyes, and his heart was even more uneasy. If he continues to fight like this, I am afraid that he will not even have a chance to escape. Without waiting for Sokate to think of a plan, he saw Sam's figure suddenly appear in front of him, and the evil smile on his face was reflected in his eyes, which immediately made him feel bad. Haha, taste your Lord Sam's Qigong wave again. As soon as the words fell, I saw Sam quickly push his palm forward, and with the push of the palm wind, countless Qigong waves were released, flying along the high-speed trajectory in the direction of Sokate. Chapter 024. This scrap. Seeing this group of Qigong waves coming, Sokate couldn't help cursing, quickly condensed his strength in front of his palm, combined his hands into calyxes with his hands forward, and then put his hands on his waist, and condensed blue balls of light in the palms of his hands, emitting bursts of prism like a kaleidoscope. He shouted, "Turtle Pie Qigong!" In an instant, a blue Qigong wave suddenly came out and faced the group of Qigong waves that attacked from above. At this moment, the combat effectiveness detection instrument in front of Sam's eyes suddenly reacted, and Sokate's combat effectiveness actually broke through the 5,000 mark at this moment, and it was still climbing upward, and in the end, it was stuck at an astonishing 7,000. What's going on? This is not like transformation or some other ability to improve combat effectiveness. Can this kid also freely control his combat effectiveness? Boom! With a strong explosion, the black smoke generated filled the entire sky in an instant. Taking advantage of this condition, Sokate, who could not care about continuing to entangle with Sam, quickly turned around and tried to escape in the direction of Gok and Tais. Without waiting to fly far, he suddenly felt a fierce wind sweeping past him, and when he opened his eyes and looked again, Sam's figure suddenly blocked in front of him, with a meaningful smile on his face, and chuckled, "Oh, I didn't expect that I actually looked away this time. It turns out that you, like me, can freely control combat power." As he spoke, Sam's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the expression on his face became more and more gloomy. "I definitely can't let him go out alive today, otherwise, I'm afraid he will become my henchman in the future." In the face of Sam's questioning, Sokate was silent, but his heart was constantly thinking of a way to escape from here. "Pray that you won't be so unlucky in your next life, boy." Sam's eyes flashed with a cruel cold light, his body turned into an afterimage, flashed to Sokate with the momentum of the wind, and suddenly punched Sokate's stomach. Poof! Sokate's face changed instantly, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood arrows from the sky, and after retreating tens of meters, he froze in the air to stabilize his retreating figure. Ahem! Sokate, who felt the itching of the respiratory tract, covered his mouth and coughed twice, looked down, and saw that his palm was already stained with black blood. His face became pale, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Abominable! Do I really want to die at the hands of this guy? Sokate cursed through gritted teeth, and a strong unwillingness permeated the atrium, making him clench his fists and start to tremble angrily. Unfortunately, Sokate, the Traverser, does not have a powerful cheater, but only a broken system. The power of speed is not as good as Sam Sokate, and it will naturally not be his opponent when fighting. And the battle-hardened Sam naturally will not let Sokate escape, and in the process of fighting, his fists and feet hit Sokate's body mercilessly. This feeling is like hitting a sandbag, and the crackling sound sounds very rhythmic. In an instant, there were countless bruises and lumps on the surface of Sokate's skin, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with a bright blood red, which looked extremely embarrassing, and the previous appearance was completely two people. In addition to the heart-wrenching pain, the extremely injured Sokate did not even lose the strength to move his fingers, and he lay limply on the ground without the power to fight back, his chest rising and falling violently, only those eyes were still sharp. Sam looked condescendingly at Sokate, who fell to the ground, one finger stretched out towards the sky, and a golden ball of energy condensed from above the fingertip, emitting brilliant light like a hot fireball. This is the last blow. Prepare to die. After speaking, the energy ball in his hand whistled out, aiming directly at Sokate on the ground. Damn it! I can't move at all. Looking at the fireball that fell from the sky, Sokate's eyes were cracked, and he was extremely injured now, let alone flying at high speed, and even the most basic air dancing techniques could not be done. Snap! It was at this moment that a whirlwind suddenly blew in the distance, followed by a crisp sound in his ears, which sounded as if something had smashed on the ground, and at the same time remembered the harsh light, so that Sokate had to close his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly felt that he was being dragged up. Chapter 025. You guys are here, if I really planted here at the party. Sokate's pale face also showed a happy expression. He didn't need to open his eyes to know the identity of the other party according to his breath, and the person who rescued him was Gark, who went to find fuel, and at the same time a woman's concerned voice sounded in his ears. Sokate, your injury doesn't matter, right? Can't die for the time being. Sokate's slightly dilated eyes suddenly condensed a cold light, although he could not see Taiza's expression, but he could also imagine her concerned look at this time. Taiz, who was in the position of the spaceship, kept looking back at Sokate, who had a weak breath, and the smile that often hung on his face suddenly disappeared, and his worry overflowed. Looking at Sokate, who was covered in scaly wounds, Gok couldn't help but gasp when he saw this, and exclaimed, "This is fake, even Sokate, you are not his opponent." Along the way to find fuel, Gok also saw many acquaintances and colleagues, but these colleagues are now lying quietly on the ground, and their deaths are unusually miserable and terrifying. Before they died, they seemed to have resisted, but unfortunately they were useless. Including the headquarters set up on this planet, almost all the galactic patrolmen in the planet have been killed. I really didn't expect that the guy who led people to destroy the galactic patrol planet was so strong. Even Sokate, you are not his opponent. Taiz followed, and Meimu kept looking at the situation in front of her, and a deep worry appeared between her eyebrows. Sokate barely straightened up his upper body, leaned against the alloy wall inside the spaceship, and said fiercely, "Although I am very unwilling, but with my current ability, if I really want to start with him, I am afraid that I will not even have a chance of victory." Now his combat effectiveness has reached the highest of 7,000, facing Sam, who has a combat power of more than 30,000, not to mention whether there is a chance of victory. It is already a blessing to be able to retreat with his whole body. As the only surviving galactic patrolman on the planet, Gark struggled to digest the information about his opponent and tentatively asked, "Sokate, do you know the specific combat power of this guy?" At this juncture, Gok still has a fantasy that he should not have. "I'm sorry, even if you and I join forces, we are definitely not his opponents." Sokate's pupils showed a trace of gloom, and said, "Because that guy's combat power has reached more than 30,000. What? The combat effectiveness is actually more than 30,000? Gok was suddenly stunned, and immediately held his head in his hands. His salted egg-like eyes revealed a shocked look, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This guy's combat effectiveness turned out to be 30,000. Thais, who heard the news for the first time, couldn't help but gasp. Even if she had not been exposed to the training of warriors, she could feel the strength of this person through the gap in combat effectiveness. Just when Thais and Gok on the spaceship were still shocked by Sam's true combat effectiveness, Sam, who was floating in the air, suddenly shouted, "Can I successfully escape just by covering my eyes? Don't forget, I can also find your actions through your breath." Sam slowly lowered the palm that covered his eyes, raised a wild and proud smile on his face, and said in a loud voice, "Boy, your Uncle Sam and I are a member of the Kinnit team. Do you think my nickname, Lightning, is bragging? Although I can't compare to Bart at the speed of the universe in terms of pure speed, I will never lose to him in terms of instant explosion." After speaking, I saw a blue aura suddenly lingering around Sam, as if thunder and lightning, flashing several rays of light like an arc from time to time, and then jumped. The speed instantly soared several notches, and in the blink of an eye the distance between him and the spacecraft was closed. Thais. This guy is coming after him. Gark helped the seriously injured Sokate and hurriedly said to Thais, who was driving, "Hurry up and start the maximum power of this spaceship." To know that the spacecraft that Thais is building is the most advanced spacecraft in the universe. Why it is the most advanced? It is because its speed has surpassed previous generations of spacecraft and reached a completely new field. I know this. Thais, who has always had a very good temper, also shouted irritably at this time. Just now she captured Sam, who was chasing behind her through the computer screen on the spacecraft, and the spacecraft was not as fast as before due to the lack of fuel just now, plus some other factors, and now even the atmosphere of the planet has not broken through. The nervous Thais, even the hand holding the lever trembled, and her heart was constantly relieved to herself, "It's okay, I can get rid of him after a while." In Thais's thoughts, as long as the spacecraft rushes out of the atmosphere, then it means that it is already safe. After all, no creature can survive well in the universe. It's a pity that things are always full of twists and turns. Chapter 026. Hee, boy, bury yourself in the universe with this spaceship. At the moment when the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and was about to rush into the universe, Sam, who had been chasing after him in the rear, seemed to have succeeded in his conspiracy, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Sam's eyes flashed coldly, and a low drink came out of his mouth, and the blue flames that lingered around him soared in vain, shouting, "Impact cannon!" After saying that, he saw that he gathered his hands forward, and a dazzling blue light shone in his palms, and suddenly pushed towards the spacecraft beyond the sky. Swoosh! The shock cannon flashed blue light, emitted a short, ear-shattering hiss, broke through the barriers of clouds and atmosphere, and went straight to the spaceship. Oops! Gokdan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, was torn apart, and hurriedly turned his head and shouted at Thais, "Quickly turn around!" Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, the entire spacecraft began to tremble as if it had received a strong impact, and the piercing siren began to sound non-stop. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Thais held the joystick, her face full of anxiety, but after being hit by this energy, the spaceship had begun to gradually fall out of his control and began to fall uncontrollably towards the ground. Thais, don't panic first, this spaceship has been damaged, and I'm afraid it won't be able to support us to continue flying. At the moment of crisis, Sokate remained calm and said, "While there is no secondary damage, you quickly turn the spaceship into capsule form. Gark, you take me and fly down with Thais." Hearing this, Gok suddenly became panicked and said, "I said that you are looking for death. Obviously, you are not his opponent, and now that your injury is deepening, how can it not be his opponent?" But at the moment when the words were just finished, the spacecraft seemed to be squeezed by the force, causing the fuselage to suddenly begin to rotate itself uncontrollably, and the sudden rotation almost threw Sokate outside. Ties, hurry up and restore this spaceship to its capsule form. Otherwise we're all finished. After barely holding the handle, Sokate couldn't care less, lifted his breath, and shouted directly in the direction of Ties. Ties suddenly came to his senses when he heard this, and seeing that the situation was not good, he also hurriedly pressed a certain button, and saw a cloud of smoke rise, and then the spaceship suddenly disappeared into the sky out of thin air. Gark! At the moment when the spaceship turned into a capsule form, Ties quickly took the capsule, then fell uncontrollably towards the ground, and then immediately shouted at Gark. Ties knew that in the case of Sokate's serious injury, only Gok had the ability to fly. It's really. Seeing this, Gok also secretly cursed, but did not run for his life alone, but chose to fly to Sokate and Ties, and after holding the two of them, he adjusted his direction and began to fly towards the resource library, and there were some reserve spaceships there, although the performance was much worse than their spacecraft, but it was still able to provide the ability to fly. Danger! Just when Gok finally returned to the sky, just as he was about to fly towards the resource library with the two of them, a blue light suddenly swept in, fortunately. Gark reacted in time and was not hit by the blue light, otherwise all three of them might all turn into flying ash. Boom! After passing dangerously past the three people, this blue light wave did not abate, hit a mountain head-on, and suddenly exploded with a boom. Countless rubble flew, and the towering mountain disappeared in an instant. It's so dangerous. Gok showed a look of luck not being hit, but at some point, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he still seemed to have palpitations. Tai's lips in her arms were trembling slightly, slowly stretched out her trembling fingers, and said with a frightened look, "Gark, that guy is here." "Hey? What the?" Hearing this, Gok's face suddenly changed instantly, and he found Sam, who rushed over at the far end, and he was immediately startled. "Hee, found you." A hint of teasing flashed in Sam's eyes, and he raised a finger, and a golden light shot out from his fingertip, aiming at the position of the three. Poof! This golden light shot straight towards the position of the three, pierced through Gark's shoulder, purple blood spilled, accompanied by Gok's wail, and saw the three fall straight towards the ground, smashing on the ground, kicking up a puff of dust. Chapter 027. Sokate bit his lips fiercely, the strong desire to win made him not pass out for the first time, and the hands that gradually lost their intuition did not know when they obeyed his command again, slowly clenched into fists. The originally pale face became more ugly, and the muscles of the face seemed to spasm, twisting unnaturally. As for Ties beside her, she let out a painful whisper, her shoulders were bleeding, her eyebrows were wrinkled together, and she suddenly said, "Sokate and Gok, are you all right?" At this time, she was still concerned about the safety of Sokate and Gok for the first time. Hey, I'm going to die if you two don't get up again." Gark, who fell at the bottom, said angrily. His shoulder was severely injured and he was used as a cushion by these two people when he fell, and now he can be said to be seriously injured. "Can't fight, can't escape, and escape, what should we do now?" Gok sighed, a deep sadness in his eyes, as if he was already desperate. "Do you want to surrender to that guy?" In the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the laughter was self-deprecating, bitter, and more desperate. At this time, Ties did not say anything. Under the influence of the desperate atmosphere, she who has always been optimistic could not say the words "we still have a chance" against her will at this time. "Surrender." Sokate spat on the ground with a mouthful of thick phlegm, looking at Sam in the sky, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and hatefully, "Even if I die, I will definitely wag my tail and beg for mercy on them." After that, Sokate completely ignored the injuries on his body, and reluctantly stood up from the ground again. "With such a serious injury, you can still retain your consciousness so soberly. Boy, you're really surprising me more and more." Sam's face was somewhat stunned when he saw this scene, but there was also a touch of appreciation in the depths of his eyes. Although the two sides were unending enemies, but the other party's will and fighting spirit not to accept defeat also made him have to look at him differently. However, it is precisely because of what Sokate has shown that he is more determined in his heart to kill Sokate. If you let it grow, the person who will die will definitely be yourself. Sam has never been so sure of anything in his heart, except for his allegiance to Frisia and the fact that Frisia is the #1 powerhouse in the universe. After a pause of a few seconds, a thought suddenly came to Sam's mind, and a cruel sneer suddenly appeared on his face, and he continued, "Since you are not dead yet, let's play a game." Sokate was stunned, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong, so he quickly roared, "If there is anything, come at me, don't deal with other people." "Hey! Even if I don't promise you, what can you do with me?" Sam's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the smile on his face became more and more cruel. "It seems that you care about these two friends around you, or should I kill the two of them first?" Standing in place, Sokate, who was enduring the pain, suddenly shrank his pupils after hearing Sam's words, and then his face suddenly changed, and he quickly yelled at Sam, "Bastard! Something is coming at me. What is the ability to hurt them?" Sam smiled silently, his gaze gradually swept over Sokate, slowly gathering on Ties beside him. When he felt Sam's malicious gaze, Tisden felt a cold all over his body, as if he was in an ice cellar, and a strong chill filled his whole body in an instant. "You!" Ties then understood that the other party wanted to kill himself first, so as to hit Sokate, and was suddenly frightened and motionless, and even his speech became stumbling. In recent years, she has seen too many bloody storms in the universe. Of course, she knows that the other party is not lying, or there is no need to lie. Ties's figure came into his eyes, and the corners of Sam's mouth suddenly outlined a hairy smile, and two cold killing intents burst out of his eyes. "Hee, the first one is you, woman." Just before Ties could react, she only felt a flash in front of her, and Sam in her sight disappeared in an instant. "What about people?" Ties suddenly exclaimed, and just as she was still looking for Sam's traces, the temperature around her suddenly dropped, as if frost had fallen, and even the air was mixed with a slight chill. "Be careful!" Sokate immediately blocked in front of Ties, trying to block the attack for her, but unexpectedly, Sam seemed to see through his actions, and the figure flashed behind the two, and then Tais felt a huge force behind him. A hot and severe pain rushed in, as if hit by a big truck, and flew out with Sokate in front, stirring up a large piece of dust in the sky. P.S. Sorry for the late update, although the theme written by Zixiao is not LOL. As an old player who has been playing League of Legends since the S2 period, here I still congratulate RNG for winning the MSI Championship. Chapter 028. Ties. Sokate, who fell to the ground, immediately turned to look back, but saw that Ties had fallen to the ground at this time, spitting blood in her mouth. Her breath was quite weak, and she could die at any time. Seeing this scene, Sokate only heard a buzz, and then his brain seemed to have lost everything and became blank. The only person in this world who has ever given himself warmth died in front of him like this. This bastard thing! Sokate's eyes erupted with powerful anger, but his voice seemed so weak, and a kind of anger towards his own incompetence gradually began to breed from the depths of his heart. This feeling made Sokate very hateful. Once upon a time, he was proud of the power he could have, but now at this moment, he understood how insignificant his power was. Even the people you care about can't protect it. And what's the difference with waste? Thinking of this, Sokate's pride that belonged to the Traverser was suddenly shattered like falling glass. Sam looked at Sokate, who was on the verge of collapse, as if he had achieved his goal, opened his mouth, and raised his head to the sky with a burst of rampant laughter. "Haha, this is already accepted. Boy, I forgot to tell you, it's just the beginning. This woman still has a breath, doesn't she?" Sam completely ignored Gok, who had already run away, and walked straight to the direction where the two Sokate were, his eyes pointed directly at the increasingly weak ties, and a frightening evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, then let me help again. Miscellaneous. What kind of skill is it to deal with a woman? All of them come at me if they have the ability. Sokate glared angrily at Sam, who was approaching with blood-red eyes, as if using all his strength, and roared loudly. Hearing this, Sam's face sank. Although he had long been immune to the enemy's shouts and scolding after many years of fighting, when he heard it with his own ears, he could not help but feel unhappy in his heart. Thinking of this, Sam couldn't help frowning. A wisp of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the evil smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth became stronger, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely kill you, but before you die, I will let you see with your own eyes that all the people around you die in front of you. You. Aren't you angry?" In order to make Sokate feel more terrifying, Sam deliberately slowed down the pace of walking, and said as he walked, "Experience this feeling of powerlessness. This is the consequence of your low combat effectiveness." As soon as he said this, Sokate's heart aroused the thirst for power even more. "I want strength. I want to fight. I want to protect those I hold dear." Sokate kept shouting in his heart, his pupils focused on a focal point, and a scorching spark of battle intent bloomed inside. Thump! At this time, Sokate suddenly felt his heartbeat suddenly become faster, and a burning sensation came from behind his ass, which was exactly where he hit his tail. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and strange power gushed out from his body. This power far exceeded all the power he had before. What the hell is going on here? This series of changes surprised and delighted Sokate, but the next moment, his hands suddenly clenched his head. Heavy negative emotions invaded the depths of his mind, and gradually controlled his thinking. Ah! Sokate seemed to have a headache. Shaking his head madly, the blood in his pupils began to spread, and the rich emotions disappeared, replaced by a beast-like madness, and a low whistling sound came out from time to time, as if he was a mental patient. After seeing Sokate's strange movements, Sam tilted his head and looked at the other party suspiciously, as if it was difficult to understand what was wrong with the other party. "Are you scared crazy by me?" When this thought arose, Sam's heart suddenly felt happy, and at the same time, a sense of accomplishment welled up, and the expression on his face became proud. This feeling of driving a genius crazy step by step with his own hands also made him very excited. Chapter 029. Hey! It was at this time that the combat power detection instrument in front of Sam's eyes suddenly reacted, and the object was the seemingly crazy Sokate in front of him. What the hell is this guy in? Before Sam finished speaking, he saw that the combat effectiveness index in front of him suddenly began to soar wildly. 5,000. 7,000. 7,500. 8,500. 9,000. 1,000,000. When the combat effectiveness exceeded 10,000, the detection instrument in front of Sam's eyes was also beyond the range it could detect, and exploded into pieces with a boom, and he himself looked incredulous, muttering, "How can this kid's combat effectiveness change so drastically in a short period of time? Could it be that he, like Sob, has the ability to transform?" As soon as this thought came out, it was immediately vetoed by Sam himself. "It's impossible. If this kid really has the ability to improve his combat effectiveness, then he won't stay until now. If it weren't for his intention to tease Sokate, I'm afraid Sokate would have died more than 10 times. Whoosh! Sokate's eyes gradually began to turn white, and the aura that lingered around him suddenly turned black, and then a strong force burst out around his body, shaking around. Boom! The strength of the power is that Sam in front of him is also affected. This breath! Damn it! I'm afraid this kid's current combat strength can already be on par with me. Sam's face suddenly became serious. Although he lost the combat effectiveness measuring instrument, he knew how to sense the breath to determine the strength of the other party. And he also taught this technique to Captain Kainu. It is precisely for this reason that Captain Kainu specially recommended Sam to Frisia, and recruited him, who was slightly inferior in combat effectiveness, into the Kainu special forces. Bang! Sokite's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, and the next moment appeared in front of Sam, and the horizontal fist hit Sam's head directly, and Sam, who reacted extremely quickly, also punched against it, and a violent airflow suddenly reverberated around, and shook out countless ripples. Sam deserved to be a member of the Kainu Special Forces, only to see him snort coldly, purple aura lingering all over his body, and at the same time deftly moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding Sokate's fist. Whoosh! Sokate, who had completely lost his mind and only had a fighting instinct, reacted unexpectedly quickly, and just as Sam swept his strength away, he saw him quickly and violently lift his right leg out, carrying a strong wind, and kicked it head-on. Boom! The fists and feet collided again, this time the force of the collision was even stronger, and the ground under the feet spread out countless cracks like spider webs, and it seemed that it could not withstand the power of the two people, collapsing downwards, and at the same time constantly sinking downwards. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the two people all turned into afterimages, sometimes appearing in the sky, sometimes appearing on the ground, and the muffled sound resounded above the clouds. Countless energies collided together, bursting into fierce sparks. My God, when did Soke become so powerful? Gok suddenly appeared from Taiza's side, looking at the figure with black chi entwined, and couldn't help but be startled. Gark, go help him. At this time, Taiz, who had fallen to the ground and was already dying, came in a weak voice. Go help him. Hearing this, Gark immediately shook his hand and said with a sneer, Taiz, don't be kidding, how can I be involved in such a battle with my little strength? Although his fighting ability is not strong, through observation, he knows more or less that Sokate is in a special state at this time, which is precisely what will give him the power to fight Sam. This level of combat is no longer something he can mix if he wants to, and rushing forward to help is likely to disrupt Sokate's rhythm. You are seriously injured now, I will take you to treatment first. Saying that, Gok also picked up the seriously injured Taiz, and after finding a safe place, he took out a capsule from his trouser pocket, and after throwing it forward, he saw a puff of white smoke rising, and suddenly a glass container filled with green liquid on the ground, and there were some lines that did not know what to do, as well as an oxygen cylinder. Chapter 030. This is the liquid medical machine that is currently popular in the universe, but compared with other medical machines that can be used many times, this medical machine not only has different materials on the surface, but also takes a relatively long time to recover, and more importantly, it can only provide one use. Taiz, do you remember this capsule that you made yourself? I didn't expect that one day this thing would also save your life. Gok also sighed that since Taiz came to the Galaxy Patrol, she had transformed all kinds of things into universal capsules just in case. Although she couldn't remember most of these things clearly, she didn't expect that it would actually save her life today. Did you just go out to look for this? Taiz asked, did you bring fuel and spaceship? The spaceship hasn't been brought over yet, otherwise I would have left the planet with you long ago. Gok said, you go to the treatment for the time being, based on your physique, it may take nearly 2 hours or so to fully recover. That's okay. Gok said, don't worry about him for the time being, judging from the combat power he shows, even against that guy, he won't suffer a loss. Both sides were extremely fast people, and they couldn't find a trace of them when they fought, and the fierce aura they brought with them kept stirring around, and the flying dust didn't even fall back to the ground. At first, Sam originally had the upper hand, but as the battle continued, Sokite seemed to gradually adapt to this intensity of fighting, from passive beatings to back and forth, and finally even began to press Sam to fight, completing the change from passive defense to active attack. Sam himself was also distressed, and he never thought that Sokate, who only had a fighting instinct, could grow up through battle, and this speed was still visible to the naked eye. Why is this kid so difficult? Sam's expression was no longer the calm banter of before, and gradually became anxious, and an unvented depression gradually spread from the depths of his heart. He has now begun to regret why he didn't kill Sokate in the first place before, but he also wanted to tease and humiliate him, which finally caused Sokate to become his henchman. Get out of here! After quickly dodging Sokate's entanglement, Sam suddenly jumped into the air, quickly condensed his strength, and released a powerful Qigong cannon. Whoosh! Sokate took advantage of Sam's time to gather strength, using his super-fast speed to gallop behind Sam, and by the time Sam released this Qigong cannon, Sokate had already come to the position behind him, clasped his hands together, and slammed into the back of Sam's head. Bang! The defenseless Sam was suddenly hit straight to the ground. Sokate raised his head to the sky and roared, his eyes suddenly flashed with an earth-shattering killing intent, and then he saw that he quickly shot dozens of Qigong bombs, all of which hit Sam, who fell to the ground. Boom! After a series of explosions, smoke rose again on the ground. Whoosh! Sokate gathered his hands, the blue prism flashed in his palms, and a blue Qigong wave was released, flying straight to the thick smoke on the ground, and suddenly made a louder explosion. Ugh! Sam, who was frequently attacked, was naturally very uncomfortable, and the bones under his body felt pain one after another, and blood kept spilling out of his mouth, looking dying. Damn it! Do I really want to die at the hands of this kid this time? Sam seemed unusually unwilling. He had countless opportunities to kill Sokate, but he did not cherish them, and finally caused this disaster. If he could be asked to choose again, then he would definitely not give Sokate a chance to fight back. It's a pity. There are no ifs for everything. After Sokate swept over a long afterimage, he flashed into the thick smoke, determined the position of the other party according to the breath, and immediately directly kicked, stepped on the ground fiercely, and the result was in the bullseye. Ah! With the fall of this foot, Sam's head was already buried deep into the ground, and after a shocking wail, his arms were paralyzed limply to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. After less than a second of time, I saw Sokate lift his blood-stained foot again, with an almost maniacal smile on his face, and then step on it again. Bang! With a loud bang, the surroundings suddenly shook, and countless cracks spread under Sokate's feet, quickly spreading towards the surroundings. Sokate glanced down at Sam at his feet, his smile getting more twisted and terrifying, followed by another kick. Bang! 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 As if to vent the resentment in his heart, Sokate kicked one after another, constantly stepping towards the ground. Purple blood invaded the ground, and Sam's breath became weaker and weaker, and finally left this world with endless regret and resentment. Chapter 031. Hey? What is this place? I don't know how long it took. When Sokate opened his somewhat tired eyes, everything in his sight was covered in green, and in front of him was the depths of the vast universe. Seeing this scene, the expression on Sokate's face was dazed. Is this a spaceship? Was I saved by someone else? Sokate also realized that he was actually immersed in a glass container, which was filled with green liquid, and his body was soaked in a special liquid, only feeling warm all over his body, and there was an indescribable comfort. Even the injured part began to recover on its own, which shows how fast it can be treated. Is this kind of thing the kind of medical machine that treated Vegeta and Sun Wukong's injuries in the original book? Thinking of this, a series of broken memories emerged one by one in the depths of his mind, and he can now vaguely remember that when he saw Taiza's dying appearance, he hated his incompetence and eagerly demanded power, and as a result, a powerful force really surged out of his body at that time, but with the surge of power, his consciousness gradually blurred, and finally the memory also stayed here. As for what happened next, he had no idea, but this did not prevent him from making a bold assumption: since I am still alive, it means that Sam has been. Wait a minute, can't I sense other people through breath? Thinking of this, Sokat's dull nerves also reacted. Although he could not leave the medical machine now, he could still sense the surrounding crowd through his breath. Sure enough, when he closed his eyes tightly and began to sense the surrounding breath, two familiar breaths suddenly appeared beside him, which also made Sokat suddenly happy, because these two breaths are his two most trusted companions at present, Gok and Tais. It's great that Tais isn't dead. Just at this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the room, and then he saw Tais's figure appear in his line of sight. The corners of his mouth suddenly turned up, and he smiled in surprise. "Sokat, you finally woke up. Are the injuries on your body better?" "It's really worthy of His Royal Highness the Prince of the Fighting Nation, the recovery power is so fast. I thought it would take you nearly an hour to regain consciousness, but I didn't expect that you only needed a short 15 minutes to regain consciousness." A voice sounded behind Tais, and then he saw Gok, who looked like a tokusatsu actor, come over with a smelly fart expression. Seeing that Gok was also safe and sound, Sokat's face had a little more smile, and he listened to the other party continue. "This kind of medical machine is disposable, and the effect of treatment may not be as good as those expensive medical machines, so you better not rush out and stay in it for a while, so as not to leave any dark injuries." Hearing this, although Sokat had a lot of doubts in his heart, in order to be able to keep himself from leaving troubles, he could only do what Gok said. "Sokat, I really didn't expect you to hide such a powerful combat power. If you had erupted this force earlier, I'm afraid that neither Tais nor you would have been seriously injured." Gok continued, "But I can also understand your hidden clumsiness. After all, when you completely burst out this force, it is as if you have changed a person. You don't even have any reason, you only know how to fight madly." Speaking of this, Gok shook his head, his eyes still palpitating. Just after Sokat solved Sam, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and began to frantically destroy everything around him, so that the mountains and the ground all suffered. If he hadn't gone far ahead of time, I am afraid that he would have been killed unconsciously by Sokat. Gok's words also answered the doubts that Sokat had lingered in his heart, thinking, "I couldn't imagine that the gushing would be so huge that it could easily kill that Sam. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell, the choice is yours." For some reason, these words suddenly appeared in the depths of Sokat's mind, which also made him feel a little inexplicable, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that the source of this power is that mysterious tail? Thinking of this, Sokat seems to have some understanding. According to this incomplete system, this so-called ancient tale, the degree of cherishing is the highest. As for its role, it has never been clearly stated, and you need to explore it yourself. Thinking of this, Sokat's mind seemed to split. A ray of thunder, and a ray of essence flashed in his eyes, and he said in his heart, "Could it be that this tale has brought me an extraordinary power? It's just that because my current strength is still weak, I can't control this power, so I lose my mind." I have to say that although Sokat as a traverser does not have peerless talent, he is at least a little brainy. Since this tale is so powerful, then why does the system say one thought of heaven and one thought of hell? Sokat seemed to be confused again, and at this moment, Tais's words reached his ears at the right time. "Sokat, are you really you just now? P.S. The collection is on the street again, kneeling for collection." Chapter 032. Looking at the doubtful gaze cast by Sokat, Tais continued, "What Gok said just now is right. After you burst out that power, you really seem to have changed a person, but what Gok described is somewhat euphemistic, not so much a changed person, but a demon upper body." After hearing Tais's words, Gok couldn't help but echo, "Sokat, although the power you burst out is very powerful, it gives people a very penetrating feeling, and the degree of evil is even far more than that guy named Sam." Evil. Hearing this word, Sokat was stunned suddenly, and the memory of the last moment of losing his mind appeared in his mind, and he suddenly remembered that at that time, countless negative emotions began to breed, gradually burying his sanity, thus causing him to lose his mind. Imperceptibly, An hour passed. After more than an hour of treatment, Sokate's injuries finally recovered as before, and the moment he came out of the glass container, he suddenly felt that the strength in his body had increased a lot. In normal times, he may not feel strange, but feel at ease. After all, the strength is greatly increased after dying, which is the ability that every scion has, and it is this almost perverted ability that has created the famous name of the scion of the fighting nation. However, after learning of Fang Cai's own changes, Sokate became alert, and his intuition told him that the sign of this greatly improved strength was not that the scion blood in his body was at work, and in terms of his own injuries, it was not enough to stimulate the scion blood. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell, the choice is in me. For some reason, this sentence resurfaced in Sokate's mind, and from the initial doubts to now, he seemed to have somewhat understood why the system introduced this tale like this. As a warrior, it's natural to thirst for power. If you can find a shortcut on the road to find strength, then I think no one will let it go, and this special tale on Sokate can provide a shortcut, but at what cost, it is still unknown. Sokate, are you really going to leave? Looking at Taiza's reluctant face, Sokate wanted to leave the woman who had given him warmth, but in order to be able to control his destiny, he had to do so. Taiz, and Gark, I'm sure you all know that Frisia sees us scions as a thorn in the side, and he can't wait to destroy all scions, even if he doesn't know my identity yet, but paper can't contain the fire, sooner or later he will learn my identity, and I'm afraid it will cause a disaster. Sokate said solemnly, as a friend, I don't want this calamity to happen to you. For Sokate, he now hopes that Gak and Taiz can live well until the end like the original plot. Sokate, can you listen to me? Although Taiz could understand Sokate's choice, she couldn't watch him go to death, so she persuaded, with your current strength, trying to confront Frisia is undoubtedly a pebble, as the saying goes, come to Japan, you are still young, you can have a lot of time to accumulate strength, and when you can really fight Frisia, it will not be too late to appear. There is still time, but there is not much left. Staring at Taiza's bitter look, Sokate couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and said, don't be so nervous, don't forget, even if the strength difference is huge, I can still kill Sam, even if the opponent is replaced by Frisia. I am still sure that I can defeat him. You this. Looking at the radiance in Sokate's eyes, Taiz couldn't help but be stunned, all because he saw a ray of hope in the other party's eyes. Wish? Could it be that he has now come out of the haze of despair? It has a sleep function, and as for the root, I believe you should know better than me. Taking Sokate to the hatch, Gark threw the capsule in his hand and turned into a one-man spaceship, saying, I hope everything goes well in your future journey. Thank you. Sokate patted Gark's shoulder and immediately walked into the spaceship, and at the moment when the hatch of the spacecraft was about to merge, he waved at Gark and said, everyone will have a period later. Gark rarely put on a serious look and said, that's what I thought. Regain hope in despair. After Sokate left, Taiz kept chanting this sentence, but her eyes became brighter and brighter, and this feeling was now welling up, and she couldn't wait to write immediately. While the inspiration was still there, she also hurried back to her bedroom, constantly tapping on the keyboard, and countless fonts began to appear on the screen. Chapter 033. What Sokate did not expect was that after Tai's return to Earth, the novel published did not use Gok as a prototype, but adapted his personal experience into a novel, and was also successfully published. The book is called Defiance to Despair. The setting and cosmology of the book basically apply the current worldview, and some of the characters, such as the villain Frisia, basically appear under their real names. And this novel also brings a novel concept, that is, combat effectiveness. Distinguish between strong and weak in an almost brutal way. The protagonist of this book is also called Sokate, and the story tells that in the universe we live in, there are many peoples, some of which are good at scientific research and some are good at fighting. One of the most notorious is the Scions, known as the Fighting Nation. They are a recognized fighting nation in the universe, and they like to invade other weak planets by force, slaughter all the life in the planet, and then sell this planet to get benefits. Scions, a fighting nation that advocates force, will basically test their combat literacy as soon as they have offspring, and those who fail to pass will be assigned to remote planets. Most readers understand that distribution among the scions is no different from execution, the only difference is that it is not their own hands. As the leader of the scion, King Vegeta naturally attaches great importance to the combat potential of his children, and after having a super genius eldest son, he was originally full of expectations for his second child, but what people didn't expect was that his second child was detected with very low combat data. It also made King Vegeta quite angry, and regardless of his baby-like body, he sent him to a poor and remote planet and left him to fend for himself. Seeing this, basically all readers understand that this person who was abandoned by his father from birth is the protagonist of this book, Sokate. Then came the first twist of the book, when the infamous scions were exterminated. Neither King Vegeta nor his super genius eldest son were spared in this catastrophe. Perhaps no one expected that the last scion who survived turned out to be him who had been abandoned a long time ago. Readers with rich inner emotions and a strong sense of substitution almost showed a sarcastic smile at the corners of their mouths when they saw this. Here, Ties does not directly tell the truth of the extermination of the scions, but uses a very cryptic method to tell the reader that the truth of this extermination incident is by no means as simple as it seems. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the protagonist Sokate not only did not die on that planet, but survived with his tenacious fighting spirit, and under the gravity pressure of this planet, he successfully broke through his limits and gained great power. Just when Sokate naively thought that he would continue his ordinary life on this planet, the arrival of several uninvited guests completely disrupted his peaceful life. Here the book ushered in the second twist, that is, the truth of the extermination of the scions. In fact, it is not an accident, but man-made. At the same time, the image of the cosmic emperor Frieza also appeared in people's eyes for the first time. He is not only powerful, but more importantly, his sphere of influence is very vast, occupying nearly 70% of the universe. Of course, more importantly, he is also the master of the Scion fighting nation. Reading this, those readers also had some doubts in their hearts. Since the Scions were Frieza's subordinates, then why did Frieza destroy the Scions? And this answer was gradually revealed in the subsequent battles, that is, the Scions have a very terrifying combat potential, which also made Frieza quite jealous, fearing that one day the Scions would threaten his rule, so he exterminated him early. So a fierce battle was inevitable, and in the end, although Sokate barely won the battle, his identity was completely exposed, and he had to embark on a journey to escape in order to survive. Because he couldn't disclose the affairs of the Galaxy Patrol, and Ties wanted to promote the plot, he made some modifications on the basis of the original things, omitting the matter of the sixth uncle of Sokate, making the whole plot more dangerous. As the only surviving descendant of the Scion people, Sokate had to carry the grudges of the upper tribe and embarked on the path of rebellion against Frieza alone. As a son who was cruelly abandoned by his father at birth, Sokate actually has no need to avenge the dead people, but with Scion blood, he cannot stay out of the matter, or there is no choice. Because even if he doesn't plan to resist, the other party won't let him go. At this point, these readers also seem to be panicked, and they may be able to understand why the book is called Defying Despair. Because this book has previously revealed Sokate's real combat power. As the protagonist, he only has about 4,000 combat power. And the villain Frieza's combat power value is more than 1 million. The gap between the two is basically like a chasm, which is completely the difference between heaven and earth. Sokate understood this better than anyone, but as he said before, there was really no choice but to resist him. Needless to say, the next plot is the scene where Sokate shows his talents. Under the encirclement and interception of the enemy, he did not despair, but showed extraordinary courage and wisdom, constantly created miracles, and finally broke through the encirclement of the other party by not very strong force, and killed the leader of this incident head-on when he left. And the plot of this book also reaches its climax here. At the same time, it has also entered the final stage. By the end of the book, the protagonist Sokate still has not succeeded in revenge, not even seen the face of the big boss Frisia, just killing an inconspicuous little boss under him, but he has something more important than revenge, that is, hope. After this experience of escaping death, he will not continue to immerse himself in the despair of not being able to take revenge, and he will continue to fight bravely even if the enemy is strong. Regaining hope in despair is precisely the theme of this book. As soon as this book was published, it immediately became the hottest novel of the year, and Thais, who dreamed of becoming an SF writer, also became a hit through this book, jumping from obscurity to the most popular novelist of the year. Chapter 034. 3 months later, a spacecraft broke through the obstruction of the atmosphere and cut through the sky, outlining a long trail, and then fell at great speed into the mountain lake, and the lake was suddenly splashed. The highest peak of the chaotic mountain, a room that looks unique. Hey! The body of the great elder sitting on the huge seat suddenly shook slightly, and his eyes, which had not been opened for a long time, revealed a slit. This is... Great elder, what's wrong with you? As a guard beside the great elder, after seeing this, Nero quickly stepped forward and asked. The combat-type nemesis have grown up very fast. This Nero has only been born for less than 3 years, and he already has a tall physique, and with the help of the great elder, he even has a strong combat power that breaks 10,000. The great elder closed his eyes again, but the corners of his old mouth suddenly turned up, and he said, a distant guest has come to name seeing, Niru, you can help me call him over, remember not to conflict with him. Yes. Niru nodded, and with excellent eyes, he naturally captured the place where the spacecraft landed, so after pushing open the door, he jumped directly and flew to the landing site. Gollum! In a pool of lake water, suddenly rippled out of small bubbles, then the bubbles became larger and larger, and finally saw a figure directly out of the lake, slowly landed on the shore, a rushing hare, wearing a white combat uniform, the silver-black tail around the waist is very eye-catching, and he is Sokate. Is this broken? It seems that the quality of this spacecraft is still not good. Looking at the spacecraft that had sunk to the bottom of the lake, Sokate shook his head helplessly. He also did not expect that the quality of this spacecraft would be so good, and he could only provide a one-way ticket. Collecting his expression, Sokate surrounded the scenery. Under the turquoise sky, the surrounding mountains and lakes were connected, countless birds flew over it, and the air was very fresh. Is this the nemesis? The moment Sokate's body came out of the spacecraft, he felt relaxed physically and mentally, and his whole body felt fluttering, as if he could float up at any time. After a big battle with Sam, his combat effectiveness has greatly improved. The Earth should also be the same gravity. Sokate couldn't help but think of the distant Earth. According to time calculations, now the plot of Dragon Ball has not officially begun. Bulma, who began the journey to find Dragon Ball, is still in the western capital, and the number 1 thug under his command, Sun Wukong, is still living in Bun Mountain. According to time estimates, there are still nearly 7 years before Bulma and Sun Wukong first met. Hey! At this moment, Sokate suddenly felt that several chi were flying in his direction, among which there were strong and weak. These were not enough to worry, the strength of the strongest chi was still above him, and the combat effectiveness was at least 10,000 points. The chi that broke 10,000 points should be the Great Elder's guard, Niru. Sokate muttered, among the peace-loving nemesis who have never had civil strife, there is no shortage of talent, but only the lack of combat-type genius. Throughout the Frisia chapter, in the face of the alien invasion, the Namex seems to have no room to resist at all, and they are quickly slaughtered. Although there are a few nemesis with 1,000 combat effectiveness, they are simply not enough to see in the face of Frisia's huge forces. You must know that the strongest combat type Nemir's combat power is only 42,000 points, let alone fighting with Frisia, even against the kind of special forces under his command, it is simply not enough. With my current combat strength, unless it's against Niru. When I meet other nemesis, I have a good chance of winning. Although Soket did not want to contradict the nemesis during this trip, there are some things that he does not have the final say. At this moment, a mist-like tail was drawn in the sky, and with the violating wind, 4 emerald green-skinned nemesis landed in front of him in turn, all looking at themselves with vigilant faces, and said, "Outsiders, what is the purpose of your coming to our nemesis?" The words revealed a question, but when the 4 nemesis saw the tail behind Sokite's ass, they were immediately startled and yelled, "You are a scion." "That's right, I'm a scion. P.S. For the needs of the plot, let Niru come out a few years earlier, and everyone who delves into the plot should not spray." Chapter 035. Sokate did not deny it. After all, the characteristics of the tale were indeed obvious, stepping forward, but did not want the 4 of them to brush back several steps, and even put on a posture that they were ready to fight at any time. This also made Sokite quite helpless, waved his hand, and said, "Don't be so nervous, I didn't come here." Before he finished speaking, he saw one of the nemesis people in front of him directly throw a ball of Qigong bombs and roared, "You evil fellow, give me death." "Why bother?" Sokate's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness, the figure flashed, and disappeared into the sight of the 4 nemesis in the blink of an eye, which immediately made the 4 of them nervous, and quickly looked around, but did not want a light voice to suddenly come from behind him. "Hey, I said, what are you looking for?" The 4 nemesis shrank their pupils, slowly turned their heads, their bodies trembled, and just behind the 4 of them, Sokate sat cross-legged on the ground, arms wrapped, looking at them leisurely. Without the restraint of high gravity, Sokate can now be described as a bird in flight, and both speed and reaction have been immediately improved. "You." Before he could finish speaking, Sokate, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky in the distance, and whispered, "Is he here?" "Him." The Namex people with excellent ear power and eyesight naturally heard the whisper in Sokate's mouth, and immediately looked in the direction Sokate was looking at, and suddenly their spirits were lifted, and one of them couldn't help but clench his fists and shouted, "It's Niru coming." "Is it really him?" Sokate raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself in his heart, "This Niru has always guarded the side of the Great Elder, but now he has come here to find me, which means that the Great Elder already knows that I am here. So what was the purpose of allowing Niru to come here? With the gentle nature of the Great Elder, he must not do anything to kill, at most, he just wants to capture me." Thinking of this, Sokate also let go of his heart, and at the same time secretly admired in his heart, "I really deserve to be a Great Elder, living in such a house, you can sense my existence." As the only Namexi who survived when Namex was on the last extinction, the Great Elder himself does not have strong combat power, but he has many superpowers and is knowledgeable, and also produces the Great Dragon Ball of Namek. Of course, what Sokate cares about the most is the ability of the Great Elder to stimulate the hidden potential in other people's bodies, and you don't see that the original clan has obtained the Great Elder's stimulating potential, and the combat power has soared from 1,500 to 13,000, almost 10 times higher. And this is the purpose of his travel of thousands of miles to drive the spaceship and come here. My current combat power is almost 9,000 or so, and if I can accept the potential stimulation of the Great Elder, I can at least exceed 50,000. Thinking of this, Sokate didn't know what to think, and suddenly looked at the interface of the system, and the center of the interface was still the line of font. The current energy collected by the system is 25.75%. What happens when you collect your energy? This problem has also plagued Sokate for a long time. Just as he was in thought, Niru had already appeared in front of him. His expression remained serious, and he was not shaken by Sokate's identity, and said in a deep voice, "Outsider, please come with me, the Great Elder wants to see you. Oh? The Great Elder actually wants to see me? Sokate raised his eyebrows, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, stretched out his hand politely, and said, "Then please lead the way." Of course, he was familiar with the plot, and he knew how powerful the Great Elder was, so he was not surprised. Then, Sokate followed Niru to the top of the peak where the Great Elder was, and when he landed on the peak, he was presented with a strangely shaped house in front of the two. Niru walked into the house, then opened the door of the house and said to Sokate behind him, "This is where the Great Elder is." After speaking, without waiting for Sokate to answer, he walked directly in. "This guy is really cold enough." Sokate was unimpressed, and followed inside. Without waiting to take a few steps, he saw Niru's body suddenly slowly rise, and when he looked up, he saw that there was a circular hole above, the Great Elder is on it. Chapter 036. After flying up together, the first thing that caught his eye was the huge body of the Great Elder, although he had been mentally prepared, but when he saw the Great Elder himself, Sokate couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so big." Indeed, in terms of body shape alone, the Great Elder is definitely one of the best in Dragon Ball. "Welcome, are you a scion from afar?" The Great Elder's calm voice came slowly, and there was a bit of weakness in his voice. "Oh? Such a pure bloodline, if I am not mistaken, Your Excellency should be a member of the royal family of the Scions. To be precise, I'm just a scion who was abandoned by my father at birth." After Sokate stood on the ground, he raised his head, stared at the Great Elder in front of him, and said lightly, "These so-called false claims have long been in vain when planet Vegeta collapsed, and now I don't mention it." "Oh? So, you must already know the reason for all this?" A hint of curiosity appeared on the Great Elder's wrinkled face. "Is it hard to guess?" Sokate sneered sarcastically and said, "Naturally there is no good end to conspiring with the tiger." Speaking of this, he first glanced at Nero beside the Great Elder, then raised his head and looked at the Great Elder again, and said, "Isn't the Great Elder curious about the reason why I came here? Your Excellency's heart is very pure, and there are no evil thoughts, so I am not worried that Your Excellency will destroy Namesing." As he spoke, the corners of the Great Elder's mouth turned up, and he said, "But I can feel the urgency in Your Excellency's heart, which seems to have an extraordinary thirst for power." "That's right," Sokate admitted very crisply, saying, "I didn't come to Namek this time to invade your planet, nor to covet the power of Dragon Ball." At the mention of the Dragon Ball, the Great Elder's face changed slightly, and said, "Where did Your Excellency learn about the Dragon Ball? It's not just Namex who has Dragon Balls in this universe." Sokate rolled his eyes and continued, "As the maker of the Namex Dragon Ball, I believe that the Great Elder is also very aware of this." Hearing this, the Great Elder suddenly fell silent, and Sokate also stepped forward and said, "With the wisdom of the Great Elder, I believe it is not difficult to guess what kind of disaster will be caused once people with ulterior motives spread the matter of the Dragon Ball." As soon as these words came out, Nielu, who was standing beside the Great Elder, suddenly frowned and said, "Is Your Excellency threatening us?" "No," Sokate shook his head, nodded sideways in the direction of the Great Elder, and said, "I believe the Great Elder must understand what I mean, right? Stand down, Niru." The Great Elder suddenly spoke, "Your Excellency is right, if you let ambitious people learn the news of the Dragon Ball, it will definitely cause the disaster of Namex." Sokate stretched out his hand, put on a helpless look, and said, "I believe that the Great Elder did not expect that the Pearl of Hope, which is a symbol of the wisdom and strength of the Nemesis people, would invite calamity." "Drink." The Great Elder drank slightly, and the surface of his body suddenly bloomed with emerald green brilliance, and then two streams of essence light burst out from the periphery of his eyelids, and the emerald green light disappeared immediately, and purple blood stains flowed from his mouth. "Great Elder." Niru hurriedly stepped forward. "Don't worry, this prophecy can't lose much of my life." The Great Elder gasped for a long time, looking very tired. Your Excellency's expectations are right. After more than 10 years, Namex will indeed cause a catastrophe because of the Dragon Ball. After a pause, the Great Elder turned to ask, Your Excellency doesn't seem to be interested in our Dragon Balls, does you? Although the divine dragon summoned by collecting the Dragon Balls can meet wishes, it is very limited, and at most it is only to resurrect one person, isn't it? Sokite said that in previous lives, whether it was the Dragon Ball of Earth or the Dragon Ball of Namex, the wishes that could be fulfilled were very limited. Simply put, it cannot exceed the ability of the maker. Of course, if this news is known to Frisia, perhaps the most famous Frisia of Dragon Ball in the future will also be declared bankrupt. After all, the so-called Frisia chapter is simply summarized, the blood case caused by the 7 Dragon Balls. In that case, can you make a deal with me? After the Great Elder pondered for a long time, he spoke. What deal? A hint of imperceptible joy flashed in Sokite's eyes. Chapter 037. I hope that in the future disaster that happened to Namex, you will help Namex survive this disaster. The Great Elder said, Of course, in order to repay your Excellency, I will also fulfill your Excellency's wish. Deal. Sokate didn't want to think about it, and directly agreed. After all, as a scion, even if he didn't go to Frisia, Frieza would come to him. Good. Hearing Sokate's promise, the Great Elder's wrinkled and tired face also showed a hint of a smile and said, Your Excellency, please come to my side. Sokite did not hesitate, walked directly to the side of the Great Elder, and in a few moments, he felt a huge palm placed on top of his head. Oh! Your Excellency seems to have very strong potential. It's a pity that this force is too strong, and once it is not properly controlled, it will hurt itself. The Great Elder's face changed instantly, and his expression could not hide his shock. Mighty power! Sokite's heart sank, naturally remembering the powerful force that killed Sam that day, but this force he could not control for the time being, or did not dare to control it. I'm sure your Excellency will understand in the future. Let me now channel some of your potential to you. After speaking, Sokate suddenly felt a powerful force surging up from the body, and an incandescent aura suddenly surrounded his body, and the power that gushed out soon spread to all corners of the body, and his body was extremely refreshing. I can only trigger this small part of my potential now, and the road ahead will need to be taken by yourself. Sokate stood in place, feeling in disbelief the explosive power coming from his body, which was dozens of times larger than before. Is this my power now? Sokite was stunned. Now his combat strength is only afraid that he has broken through the 100,000 mark, and has stepped into 200,000, and if he gathers chi, he can even reach the terrifying 350,000. Looking at Sokate, who was intoxicating his power, the Great Elder also smiled, and immediately said to Niru on the side, Niru, let me also guide the potential in your body. In the future, Namex will still need your power. But Great Elder, frequently consuming your mental energy will cause to your body. The Great Elder shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry, it's just channeling potential, and it won't cause me any harm. So under the traction of the Great Elder, Niru's combat effectiveness instantly soared, directly reaching more than 100,000, and the combat power far exceeded the 40,000 combat power when facing Frisia, which can also be seen that Niru's warrior potential is very huge. Otherwise he would not have increased his combat effectiveness so much after assimilation with Bike. Another point can also be seen that Niru at that time was not guided out of the potential in his body by the Great Elder, otherwise he would not have lost to Frisia so easily. Your Excellency! Sokite interrupted, just call me Sokate, Grand Elder, I may disturb you for a few years. A smile appeared on the tired face of the Great Elder, and he immediately ordered Niru beside him, Niru, you will arrange a place for Sokate to live in a moment. Yes. Sokite's gaze gradually shifted to Niru beside the Great Elder, and his ink-like eyes burst out with a sharp fighting intent, Niru, I need to control this force faster now, I don't know if you can help me. Niru did not speak. Or that he was waiting for the Great Elder to speak, indifferent as if he had only obeyed the Great Elder's orders all his life. Go, Niru. Yes. Niru nodded, immediately exited the room, and when he walked out the door, he said to Sokate behind him, "Follow me." The two came to a huge clearing surrounded by a lake, and from a distance, it looked like an isolated island standing on top of the lake. Through the perception of Qi, Sokate knows that Niru's combat effectiveness is weaker than himself at present, but he is also suffering from lack of combat experience, and if he really starts to move, he is afraid that he will not get any benefits, so the victory or defeat of this battle is still unknown. Niru didn't say much, and the battle soon began. Chapter 038. Hello. Niru rushed forward, his wrist was like a knife, cutting a sharp cold light. Huo Ran slashed into Sokate's neck, facing the menacing Niru. Sokate did not move, clenched his fists, and directly attacked it. Instead of winning this battle, he wanted to experiment with how strong his strength really was. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding suddenly echoed in the ears of the two. At this moment, both sides felt the strength from the other party, but Niru's strength was obviously superior, directly knocking Sokate back a few steps, and at the same time releasing several Qigong bombs. Hey! Niru suddenly frowned, and without waiting to turn around, he firmly grasped the fist that carried the slashing air. Your speed is indeed fast, but the combat experience is still not enough. Saying that, Niru directly threw Sokate out, and when he landed smoothly on the ground, he said in a deep voice, "Use your full strength. With my current strength, I can still follow." Hehe, since that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Sokate smiled, clenched his fists, and suddenly released the power in his body. The white aura suddenly lingered throughout his body, and his breath continued to soar, and the ground under his feet seemed to be a little unbearable, and began to shatter into thin cracks, and then quickly spread towards Niru. Ha! Sokate's eyes burst with excitement, and this pleasure of releasing with all his strength fascinated him. Perhaps this was the Scion battle gene in his body. That's right. Speaking of this, Niru's calm face also showed a faint smile, and a wisp of battle intent was drawn in the depths of his eyes, and then he rushed forward and fought with Sokate. Bang bang! The two people hit each other, and the resonance of the exchange of fists resounded in the mountains, and countless after-images permeated the mountains and the sky and the ground, constantly appearing and then disappearing. Bang! Sokate used his extreme speed to finally seize the opportunity and knocked Niru down into the lake with one punch, but soon Niru rushed out of the lake. Come again! Niru's eyes burst out with an excited light. As a combat-type Nime Nemesis, what he is best at is melee combat, but in the Nime Nemesis who lack fighters, he can't find the object of battle at all, although he doesn't say it, but his heart is still a little low. He didn't expect to finally meet an opponent who made him happy today. This also made Niru feel very excited. Then go ahead. It seems that he was infected by Niru, and Sokate also felt that the blood of the battle in his body was burning, and his chest cavity was filled with excitement. So, the two men continued to fight together. In the sky, the two flames are constantly colliding, bursting out fierce energy, squeezing and spreading each other. The air is also buzzing, from time to time emitting a piercing roar, and the strong wind is constantly raging. The lake under the feet also seemed to have been shaken, producing countless huge whirlpools. How about the last move? The corners of Sokate's mouth were bloody, but the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Yes. Shockwave. A golden light bullet flashed from Niru's palm, condensing larger and larger, crushing towards Sokate like a tiger-roaring ape. Looking at the shockwave, Sokate smiled slightly, his hands turned forward into a calyx, and then put his hands on his waist. And blue balls of light condensed in the palms of his hands, like a kaleidoscope emitting bursts of prism. This move is exactly Turtle Qigong Wave. With both hands sent forward, the dark blue Qigong Wave unique to the Turtle School Qigong immediately broke away and collided towards Nilu's shock wave. Boom! The two energies suddenly collided together, and suddenly burst out strong energy, causing the surrounding fierce winds, and the earth under the feet kept cracking and opening, and finally was submerged by the lake. Boom! There was another piercing roar, and both energies seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and they directly and automatically detonated. Today seems to be a tie. After the smoke cleared, Sokate, who was suspended in the air, looked at Niru on the opposite side, and said with a tired look in his eyes, "Next time you will not be so lucky. I'll leave you with the same words." Nero also shot back unceremoniously, looking at the embarrassed appearance of the two people, and the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Chapter 039. Time was fleeting, and 7 years had passed since Sokate first came to Namek. 7 years later, Sokate is no longer the appearance of a child, and he has grown a lot taller and become a handsome young man, but as he grows older, his temperament becomes more gloomy, and his temper sometimes becomes very irritable. Regarding this, Sokate also knew very well in his heart that this must be the tail at work. And during this time, he also tried, and pulled out that force, but all failed. This further verified his guess, that is, this power can only be activated when the negative emotions in his heart reach a certain point. Sokate, I know the changes that have happened to you, don't feel so alarmed, as long as you can hold your heart. Just as Sokate was leaving, Niru, who was waiting beside the Great Elder, suddenly spoke, "Great Elder, are you really not going to tell him the truth of the matter?" The Great Elder smiled slightly and said, "You are Sokate's only friend in name-seeing, and after such a long period of contact, I think you also feel the evil power in his body." Hearing this, Niru's face also sank, and then nodded, "Well, for such a long time, in fact, only Sokate himself did not notice that his aura had become so penetrating, and it was this factor that caused other clans to dare not contact him. It seems that as he gets older, the powerful evil force in his body is slowly changing his personality." Saying this, a hint of worry appeared on the Great Elder's face, and said, "Niru, I once said that having a very powerful potential in him is a good thing for a warrior, but if his mental power is not strong enough, then it is very likely that he will be counter-controlled by this force, and eventually become a killing machine that only knows destruction. Hasn't he become like that now?" Unlike the Great Elder, Niru's attitude was very optimistic. "Great Elder, you actually know better than me, the inner thoughts of that guy in Sokate are actually very pure. Of course, this purity does not mean that he is simple, it means that the goal in his heart is actually very simple, that is, to live. Is it because of this strong survival instinct that he has improved so fast?" The Great Elder said with a smile, looked at Niru with kindness on his face, and continued, "Niru, in the past 7 years, you have also been influenced by him, which is why you have improved so quickly. Although I am unwilling, I still have to admit that the Scions are indeed worthy of being one of the best fighting peoples in the universe." Niru said. In the past 7 years, thanks to the excellent sparring partner of Sokate, Niru's strength has improved very quickly, and now his combat strength has reached an astonishing 250,000. Is that all? The Great Elder's smile did not diminish. Niru sighed and continued, "Well, I'll admit that this is just an excuse I made. In terms of warrior talent alone, Sokate is indeed better than me." As he said, Sokate's progress is indeed faster than him, from 200,000 to 410,000 now, and if it is gathered, it can even reach 500,000. The last time you made a wish like a dragon, did you already find a planet suitable for our nemesis to live in? The Great Elder asked. Niru nodded and said, "Yes, then." In the past 7 years, although Sokate verbally said that he did not need Dragon Balls, in order to be able to detect his progress. He summoned the dragon 5 years ago and then expressed his wish. The first wish is the ability to detect the accurate combat effectiveness of oneself and others. This wish is very simple, but the maximum is 100 million. Sokate, 100 million, is it? This one can. In fact, long after the Frisia chapter passed, the so-called combat power has withdrawn from the stage of history, and the Z warriors represented by Sun Wukong basically determine the strength of the opponent through the continuous advancement of the Super Saiyan in the later stage. As for the second wish, to learn the superpower of teleportation. I'm sorry, but this ability has exceeded my limit. Sokate. MMP. My teleportation But he didn't want Shenlong to suddenly change his words, and said instead, I can transmit the teleportation cultivation method into your brain. This one can. Where can Sokate refuse, as one of Dragon Ball's recognized cheating skills, the ability to teleport is basically a must-have skill for traversers. As for the third wish, Shenlong, I hope to be able to freely control this evil force in my body. I'm sorry, this power of yours has exceeded the limits of my ability. What? Sokate, who got this answer, was obviously a little overwhelmed, and although he wanted to ask Shenlong, he could only leave his last chance to Niru. Niru's wish is simple, to find a habitable planet with a similar environment to Namex. This wish, of course, was suggested by Sokate. Niru was full of pity and said, how good it would be if the Great Elder could heed our advice and let the Divine Dragon restore him to his youth, so that the Great Elder's lifespan could continue to be extended. Perhaps because he had already seen through the relationship between life and death, the Great Elder was not willing to wish the Dragon Ball to return his body to a youthful state, which also made Niru quite distressed. P.S. Thank you 123Li for the big monthly pass, thank you for this big one. Chapter 040. System energy has been collected. Hearing this news, Sokate suddenly lifted his spirits and thought, after 12 years, has this system finally collected full energy? Thinking of this, he also looked forward to seeing what the system would look like after collecting full energy. The system has detected internal damage, automatic repair. Ding dong. Repair complete. Binding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Heavens and 10,000 Realms theft system. What? Heavens and Worlds theft system? Upon hearing this, Sokate was stunned at that time, and thought to himself, could it be that the tale of some ancient XX scion and the cultivation experience of some XXX before were all stolen? If this is the case, then does this soon mean that he still has a chance to steal next? Without waiting for him to ask, he heard the unique mechanical voice of the system ring again from the depths of his head. Is the host going on a journey through time? If I choose yes, will my current body still be preserved? Sokate asked carefully. The sudden news from the system made him forget the words he wanted to ask. This kind of thing can be decided by the host. Now there is still a long time before the beginning of the plot, taking advantage of this time to go to other worlds, maybe there will be unexpected gains. At this thought, Sokate felt that he did not seem to have a reason to refuse, nodded, and said, okay, I choose to go on a journey through time, but I must retain my current body and strength. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Sokate felt a darkness in front of him, and his consciousness instantly fell into boundless darkness. What is this place? Earth in the future world. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the space shuttle, there will be a chance to steal 2 random items. Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Vegeta's special move, Artificial Moon. Congratulations to the host for stealing the future trait combat suit, the damaged part can be automatically repaired, and the process of taking off and putting on can be completed in 1 second, and it can become a ring when it is taken off. Earth in the future world. Sokate was slightly startled, looking at the city that had long been in ruins in the distance, seemed to have some understanding, and exclaimed, is this the world where the future Trunks will be? No way! If this is really the case, then the probability of my death will definitely be very high. System, can I go back to the previous Dragon Ball world now? Sokate hurriedly asked, his eyes revealed a sense of expectation. After all, this world is too dangerous, the level of power is not at all on the same level as the timeline he is in, and even if he can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan here, he will still die. Because their opponents are far more than Super Saiyans. Cyborg 17. Cyborg 18. With his current slight strength, it is simply not enough to look at in front of these two extremely vicious artificial people. I am afraid that one of them will be killed on the spot. I'm sorry, after a crossing, the system has almost exhausted the energy, and the remaining energy is simply not enough to support the host to complete the crossing. So what do I do to escape from this world? Sokate still refuses to die. And his current ability is simply not enough to support him to live in such a dangerous world. Quite simply, the host only needs to kill number 17 and number 18 to collect full energy. By the way, tell the host that the real names of the two things that were successfully stolen before are, the tale of the ancient evil Scion and the Qigong experience of Yamcha. I just said, why is this Qigong experience so scumbag? It turns out that the owner is him. After the system revealed the answer, the expression on Sokate's face seemed to be smiling, and after learning that the owner of the Qigong experience obtained was Yamcha, he could now understand more or less why this Qigong experience was so scummy. Speaking of this, in fact, Sokate still has some complaints in his heart. Although this Qigong experience gave him a lot of help in his early days, but after his combat effectiveness successfully exceeded 10,000, it completely lost its effect, and some of the Qigong principles even caused him a lot of trouble, which also made him lose the last bit of patience, and finally decided to give up this Qigong experience. It turns out that his choice was the right one. However, what surprised him a little was that the seemingly useless tale he got was actually from the ancient evil Scion. Ancient evil. Is there any connection between the two? Although the name sounds a little lofty, Sokate himself is still a little confused, but the previous doubts have also been fully explained at this time. First, the power gained when killing Sam does come from this tale, and secondly, no wonder my emotions often get out of control. It turns out that everything is really because of it. Chapter 041. Earth, the capital of the West. The most prosperous area of the past is now shrouded in the haze of war. It's a desperate world. Sun Wukong, a warrior who once guarded the earth, died of a viral heart attack. As an excellent fighter, but did not die in battle, but died of heart disease. This kind of death method has to be said to be a great irony for Sun Wukong. Just half a year after his death, two powerful artificial humans suddenly appeared on Earth, number 17 and number 18. The two of them take pleasure in killing and destroying, wreaking havoc on the planet. Of course, the Z-warriors did not stand idly by and fought a fierce battle with the androids, but due to the large difference in strength between the two sides, Vic died first, and because of his death, the Dragon Ball on Earth also disappeared completely. Immediately afterwards, death spread like an infectious disease, spreading wildly to the Z-warriors. The artificial people are powerful, but they did not kill all the fighters at the first time, but with a playful attitude, they killed the Z-warriors one after another. Although Vegeta finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was dragged to death by the artificial man under the unlimited energy of the artificial man. And after Vegeta's death, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Klin were all sacrificed one after another. The earth has been completely reduced to a paradise for artificial people. Today, the only remaining hope for mankind is Son Gohan, and the anger of his companion being killed has finally led him to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, due to his mother Kiki, after solving Frisia's affairs, Son Gohan has been studying, and has not had the opportunity to ask his father Son Goku about transforming into a Super Saiyan, which indirectly makes him lose his most precious cultivation time. As the only surviving warrior, Son Gohan inherits the legacy of his father Son Goku and vows to avenge his dead companions. Unfortunately, because the opponent is two people, Son Gohan has failed to defeat the artificial man in many battles, and if it were not for the other party's cat-like mood, I am afraid that he would not have lived until now. Since I can't go back, then I can only find a way to survive. So Kate understands that it is impossible to continue to survive, and once it appears under the nose of an artificial human, it is difficult to escape. If he can master teleportation, then it is another matter. Since he got the method of cultivating teleportation, he has studied for 5 years, just a little progress, and if he wants to master it thoroughly, I am afraid it will take several years. So Kate has 2 choices, either survive and wait until he has the power to fight the androids. Either go to hold Trunks or Son Gohan's thigh, but this road is full of hardships, the slightest mistake will capsize and fall into the sea, and then it is not up to him to decide whether he dies or lives. Since Sokite does not know the specific timeline now, and it is impossible to determine whether the future Son Gohan is alive now, it is best if he is still alive, now in the earth, only he is relatively safe. If he has died, then he is a little unlucky. After all, he doesn't inherit a large number of S cells like Trunks, and he is free to transform into a Super Saiyan. If Sokite wants to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, he can only successfully transform through hard cultivation and some additional factors. Of course, this road is still very far away. In the sea, an island. Hey! This Chi, hiding in the submarine, the turtle immortal who was temporarily avoiding the limelight suddenly sensed a powerful aura suddenly appeared from the earth, and it was the first time he sensed such a powerful Chi since all the Z warriors were sacrificed, except for Son Gohan and Trunks. Teacher Wushan, what's wrong with you? Pool and Oolong came closer together and quickly asked. Since Yamcha and the others died in battle, Pool and Oolong could only be companions with the turtle immortals, and now they dare not even show their heads, and can only hide under the deep sea. Just because the only weakness of artificial people is that they are afraid of water and cannot dive too deep. Chapter 042. The turtle immortal said in a deep voice, there is an additional strange and powerful Chi on the earth, and the strength is still above them. What? The turtle immortal lowered his head, his eyes covered by sunglasses flashed a trace of melancholy, and he muttered in his heart, I really don't know if the appearance of this person is a good thing or a bad thing. In short, everything can only be entrusted to you, Gohan. Son Gohan and Trunks, who were far away in the western capital, also sensed this Chi at the same time. This breath. Son Gohan stopped his cultivation when he landed, his eyes looked at the clouds in the distance, his face seemed to be thinking and doubtful, and Trunks, who was not far away, also came over, and said with a solemn face, Brother Gohan, are you familiar with the owner of this Chi? The gifted Trunks has long learned to use Chi to perceive others. For the first time in 13 years, I have sensed such a powerful aura, and this strange person's strength may be far above Uncle Klin. Son Gohan shook his head, his expression was still a little confused, and continued, I just don't know if this person is friend or foe. If he can help, the possibility of defeating the artificial man is even greater. Son Gohan thought to himself in his heart, now he is very eager to meet with this angry person, assuming that the other party is hostile, then with his current strength, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he can easily defeat him. If the other party is not hostile, then it is just enough to pull him into the camp against the androids, and with his help, I believe that in the near future, they will definitely defeat the androids. Unlike the simplicity of his father Son Goku, Son Gohan, who aspires to become a scholar, has a very intelligent mind. Since the appearance of the artificial human, in the past 13 years, Son Gohan has carried the hope of the turtle immortal and Bulma, and has been fighting against the artificial man strongly, in order to avenge his dead companions. He has spent all his time on cultivation, although he can single out the artificial man without falling behind, but because of the 2 opponents, if it really fights, he is still not an opponent, so he plans to cultivate Trunks. Hey! Wait a minute, the owner of this gas seems to have come by himself. The moment Son Gohan finished saying this, a white flame suddenly flew over the sky where his eyes were looking, and then quickly landed in front of the 2 people. Hey, big man! What the hell are you? Why did you come to us? Trunks immediately asked, and Sun Gohan next to him carefully looked at the person who appeared in front of him, with sky-like anger, and the diamonds on his face were very similar to the dead Vegeta. Unlike him, his height was very tall, nearly half a head taller than Sun Gohan, and his net height should have reached about 1 meter 8 and nearly 1 meter 9. Of course, what Sun Gohan cares about the most is the silver-black tail that this person has around his waist, although the color is different, but this is an absolute characteristic that only Saiyans can have. Wait a minute, Trunks. Sun Gohan stopped Trunks' behavior with a wave of his hand, smiled apologetically at the Saiyan in front of him, and said politely, "This gentleman doesn't seem to be from this planet." So Kite glanced at Sun Gohan and Trunks, and almost instantly knew their identities, so he nodded, pretending not to know the identity of the other party, and said, "You are the indigenous inhabitants of this planet. I came here to find Vegeta." "Uncle Vegeta." Sun Gohan was stunned, subconsciously looked at Trunks on the side, and said, "May I ask who are you?" So Kite replied, "I'm his younger brother." In order to get close to them as quickly as possible, so Kite had to use his so-called identity. "This is impossible, how can you be Uncle Vegeta's own brother at your current age?" Sun Gohan said in surprise. In fact, he could almost confirm So Kite's identity in his heart. It must be related to Vegeta. After all, the two of them had angular hairstyles that were too similar, and they both had purebred Saiyan blood. These can't be fake, so it can basically be concluded that these two people are either close relatives or brothers. Chapter 043. Brother Gohan, is this person me? Before Trunks finished speaking, Sun Gohan quickly covered his mouth and signaled with his eyes not to reveal his identity for the time being. "What are you talking about?" A hint of irritation appeared on So Kite's face, and he asked rhetorically, "I am only less than 3 years old from Vegeta, how can I not be his younger brother?" "Only 3 years apart." Sun Gohan and Trunks looked at each other, both saw the strange look in each other's eyes, although the Saiyan youthful period remained very long, but this So Kite in front of him, both people can see with the naked eye, the other party's age is not old at all. So he saw Sun Gohan with a humble look and asked, "May I ask your current age?" "Just 15. Speaking of this, So Kite showed a strange look on his face and said, "Then again, where is Vegeta now? I still want to tell him the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta." Hearing this, Sun Gohan seemed to understand something, and continued, "Do you already know? Was the planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans lived, destroyed by Frieza?" "Of course." So Kite nodded, and immediately looked at Sun Gohan with a puzzled look, and said, "I said boy, as the indigenous of this planet, you know so much. That. Anyway, don't worry so much." Sun Gohan then asked, "So has Frieza been defeated now?" "How could he be defeated?" So Kite clenched his fists, his eyes showed a strong unwillingness, and said fiercely, "Although over the years, with the help of the Great Elder of Name-Seeing, my combat effectiveness has improved rapidly, but there is still a big gap with Frieza, even me, let alone Vegeta, with his current combat strength, I am afraid that even a finger of Frieza cannot resist." Great Elder. Mentioning this familiar person, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but be stunned, and his mind suddenly remembered the scene when he was guided by the Great Elder and stimulated his potential. It can be said that it was because of the Great Elder that he would survive the battle between Namex and Frieza. Trunks next to him also seemed to smell something wrong, so he stood aside and quietly listened to the conversation between Sun Gohan and So Kite. "Why, do you also know the Great Elder?" The acting has to be performed in a full set, so Kite once again played his godlike acting skills, and the shocked little eyes were particularly ghostly. Sun Gohan nodded and said, "When I was young, I was fortunate enough to receive the potential guidance of the Great Elder. No wonder your combat effectiveness is so high, it turns out that you have also received the potential guidance of the Great Elder." The smile on So Kite's face suddenly converged, put on a serious look, and began to talk nonsense, counting the time. "I have been in Namex for more than 7 years, and it is the teachings of the Great Elder during this time that have enabled me to learn how to perceive the chi of others, as well as some special superpowers. Speaking of this, Sokite deliberately paused, his expression was slightly puzzled, and he sighed silently before saying, "This superpower is called teleportation. You need to capture the chi of others, and then you can immediately come to the other party's side, but what I didn't expect was that I wanted to use the ability to teleport to find Vegeta, but when I opened my eyes, I found that there was no one around. What made me even more irritated was that the Great Elder and Nero's chi seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no matter how you looked for them, you couldn't find them." Nero. Hearing this, Son Gohan's doubts disappeared, and he could roughly guess why Sokate came to this place. "After talking for a long time, I think you should also tell me where Vegeta is," Sokite said. Son Gohan sighed slightly, looked at Sokate, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta died 13 years ago. This can't be. I also heard the other day that he went on a mission with the remaining 2 clansmen. How could he have died 13 years ago?" In order to play the whole trick, Sokite had to widen his eyes and pretend to be incredulous. Son Gohan lowered his head, patted Trunks beside him on the shoulder, and said, "This child is Vegeta's son, called Trunks. According to the generation, he is your nephew." Chapter 044. In order to answer all his doubts, Son Gohan continued, "Sokate, Uncle, you should have traveled back in time to the future decades from now. Although this uncle is a little difficult to say, counting the age, the other party is only 2 years older than Trunks, but according to the generation, the other party is indeed his own elder." The very polite Son Gohan also had to call Sokite his uncle. Speaking of this, Son Gohan seems to have understood why he didn't see Sokate with his own eyes when he first came to name seeing. It turned out that he had traveled back to decades in the future when he was not born, so he didn't know the identity of the other party at that time. Sun Wuhan, who is a scholar, of course, understands a lot of space-time principles, but what he didn't expect is that all these seemingly logical conjectures are actually fallacies at all, and the space-time where he is located and the space-time where Sokite is located are actually just 2 similar parallel space-times, and the direction and trend of later development are fundamentally different. Decades later, when he first heard the news, Sokate was also silent for a long time, and only after half a ring did he raise his head, look directly at Son Gohan, and said, "Na Frieza." Son Gohan said, "As early as 16 years ago, Frieza was defeated by my father Son Goku in Namex. My father's scion name was Kakarot." Sokate nodded and motioned for him to continue. A year later, Frieza, who survived by luck, came to Earth with his father King Kurdish to seek revenge, and was finally killed by my father. Kakarot, Sokate frowned and said, "Is your father's combat power really that strong? You must know that Frieza's combat power is not only as simple as the surface, as a frozen race, they have the ability to transform, and every time they become a combat power, they will get a very high increase. If it were not for this, I would have sought revenge on him. I know all this. Frieza has the ability to transform 3 times, and each transformation can greatly improve combat effectiveness." Son Gohan, who had experienced the battle with Frieza, could naturally understand why Vegeta was so afraid of Frieza, or that the Scions who survived were basically in the same mood. If it is an ordinary fight, my father is indeed not Frieza's opponent, but when my father successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan, the battle situation naturally changes. Super Saiyan. Sokite was stunned and said, "That is the legend of our Saiyan nation. It is said that it can only be born in 10,000 years. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the black hair of Sun Wuhan in front of him was windless, and then stood up, and the surging power kept surging out, and a golden aura lingered around, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly grew to the peak. "You are..." Sun Gohan looked at Sokite's stunned expression, then dispersed the state of the Super Saiyan and said, "This is the form of the Super Saiyan, Uncle Sokite. In fact, as long as you cultivate well, coupled with the guidance of anger, you can also reach this realm." So Kite sighed and said, "The words of the great elder are indeed true, scions are indeed able to cultivate and transform into super scions." Looking at Sun Gohan's expression, So Kite knew that there was no Broly existence in this parallel world, otherwise Sun Gohan would not have known that this person existed. Then again, what's your current situation here? So Kite pretended not to know and asked, "With your strength, can't you deal with the chaos? Or is your opponent strong? So strong that even Super Scions can't beat it?" "Oh, Uncle Sokate, you don't know something." Next, Sun Gohan told Sokate all about what had happened on Earth for more than 10 years, including the ravages of artificial humans and the death of Vegeta and others. "This Dr. Gro is really an amazing scientist, he would have created such a powerful artificial human. I didn't expect that such a talent could appear on this inconspicuous planet." So Kite couldn't help but sigh. According to the original work, although Dr. Gro is in opposition to Sun Wukong and others, he is indeed a very, very powerful scientist, otherwise he would not have successively created artificial humans number 16, number 17, number 18, and even Churu with infinite possibilities. Chapter 045. You can still say something like that, it's all caused by that damn Dr. Gro. Do you know how many innocent people on Earth have died at the hands of artificial humans? If it weren't for him, those two artificial humans wouldn't have appeared. My father will not die at the hands of artificial humans either." Trunks roared rarely, mentioning his father, who had never been masked, or even seen the photo. His heart was extremely sad, especially when he saw his mother alone in the institute, which made him hate the artificial man even more. It was they who destroyed his happy family. "Humph, no matter what, don't you still have a mother alive and well?" Sokate snorted coldly, "And I, since I was born until now, let alone my father, I don't even know what they look like." "Uncle Sokate, are you with my father?" Speaking of this, Sun Gohan did not continue. Of course, he knew that his father Sun Wukong was sent to Earth because he was detected with a super low combat power value when he was just born, but what he didn't expect was that as a member of the royal family, So Kite would also be sent to other planets. So Kite nodded and said, "That's right, we scions are a fighting people. Once born, we must undergo the quality test to become a warrior, and the clansmen who are detected with low combat values will be automatically eliminated and sent to live on a planet without strong enemies." I've heard others say this, that it was because my father was detected as a low-level warrior talent that he was sent to Earth. Sun Gohan said. "But aren't you a member of the royal family, how could you still be sent away?" Trunks, who calmed down, also asked. Perhaps he also wanted to learn more about the scions from the mouth of this so-called uncle. Sokate sneered, "Don't underestimate the scions. Scions have always taken strength as the criterion, and as the king of scions, even their own sons will not have special treatment, on the contrary, they will be more harsh. Then my father Vegeta. He was detected as a scion with perfect talent, and he broke countless records at birth, making him the most promising scion in hundreds of years." So Kite lightly recounted, "Pearl Jade was in front. It was because of the birth of your father Vegeta that my father had high expectations for me, but the results of the test made him angry, and even ignored the delicate body of the newly born baby, and directly sent me to a planet that was uninhabited and had extremely high gravity." Sun Gohan's face changed suddenly. When the scions invaded, he had heard Nappa say that the scion parent planet, the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of the Earth, and the planet with higher gravity than planet Vegeta. How much effort should a child put in to survive there? Thinking of this, Sun Gohan already understood why Sokite's combat power at this age was far superior to that of his brother Vegeta. Simply put, it's just to let me fend for myself, although the tiger poison does not eat the sun, but when this sun becomes a joke, the situation is different. Sokate's voice was as flat as water, without a trace of fluctuation at all, as if his heart was dead. After all, he is the supreme ruler of the scions, and my existence is an insult to him. Hearing this, Trunks and Sun Gohan were silent, thinking of what happened to Sokate, and the two of them suddenly felt very lucky. Boy, you're much luckier than me compared to me. Aren't you? Sokate sneered and asked, you have been cared for by your mother and brother since you were born, and I can only rely on myself until I was born. Trunks also did not refute it, hearing Sokate's experience. Compared to it, he felt that he was indeed extremely lucky. Uncle Sokate, would you like to come with us to see Vegeta's wife, Aunt Bulma? Son Gohan suggested. Hearing this, an imperceptible light flashed in the depths of Sokate's eyes. Okay, you lead the way, I also want to see what kind of woman Vegeta has found as a wife. Chapter 046. A research room. On this day, Bulma, as usual, concentrated on assembling the test products of the time machine. He plans to wait until the time machine is completed, send Trunks to the past, and then give the medicine for heart disease to Son Gohan's father, Son Goku. If Monkey King hadn't died of a heart attack at that time, I don't think the world would be like this. Bulma often sighs that as Sun Wukong's first friend in life, she has watched Sun Wukong grow into a man all the way and defeat countless seemingly invincible enemies. For Bulma, no, perhaps for all of Son Goku's companions, they will always have an almost blind confidence in Sun Wukong. No matter how vicious the enemy is, they will not worry, because Sun Wukong will definitely defeat him. Mom, we're back. At this moment, Trunks' voice suddenly came from outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. Trunks and Son Gohan appeared in front of her one after another, and before she got up, she saw a strange person walking in outside the door, which made her stunned in place. Just because this person's appearance is really similar to Vegeta, the tail wrapped around his waist seems to prove the identity of this person. Gohan, Trunks, this is... Bulma looked at the two with an inquiring look. Son Gohan smiled and said, Aunt Bulma, let me introduce you, this is Uncle Sokate, he is Uncle Vegeta's own brother. Brother? Bulma looked at Sokate with skeptical eyes and said, how is this possible? I heard Vegeta say before that the planet Vegeta where the Scions are located has been destroyed by Frieza a long time ago, and his father King Vegeta also died in that catastrophe, and the Scions who survived by luck are only 3 of them except for Goku. Bulma also stopped at the point, did not continue to say deeply, and the meaning of the words was also obvious. This person is so young, how can it be Vegeta's younger brother? Let me explain this. Taking advantage of the time for Son Gohan to explain, Sokate was finally able to look carefully at the female number 1 of the Dragon Ball in front of him. Bulma, dark green headband, unpretentiously tied long hair. Although she was already the mother of a 14-year-old child, her face still looked very young, but the vicissitudes in her eyes could not be concealed. Maybe it's that there are too many things to experience, too heavy. After listening to Son Gohan's narration, Bulma's eyes also lit up and said, are you really from the past? I don't think I need to prove it. Sokate said lightly, seriously, I didn't think that Frieza, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe, would die at the hands of our Scion. Of course, what is even more unexpected is that even the Super Saiyan can't get rid of the injury, but eventually died on the hospital bed. As a warrior, this is the most humiliating way to die. Sun Wukong, who has defeated countless strong enemies, will actually die of a heart attack, which is probably not acceptable to everyone. In the end, it is a brother, this sentence Vegeta also said. Bulma also smiled when she heard this, and the doubts in her heart gradually began to disappear. Still a little wary of Sokate, after so many years of cruel life, she developed such a habit. It's not that she refuses to trust others, but the world makes her dare not trust others. Your name is Sokate, isn't it? Bulma thought for a moment, and suddenly asked. I think you should know the current situation on Earth. Sokate nodded, glanced at Trunks and Son Gohan beside him, and said, the current situation is indeed very bad, and what is worse is that with my current combat strength, I can't help in this battle at all. When she heard Sokate's answer, Bulma was also relieved, and she was also afraid that the other party would flinch after learning about the horror of the artificial human. As the wife of Vegeta, the Scion Prince, Bulma can also understand some of the temperament of the Scion, knowing that the Scion is warlike and will not back down because the opponent is strong, but when the gap is large enough, it is not necessarily the case. Chapter 047. Sokate looked at Bulma quietly and said, "According to the generation, you are my eldest brother's wife and my sister-in-law. If you want to leave this planet, I will take you out of here at any time." This sentence is just pretending. Now that he is not very proficient in teleportation, it is completely impossible to leave the Earth. Of course, he knew that Bulma would never leave Earth. There are two reasons for this. One is that Bulma's husband Vegeta and all her companions died at the hands of artificial humans, and there is no reason why she should not avenge them. The second is that Bulma is still working on the time machine, trying to travel back in time to change all this. Originally, this was just nonsense, but the appearance of Sokate proved that shuttle time is feasible, which also made Bulma more confident to complete the time machine of shuttle time. Bulma calmed down, and while preparing her strategy, she also asked Sokate, "Sokate, what is your combat strength now?" She knew that among Scions, a person's level was generally measured by their combat effectiveness. Sokate answered truthfully, "My normal combat strength now is about 410,000, and if I gather gas, it should exceed 500,000. My God, I can't imagine that you have such high combat power." Although she had been prepared, when she heard the real combat power, Bulma was still shocked. "You must know that Vegeta's first arrival on Earth at the age of 30 is only 18,000 combat power. You can have such a powerful combat power at such a young age. Has your talent already reached?" "Don't talk about talent, sister-in-law." Sokate shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I've heard about Vegeta from Son Gohan, and to be honest, I never thought that gravity would have such a significant increase in combat effectiveness." "Yes, I forgot that you grew up living alone on a planet with super high gravity. No wonder you have such high combat effectiveness." Bulma smiled awkwardly. After laughing, Bulma looked at Sokate with serious eyes and said, "Then Sokate, now tell me your choice, whether to stay here to avenge Vegeta, or leave Earth and return to where you were before. If you want to leave Earth, I won't blackmail you with my sister-in-law's identity." "Sister-in-law, I think you look down on me too much." Sokate deliberately showed an insulted look and shouted, "As the prince of the Scion of the fighting nation, even if the opponent is strong, I will not take a step back. Until the death in battle." Although it is impassioned, in fact, Sokate is still very vain. After all, he is not able to transform into a Super Saiyan now, and at this time, the so-called combat power has no effect at all, and if you want to survive in the battle of artificial people, at least you must be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just transforming into a Super Saiyan is easy to say, but when it is actually implemented, it is still far away. Hearing Sokate's answer, Bulma's eyes also showed a look of satisfaction, nodded, and said, "This is the best. If you can also transform into a Super Saiyan like Gohan, the two of you will definitely have a chance to defeat the artificial man together." Super Saiyan. The corners of Sokate's mouth opened lightly, and his smile was extremely bitter. "Sister-in-law, I don't want to transform into a Super Saiyan, but now I can't do it." Hearing the Super Saiyan, Trunks on the side also had a sad face. In order to transform into a Super Saiyan, he also underwent countless cultivations, but because he always lacked the anger factor, he has never been able to transform into a Super Saiyan. "I'm different from your little ghost. As a purebred Saiyan, if I want to transform into a Super Saiyan, I can only do it through my own efforts." Sokate's emotion also made Sun Wuhan stun suddenly, and then quickly asked, "Uncle Sokate, does Trunks have the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan now?" Chapter 048. You don't know this. Sokate looked at Son Gohan with foolish eyes, which also made Son Gohan quite embarrassed, covered the back of his head with his palm, smiled awkwardly, and said, "This. Uncle Sokite, you know, my father lost his memory since he was a child, so the legends of the scions are a little. In that case, then I will send a kind heart and tell you all about Super Scion." As soon as these words came out, both Bulma and Trunks on the side focused their attention on Sokite. Sokite coughed lightly and said solemnly, "I think you all know that Super Scions have always been a legend among our Scion population, and at first everyone was unimpressed, and I was also half convinced when I received the information, until I met the Great Elder, who was knowledgeable and told me all about all this." At this time, he could only push everything to the now deceased Great Elder. Then, Sokite slowly talked about the legendary Super Scion and the things that Super Scion could advance. What? The legendary Super Scion who was born in 10,000 years turned out to be true, and he had 10,000 combat power as soon as he was born? Are Super Scion genes heritable? Assuming that the father's generation has the ability to transform into a Super Scion, then his descendants will also inherit this factor, so that they can easily transform into Super Scion? Transforming into a Super Scion is not the end yet. Super Scions are progressive. After listening to Sokite's entire narrative, Son Gohan and Trunks were difficult to calm down. "Uncle Sokite, do you mean I have the ability to transform into a Super Scion right now?" Trunks hurriedly stepped forward and asked, his blue pupils full of urgency. Hearing this, Sokite nodded and said, "According to the Great Elder, if you want to transform into a Super Scion, you must at least have millions of combat power, and you are different. You have inherited the genes of a Super Scion, so you can skip this condition and directly transform into a Super Scion. So why can't I transform into a Super Scion now?" Trunks continued to ask. "Quite simply, it's because your anger isn't enough." Anger. Looking at Trunks' thoughtful face, Sokite knew that he had understood the reason, and then Son Gohan, who was in thought in front of him, suddenly walked over and asked humbly, "Uncle Sokite, in your opinion, how do I need to cultivate at present to break through the boundaries beyond the Super Scion?" Son Gohan thought to himself that the erudite Uncle Sokite would definitely answer this difficult question for him. You must know that since the death of the Dragon Ball warriors, he has been cultivating alone for 13 years, and although he can transform into a Super Scion, the progress behind is very small, which also makes him very anxious. Is this a problem? Sokite smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple. According to my opinion, the transformation of the Super Scion is based on the transformation of strengthening the body. If you want to go further, you still have to work the body." Body. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smashed his fists. "I know what to do." After that, he flew out directly. This guy is really anxious. Sokite, who turned into a future Scion instructor, also shook his head helplessly, and then a weak voice suddenly sounded beside him, "Uncle Sokite, can you help me transform into a Super Scion?" Sokite turned his head and saw that Trunks had come to his side at an unknown time, his eyes wide open, looking at him expectantly. Chapter 049. This. Very simple. Sokite snapped his fingers, looked at Trunks with interest, and said, "I think you know why you never managed to transform into a Super Scion." "Yes, lack of anger." "Sokite, do you have a way?" Bulma asked curiously. "I think there should be. After all, I have learned a lot of superpowers from the Great Elder over the years." Sokite smiled confidently and said, "It's actually very simple to make Trunks successfully transform into a Super Scion, just let him experience anger." "Are you planning to hypnotize?" Hearing these words, Bulma immediately thought of the fact that many years ago, at the world's first martial arts meeting, the turtle immortal who turned into Jackie Chan used hypnosis to turn the werewolf back into a human. "That's right." Saying that, Sokite pressed Trunks to the seat, and extended his index finger, slowly flicking back and forth, very frequent. The voice that came out seemed to change a person, very demagogic effect. "Comfortably close your eyes, keep your heart quiet, remember not to think about anything but my words. Trunks slowly closed his eyes, and his expression gradually quieted down from nervousness. You feel that your arms and feet are heavy, relax your arms, relax your feet, relax your whole body, as if you have returned to the underworld. Trunks seems to be in a strange and familiar world, where the two artificial humans are still raging the earth, and he and Son Gohan fought hard, but they were still defeated. In order to save him, Son Gohan fed him the only remaining fairy bean, and he himself lost an arm. Yes, Trunks, you've improved a lot, maybe you'll be able to surpass me soon. After the sparring experience, Trunks and Son Gohan sat on the ground, leisurely looking at the city at the foot of the mountain, which has not been attacked by artificial humans and is still intact. Boom! But at this moment, a shrill explosion suddenly sounded in the city, and then several golden rays burst out, and the buildings suddenly began to collapse, emitting countless thick smoke. The claws of the artificial man actually stretched out here. Abominable! These artificial people can't be forgiven. Son Gohan's whole body burst into golden chi, and he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks, you're going to stay here, you know. Nope. If you go, I will go too. Trunks shouted desperately. He knew that if Son Gohan, who was missing an arm, would have no chance of victory when facing two extremely vicious artificial humans. Okay, then let's go together. Hearing this, Trunks' expression relaxed, but it was this moment of relaxation that made Son Gohan seize the opportunity and slap him in the neck, making him fall to the ground at once, but still retaining a trace of clear consciousness. In a trance, Trunks seemed to hear Son Gohan's voice, "Trunks, you are the last hope." I don't know how long it took, and by the time I woke up, it was over. Son Gohan still died at the hands of artificial humans. When he saw Son Gohan's body lying in a pool of blood, screaming, anger, remorse, and countless emotions tumbled under Trunks' chest. Ah! Trunks burst into tears, angrily roaring up to the sky. Anger erupted from the bottom of his heart like a volcano, and at this moment he seemed to feel that his blood was all burning, and golden flame clouds gushed out. At this moment, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Haha! Don't you think this is a success? At this moment, a person's voice suddenly sounded in Trunks' ears. This voice sounded very familiar, and before he could react, everything in his sight seemed to turn into nothing, gradually disappearing from his eyes, and then his eyes were black. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Trunks saw was the man in front of him with this sky-high anger, and he suddenly froze his body. You are. P.S. Among Dragon Ball, the theatrical version that impressed me the most was the story of Trunks and Son Gohan in the future world, but unfortunately, the two people in the orthodox work are very disappointing. Chapter 050. Trunks, thank you Uncle Soon, it was his help that allowed you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Looking at Bulma's happy expression, Trunks also reacted immediately, feeling the surging power coming from his body. He couldn't help but look overjoyed and laughed. Is this a Super Saiyan? It's really amazing. After speaking, Trunks also looked at Sokate, quickly stood up, bowed with gratitude, and said, Uncle Sokate, I really thank you this time. Don't worry about thanking me first. While you are still in the state of a Super Saiyan, quickly adapt to this force, lest you can't transform through your own power next time, and then I won't be able to help you. Sokate waved his hand, signaling that he should hurry up and adapt to the force. Got it. After Trunks agreed, he quickly followed Son Gohan's footsteps, and after blowing a strong wind, the person disappeared. I said Sokate. After hearing Bulma's sigh behind him, Sokate immediately turned his head and asked with a smile, What's wrong, sister-in-law? I only heard Bulma say faintly, how nice it would be if you had crossed over a few years earlier. After being stunned, Sokate suddenly remembered a question, so he asked Bulma, Sister-in-law, I want to ask if you have heard of Tais. She's my sister. Bulma was stunned, obviously not expecting that the other party would know her sister's name, and asked, "I said Sokite, how can you know my sister's name? I was attacked by someone else when I was practicing in the universe, and I almost died, and it was she who passed there and saved my life. It was she who let me know the news of Earth." Sokite said half-heartedly, "Since she is your sister, do you know how she is now? I'd like to see her if I want, because the two of us haven't seen each other for more than 7 years since that day we separated." Bulma sighed faintly and said, "My sister died of illness a few years ago." Hearing this, Sokate suddenly fell silent, and only after half a ring did he utter a sentence, "This way." The tone seemed regretful, and helpless. "Actually, it's very good, at least she doesn't have to continue to live in this desperate world," Bulma said self-deprecatingly. In the following time, Sokite has been cultivating with Son Gohan and Trunks, and his strength has improved more rapidly than before. In less than half a year, his combat strength increased from 410,000 to 430,000. This progress is relatively fast, but it is still a lot worse than Son Gohan and Trunks. After this period of cultivation, Trunks has been able to freely transform into a Super Saiyan, but due to its low combat effectiveness, even if he can successfully transform, his combat effectiveness can only reach about 40 million at most, and although the artificial human strength of this time and space is not as perverted as the main time and space, it at least has a combat power of more than 100 million. You must know that the reason why the future Trunks can transform into a Super Saiyan is mainly because of the power of the Saiyan bloodline in his body, and he swallowed the last fairy bean when he died frequently, so that his combat power increased greatly before he could smoothly transform into a Super Saiyan. "Gohan, have you touched the threshold of the second stage of Super Saiyan now?" Sokate asked curiously. Although he is now confused whether this is the parallel time and space where the future Trunks in the main plot is located, but if you want to defeat the artificial human here, you must rely on the power of Son Gohan. Hearing this, Son Gohan scratched his head a little annoyed and said, "Uncle Sokate, I can almost understand the realm you said now, but if you want to break through, it's still a little bit worse." Unlike the original, after the guidance of Sokate, the cultivation of Son Gohan in this time and space is more focused on the transformation of the Super Saiyan, and after clarifying the direction, he did not waste the extra time on other things, although there is no sign of breaking through the bottleneck so far, but Son Gohan's strength has been greatly improved in the past half a year. At least when facing an artificial human alone, he has a nearly 70% chance of winning. The increase in strength made Son Gohan quite happy, which meant that the day of his revenge for the dead warriors was not far away. It's a pity that the spirit time house in the temple has been completely destroyed, otherwise, I can also let Son Gohan and Trunks enter to cultivate. With their talents, I am afraid that they will be able to surpass the Super Saiyans in less than a day. Thinking of this, Sokate himself is actually quite a pity. The spirit time house is one of the cheats in Dragon Ball, and the time spent in it for a year is equivalent to a day in the outside world. In the main time and space, Son Gohan successfully completed the triple jump with this year's time, from not transforming into a Super Saiyan to a full-power Super Saiyan, and even reached Super Saiyan 2 at the end of the Shalo chapter. Of course, there is the credit of his father Sun Wukong, but it relies more on his own outstanding talent. "Uncle Sokate, are we going to go to the artificial human to settle the score now?" Halfway through his cultivation, Trunks rolled his eyes and suddenly proposed, "You see that now Brother Gohan has become so strong, and I can transform into a Super Saiyan at will, and with your help, if you fight against the artificial human, there is definitely a chance of victory." Chapter 051. As soon as the words came out, Son Gohan on the side also looked at Sokate, and his eyes seemed to be asking for his opinion. Looking at Trunks' longing eyes, Sokate sighed in his heart, then shook his head and said with a serious face, "No, with your current strength, even if you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you can't deal with artificial humans, and once you fight, maybe it will drag Gohan." Although he is also very eager to defeat these two artificial humans, but now is not the time, at least let Son Gohan break through the second stage of Super Saiyan, so that he has a chance to win in the face of artificial talents. But don't we still have you? Trunks was still a little unwilling. The three of us work together, we will definitely be able to defeat the artificial humans. Me? A sneer appeared at the corner of Sokate's mouth and said, my role is more wasted than yours now. If I really fight with artificial people, in their eyes, I am afraid that I am no different from ordinary humans on the earth. Killing me is just a matter of raising my fingers. Even if I use the last killer move, I may not be able to help the other party. Killer app. Hearing this, Sun Wuhan's eyes suddenly fell on Sokite's tail, and he immediately understood, pointed to the sun in the sky, and whispered, Uncle Sokite, do you want to? It seems that you guessed it. Sokate smiled and said meaningfully, don't forget, this is the innate ability of our scions. But that transformation is not going to. Son Gohan stopped talking. He had also transformed into a giant ape once during the battle with Vegeta, but after the transformation, he lost all his memories. According to Klin, at that time, he seemed to have completely lost his mind and only knew destruction. Don't forget that the bloodline of the Scion royal family is capable of maintaining the sanity of the transformation of the great ape. Saying that, Sokate looked at the sun in the sky, his eyes were somewhat pitying, and said, it's just that the only problem now is that even if I can use this killer move, it is useless when facing artificial humans. With his current ability, using the Earth's oxygen and energy balls, combined with the sun's rays, it is indeed possible to create an artificial moon with ultra-high Brutz light. After absorbing these Bruz lights, he can immediately transform into a giant ape, and his strength can even increase by about 10 times. But this strength is still not enough to see when facing artificial humans. And more importantly, the great ape form is easily interrupted because there is a deadly hood door, that is, the tail. Once the tail is cut off, this state will be terminated immediately. This means can only be used to save lives, not as actual combat. Sokate thought in his heart, although the system helped him steal such a tail from the ancient evil Scion, but until now, he has only successfully used the evil power once, let alone mastered. I am afraid it is impossible to activate this power again. Hurry up and cultivate, Gohan, for you, I'm afraid time is running out. Sokite patted Son Gohan's shoulder and said quite seriously, I remember you told me before that the reason why the artificial people refused to kill you was to hold a playful mentality and want to see how you continue to struggle to survive, but when the artificial people know that your strength has surpassed them, I am afraid they will not sit idly by and watch you continue to grow. I understand that. For this point, Son Gohan, as the party concerned, probably knows better than anyone. Once there is a fight with them, remember not to be distracted, even if Trunks and I die at the hands of one of them, because this will only hasten your death, understand? But, Son Gohan was still a little hesitant. Don't be. Sokite squeezed Son Gohan's shoulders with his fingers, his eyes conveyed extremely firm emotions, and said, the two of us are just your drag now, if you want to defeat the artificial human, you must exert your strength. How sincere these words are, I am afraid that only Sokate himself knows. Chapter 052. Ah, isn't this Son Gohan? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. At this moment, a very leisurely sounding voice came from above the two people's heads, and the sound came out, and the three of them seemed to be in an ice cellar, and their bodies were full of cold. Son Gohan's pupils shrank when he landed, and a strong hatred burst out from his eyes under the sea, and he roared, artificial human. Hey, who is this guy? Why doesn't my profile contain his information? One of the female voices said. It seems that this guy is a scion like Sun Wukong. Speaking of this, the boy suddenly groaned, and the next voice was full of curiosity and teasing, it looks like Vegeta, is this kid Vegeta's illegitimate son outside? You two bastards said enough, didn't you? Trunks raised his head, and when he saw the two artificial humans who took his father's life, His pupils were suddenly covered by killing intent, and his momentum skyrocketed, and he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Heck, isn't this Vegeta's child? Now he can actually transform into a Super Saiyan? Cyborg No 17's face also showed a hint of surprise, but the next moment it was replaced by a smile. Do you want to avenge your father? Sure enough, he was as naive as Son Gohan at the beginning, and he actually tried to defeat us. Even though Trunks can transform into a Super Saiyan, due to the low strength of the norm, even if he can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, it is difficult to threaten the two artificial people. Give me death. Trunks did not care about the difference in strength between the two sides at all, folded his hands on his forehead, condensed a dazzling ball of energy, and immediately slammed into the two artificial people in the sky. Magic Flash. This Magic Flash can be called his strongest trick. The smile on No 17's face did not decrease, and at the moment when the Magic Flash was about to hit his body, he saw him slap it with one palm, and very lightly knocked the incoming Magic Flash to the side, and hit the mountain behind him head-on. Under the impact of this force, the entire mountain was suddenly cut off, and countless rubble flew. Oh, drink, it's quite sour. Number 17 pulled down his arm, but his eyes suddenly became cold, and from time to time a flash of amazing killing intent flashed. Looking condescendingly at the 3 days on the ground, suddenly stretched out his index finger, and number 18 next to him seemed to have sensed it, and also extended his index finger. Boom! 2 energy rays that could penetrate some suddenly swept down, causing the 3 people below to quickly dodge over. Trunks! Look at what stupid you did! After Sokite scolded, his face twitched slightly, and the fingers placed on his back began to tremble, and his heart was very flustered. What do we do now, Uncle Sokite? Trunks hurriedly asked, thinking that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, even if he couldn't fight against an artificial human, at least he could deal with it, but after seeing with his own eyes that his strongest attack could not work, he was a little panicked in his heart. Sokite sneered and said, what else can we do? Since people have taken the initiative to come to the door, then we can't drive people back. In this situation, if you want to survive, there is simply no second choice but to fight. Gohan, you go deal with the male artificial human. And as for the female one, I will deal with Trunks. Also, remember what I told you before. Sokite clearly understands that the gap in strength between himself and number 18 is like a heavenly graben, and if he does not use his full strength, he is afraid that he will not be able to support even a face. As soon as he thought of this, Sokite also immediately burst out all his strength, jumped up directly, and with a wave of his palm, countless energy bullets hit number 18. Bang! In the next second, Sokite's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of horror as he looked at number 18 who suddenly appeared in front of him, with short blonde shoulder-length hair, ice blue pupils, and delicate facial features, worthy of being recognized as the first beauty of Dragon Ball. But now, Sokite could not appreciate this beauty, because his chest had been penetrated by the palm of the other party, and the blood flowed, and it spread to his feet in an instant. Just. Is there only one trick? Looking at number 18 at such a close distance, Sokite spit out a sentence with difficulty, although he had already expected the result, but when things really happened, he was still a little unwilling. Chapter 053. Waste. Fuck me off. No 18's indifferent pretty face showed a touch of disgust, and he suddenly kicked Sokite away, wiping his blood-stained arm with a face full of disgust. Uncle Sokite! Trunks shouted bitterly, and immediately quickly caught Sokite's body, and after feeling his gradually faint breath, a pair of blue eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of water mist. Wake up, Uncle Sokite! Hey! Sokite's face turned pale, there was no trace of blood at all, and after spewing out a mouthful of blood, he couldn't help but let out a sneer. I thought I can stand up to a few moves. Saying that, the blood-stained palm pushed Trunks, and a weak voice slowly came out, Don't leave me alone. Hurry up and contain it. That woman. Good. Trunks forced tears to flow, and his angry eyes stared at number 18 suspended in the air. Damn artificial people. At the top of the sky, Sun Gohan, who was fighting with number 17, also sensed Sokite's gradually faint breath, and suddenly panicked in his heart, and couldn't help but look down at the direction where Sokite was, but it was this momentary distraction that made number 17 seize the opportunity, and his fist smashed directly into his abdomen. Bang! The strength of this punch was so great that Sun Gohan couldn't help but sweeten his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted directly from his throat, but he also used this force to quickly rush to Sokite's side. Here you go! What is it doing here? Sokite covered his chest with his palm and spat out the words fiercely, don't hurry up and defeat the androids. Sun Gohan didn't speak, and immediately took out a fairy bean from his pocket and gave it to him. This fairy bean is already the last fairy bean. Is this what Sendu does? After Sokite took the fairy beans, he felt a rich breath of life spread from his body, and the wound that had been exuding pain suddenly became painless and itchy, and when he looked down, he had actually healed. No matter what kind of trauma, as long as you take one of them, you can completely heal. This is the power of fairy beans. Of course, more importantly, after the injury was completely healed, a stronger force suddenly surged in his body, as if he had broken the previous shackles, and the strength of his whole body was sublimated. Is this the perversion of Scion blood? Sokite knew that this experience of coming back from the dead had completely broken through his own boundaries, and his combat power had soared to 5 million, and when he gathered chi, he could even reach an astonishing 6.5 million. Uncle Sokite, you seem to have become stronger. After feeling the amazing aura coming from Sokite's body, Sun Gohan's face was also full of surprise. He knew that after the Scions climbed back from the death line, their combat effectiveness would increase greatly. That's right, I think you should know that this is the ability of our Scion bloodline. Sokite nodded, his eyes were full of joy, but he still did not dare to let his guard down, and said cautiously, unfortunately, with my current strength, I still can't contain an artificial human for you. Unless I can transform into a Super Scion, there is still no chance of victory. But... Sokite suddenly changed his words, and a grim smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if I still can't successfully transform into a Super Scion now, the most ordinary giant ape can still be transformed. After speaking, he saw Sokite's face bruised, mobilizing his strength to gather in his palm, and then he saw a round ball of light suddenly appear in the palm, emitting a dazzling light. Hee, although it cost me a little strength, it was finally completed. Sokite's eyes flashed with a ray of blood, stared fiercely at number 18 floating in the air, and shouted angrily, I will definitely double the shame I gave back to you just now. After that, he threw the ball of light in his palm into the air, and under the background of the sunlight, this ball of light suddenly burst out a more dazzling light, and for a while it was so that everyone present could not open their eyes. This is... Trunks, who was desperately fighting with number 18, also felt this dazzling light and couldn't help but be slightly startled. What the hell is this guy doing? Number 17 said leisurely, obviously not taking Sokite's life and death to heart at all. Thump. Thump. Looking at the ball of light in the sky, the frequency of Sokite's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and then the blood all over his body seemed to boil in an instant, and a violent energy was spreading to his whole body, making his body tremble involuntarily. Chapter 054. Roar. Sokite's eyes rolled white, seemed to lose focus, and two beast fangs grew out of his mouth, like a wounded beast, making a roar, and then his body began to increase wildly. Black mane continued to grow from the surface of the body, and the teeth that grew fangs were sunken forward madly, gradually turning into a big ape's face. Is this Uncle Sokite's last killer move? As Vegeta's son, Trunks, who belongs to the half-blood, is the first time he has seen a giant ape like Scion, and his pupils are full of curiosity. After transforming into the form of a giant ape, Sokite's combat power also soared tenfold, reaching an astonishing 50 million. Although such combat power is not enough to defeat artificial humans, it can at least deal with them. Oh! I almost forgot that Dr. Gro had mentioned in the information transmitted that scions could transform into giant apes. Number 17 looked at Sokite, who had transformed into a giant ape, with interest. His expression was still very relaxed, and he didn't seem to take the giant ape Sokite to heart at all. According to Dr. Gro, after absorbing a certain amount of Bruz light, scions will transform into giant apes, and their combat effectiveness will increase by nearly 10 times, but the weakness is very obvious, that is, tail. When he said the word tail, he saw that the figure of number 17 suddenly turned into an afterimage, disappeared in place, and in the next second appeared behind the giant ape-like Sokite, with a knife in his palm, cutting to the tail. Roar! The giant ape-like Sokite seemed to have known that the other party would attack his tail, and immediately jumped high, causing No 17's attack to swoop. Oops! No 17's face changed instantly, realizing that it was not good. He quickly moved his body, but he still underestimated the speed of the giant ape-transformed Sokite, as if he had predicted his movement in advance, and his huge fist mixed with scorching energy directly smashed his entire body to the ground. Boom! This punch suddenly shook the mountain, and several cracks broke out on the ground, quickly spreading around. Finally caught you! Honestly suffer death! The giant ape-like Sokite raised his fist and frantically pounded number 17 on the ground, and after punching dozens of punches in a row, he realized that this damage to him was minimal, so he grew his mouth and spewed out a wave of energy towards the ground. Boom! After a burst of gunsmoke, a bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Why is this guy gone? Sokite floated in the air, looking at the large pit under his feet, trying to find the trace of number 17, because the breath of the artificial human could not be perceived, so he could only rely on the naked eye to observe the orientation of number 17. Of course, he would not be naive enough to think that the 17th would die under his own attack. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side is still going on intensely. Trunks, who is in the state of Super Saiyan, together with Son Gohan, clamps the cyborg 18. After getting the help of Trunks, Son Gohan also fought more fiercely. His strength was above number 18, and now with Trunks' help, number 18 can only be passively beaten. Bang! Son Gohan used his extremely fast speed to appear directly in front of number 18, skillfully blocking the opponent's attack, and then raised his foot and kicked it directly. Bang! After a muffled sound, No. 18's body retreated backwards, and his abdomen also felt swollen pain. At this moment, Trunks, who was waiting on the side, seized the opportunity and began to quickly gather strength, and soon a magic flash of power broke through the obstruction of the air, mixed with a strong wind, whistling towards No 18's head. No 18's expression changed suddenly, her face was a little panicked, and she had no time to dodge, and she could only block it with her palm in a hurry. Boom! No 18's cheeks twitched, and it was obviously very uncomfortable to take this attack. At this moment, the top of her head was suddenly covered by shadows, and when she looked up, she saw that Son Gohan's figure had appeared above her head, facing her face, clasping her hands together, and smashing her face. Just listening to the loud bang, No 18's whole person fell to the ground, and when she was about to hit the ground, she also stabilized her body. Her face was frosty. You two bastards! P.S. Thank you ZHENG6736855 for the monthly pass. Thank you for this big one. As for the problem of slow plot, I can only say, immediately enter the theme. Chapter 055. Swoosh! The 17th was like lightning, instantly came to Sun Wuhan's side. A pair of cold eyes burst out like substantial anger, and said fiercely, Sun Wuhan, originally I wanted to play with you for a few more years, but now I have changed my mind. Today not only you, but also that little ghost, and even the unknown scion, just like your former dead companions, all died here. Drink. After speaking, I saw that number 17 was like a thunder falling in the night sky, and it passed by Sun Gohan in a whistle, and by the time Sun Gohan reacted, number 17 had already arrived in front of Trunks, and a whip leg was like a thunderbolt, straight to Trunks' head. This leg can be described as powerful. With Trunks' current strength, once it is hit, it will definitely only die. Oops! Trunkton was shocked. He did not choose to fight hard. He knew the gap in strength between the two sides. He realized that this move not only could not fight hard, but the action when dodging could not be too big, otherwise it would let the other party seize the opportunity. Swoosh! Trunks' body shrank down slightly, and when dodging this blow, he used his fastest speed and galloped towards the other side at full speed. Without the help of Sun Gohan, with his strength, he simply could not compete with these two artificial people. Temporarily hiding aside and ceding the battlefield to Sun Gohan is his best choice. But... Hehe, I had expected you to be like this. No 17's eyes exude a piercing murderous intent, and the corners of his mouth raise a hint of a successful arc, looking particularly eerie. Die. Number 17 stretched out his finger, and a milky white light mass appeared on his fingertip, aiming in the direction where Trunks was dodging. When the words fell, I saw a wave of energy that seemed to be able to run through everything burst out and pierced directly towards Trunks. Get out of the way! Trunks! Sun Gohan's eyes were cracked, and he quickly shouted, and immediately flew towards Trunks, trying to resist this energy wave before it hit Trunks, but he did not expect that the 18th, which was suppressed by him before, suddenly appeared in front of him, resisting his forward steps. Abominable! Fuck me off! No 18's pretty face rippled with an oozing smile, and sneered, do you feel very powerless, obviously close at hand, but you are powerless. Watch your companion die, as if it were 13 years ago. Damn it! You two bastards! Sun Gohan punched out in vain, as if breaking through the barrier of the air, and directly smashed on the pretty face of number 18, and at this moment his strength and speed seemed to break through the shackles, far exceeding when he fought with number 18 before. Drink! Sun Gohan clenched his teeth, the golden aura suddenly soared, the muscles of the upper body began to skyrocket, and the whole person's aura instantly increased wildly. At this time, Sun Gohan finally broke through his own boundaries and reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks! At this moment, Sokate, who had been looking for number 17, naturally discovered no 17's intentions, so he didn't want to think about it, jumped up directly, and blocked Trunks' body with his thick body. Boom! The shrill explosion suddenly resounded on Sokate, sweeping up countless smoke. Howl! The giant ape-like Sokate let out a piercing whistling sound, which suddenly resounded in the sky. Uncle Sokate! After Trunks discovered that it was Sokate who used his body for the energy wave of number 17, he immediately let out a bitter shout. After the smoke cleared, Sokate's huge giant ape body gradually appeared in front of Trunks, and after seeing that Sokate was not in any big trouble, Trunks was also relieved, turned his head and looked, and captured the scene of Sun Gohan punching number 18. Chapter 056. Has Brother Gohan finally broken through the boundaries of Super Saiyan? Trunkton's face was overjoyed, and he immediately lifted his spirits and continued to frantically head towards number 18. Abominable androids! Sun Gohan galloped forward, and after passing a golden flame, he punched number 18 away, and at the same time flashed behind her the next moment, clasped his hands, and smashed her on top of her head, smashing her to the ground in one fell swoop. Give me death! Sun Gohan roared, quickly condensed his strength, pushed both palms, and released a turtle faction Qigong, swept a long tail and crashed head-on into the artificial man number 18. Naive humans, do you think this will kill me? Number 18 stretched out his palms, wanting to harden this turtle school Qigong, but did not expect that this energy was far beyond her imagination, and countless stones at her feet shook chaotically, quickly turning into starch. You! Number 18 blushed and used almost all his strength, but he was never able to bounce this energy back, but he was gradually crushed by this energy. How can I die in your... Before the words were finished, the energy of the turtle sect Qigong wave directly pressed her to the ground, and the violent energy rushed to her body head-on, exploding with a bang. Until his death, number 18 still couldn't believe that Sun Gohan, who was actually regarded as a plaything, had been defeated. Boom! The shrill explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and for a while countless dust and fog were set off on the ground, making it impossible to see the real situation inside. Have you finally solved an artificial human? Looking at the dust and mist below, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but mutter. When he vented all the power of this anger, he suddenly realized that his power had consumed so much. Sure enough, as Uncle Sokate said, although this form will greatly increase speed and strength, as the battle progresses, the loss of chi will be very serious, so it must be fought quickly. Yu Gai actually knocked down the 18th. After seeing his twin sister number 18 knocked down, No 17's expression was finally replaced by amazement. At this time, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared above him, and when he looked sideways, he saw a tyranny burst out from the pupils of the giant ape incarnated by Sokite, and his fists smashed into his direction. Abominable! Number 17 jumped up, but he didn't want two golden figures to suddenly appear in front of him, and then he felt countless fists hitting his body. Ah! Sun Gohan roared up to the sky, and in an instant, all the accumulated anger in the past 10 years and the grudge of his partners being killed burst out. Bang! 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 As if to vent all this negative emotions, Sun Gohan frantically hit No 17's body with both fists, and for a while number 17 was covered in scaly wounds. Even if he had unlimited physical strength and energy, he could not heal the wounds on his body. This punch is Uncle Bikes. This punch is Uncle Cleanse. This punch is from Uncle Yamcha. This punch is from Uncle Tianjin Rice. This punch is Uncle Dumplings. This punch is Uncle Vegetas. A punch is as fast as a punch. One punch is as heavy as a punch. This last punch was from my mother Kiki. Sun Gohan roared, and the fist with the lingering golden light slammed into No 17's left chest, directly piercing his heart. It's hard to imagine that Sun Gohan, who is kind and modest by nature, can actually be so ruthless. Poof! With a piercing sound, I saw number 17 let out a mournful roar, fell backwards and flew out, and my heart was shattered in this instant. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect such a day, I knew this. I should have killed you sooner rather than later. Artificial man number 17 murmured, his eyes were covered with dead ash, he gradually lost focus, and his body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. At this point, the two artificial humans who had been plagued for 13 years on the earth were finally completely eliminated. Chapter 057. After the system energy is collected, does the host have to perform a time shuttle? Can I go back to the time and space where I was before? Yes. The two artificial humans who had been plagued the earth for 13 years were finally defeated, and the humans who were still alive on the earth suddenly fell into ecstasy. The people who are fleeing for their lives have also returned to their original residences, and the ruined city has begun to be repaired little by little. Human beings have slowly begun to recover, and the whole earth has become thriving. Buzz! The unique sound of the plane's engine came from a distance, and then a golden plane slowly descended into the courtyard outside Bulma's Research Institute. Is Mom back? After hearing this familiar sound of the engine, Trunks followed Sun Gohan out of the door. The surviving turtle immortal, Oolong, and Pool jumped down from the plane in turn, and after seeing Sun Gohan, they enthusiastically came over. Gohan, I know you kid is amazing. Oolong punched Sun Gohan lightly and heavily, and the pig's face was full of joy. Those two artificial humans have finally been destroyed, and we don't have to continue to live a life of escape. Yes, it's a pity that young Master Yamacha has been. Speaking of this, Pool's eyes suddenly filled with tears, although the news of the destruction of the artificial man made him very happy, but thinking of his companions who had died at the hands of the artificial human, he couldn't help but feel sad. 13 years, this frightening day, God knows how they survived. Don't make people unhappy on this kind of festive day. The turtle immortal was on crutches, looked left and right, and after not observing the figure of the person, he couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Hey? Gohan, what about the scion who traveled back in time from the past? Did you say Uncle Sokite?" Son Gohan smiled and was about to say his location, but the next moment, he suddenly felt that the aura belonging to Sokite disappeared in an instant, which made him suddenly nervous. What's going on? Why is Uncle Sokite's anger gone? Uncle Sokite! You don't have to look for him. At this moment, Bulma, who came out of the cab, suddenly spoke, still holding a piece of paper in her hand. Son Gohan and Trunks asked in unison, "Why?" Bulma flicked the white paper on her hand, and there were only a few words written on it. "I have found a way to go back, don't miss it." "Why did you leave in such a hurry? I haven't thanked him properly." Son Gohan's face is very sentimental. In the past half a year of getting along, he has long regarded the other party as his friend and elder, and it is under his guidance that he can successfully break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan and defeat two artificial humans. Yes, without Uncle Sokite's guidance and help, Brother Gohan and I would not have defeated the android so quickly. Maybe we would have died at the hands of the android. Trunks' face was full of reluctance, although the actual age of this generational uncle was only a few years older than him, but after this series of events, he had long regarded Sokite as the object of his admiration. "I wanted to practice with him next, but I didn't expect to usher in a parting so soon." Bulma comforted, "Trunks, don't be so sad, maybe Sokite just doesn't want to see the reluctance on your faces. So he chose to leave without notifying you. By the way, Aunt Bulma, do you still want to continue studying that time machine?" Son Gohan suddenly asked. Bulma smiled lightly, brushed the hair on her forehead, and said, "I invented the time machine to change the history of the past, so that everyone can predict all this in advance, and then defeat the artificial man, but now the artificial man has been defeated by you, and Sokite seems to have returned to the past, and there is obviously no point in continuing to study the time machine." Saying that, Bulma reached into her pocket with both hands, and found that after a small glass bottle disappeared, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on her face. "Sokite, you are much more attentive than I thought." Chapter 058. Today's Earth is in chaos, and the invasion of two aliens has caused them to suffer painfully, and several cities have been turned into ruins in an instant. The dusty Gobi Desert, the battle that will determine the future of the Earth, has now come to an end. You bunch of garbage remind me that miracles will not happen a second time. During this time you will wash your necks and wait. Looking at the small spaceship carrying Vegeta, Klin clenched his fists, eager to immediately tear it to pieces and avenge his dead companions. But remembering Sun Wukong's request, he had to put down the knife in his hand and watch the enemy go away. Of course, he knew that the ruthless words made by the other party were definitely not untargeted, and this time he could be defeated by them together, mainly because he was careless and underestimated the enemy. If he was given another chance, I am afraid that this battle would not end with their victory. Phew! Klin took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Son Gohan, who fell to the ground unconscious. It was he who transformed into a giant ape in a time of crisis that was able to completely defeat Vegeta. Holding back his trembling body, Klin walked towards Son Gohan with a stumbling step. "Are you okay?" "It's okay now." Saying that, he carefully held Son Gohan in his arms. Under the rocks, Yajirobe, who touched the ground with a big head, said in a strange voice, "You actually let that guy escape, you bald fool, why don't you kill him with a knife?" Without hearing this, Klin walked straight to Sun Wukong, and listened to him say in a weak voice, "I'm sorry, Klin. As a warrior who guards the earth, This time he actually allowed the enemy who killed his companion to escape for his own care, which is obviously unacceptable. Although I feel guilty about my dead companions, there may be a way to bring them back to life. Before Klin's words were finished, the roar of an aircraft engine in the sky suddenly sounded from the ears of the two people, and when he looked up, he saw a new emerald green plane flying straight in the direction of the two people, which made Klin's face change. Could it be? Without waiting to say the words, I saw a familiar face suddenly peeking out of the window of the plane, and it was the master of the two of them, the Turtle Immortal. "Hey, you're okay?" The Turtle Immortal waved the crutches in his hand and greeted them. After Sun Wukong and Klin saw the Turtle Immortal, they couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. The plane slowly landed next to the nearby Gobi, and before it could hit the ground, Kiki's standard loud voice came out of the plane, "Gohan." "Kiki." After hearing this familiar and somewhat distant voice, Sun Wukong couldn't help but raise his tired eyelids and looked in the direction of the voice. "Gohan. Gohan." The cabin door of the plane was not fully opened, and I saw Kiki as if running 100 meters hurdle, unceremoniously pushed away the Turtle Immortal who was blocking the front, jumped directly to the ground, and ran in the direction of the three people like crazy. "Kiki." When he saw Kiki gritting his teeth and running over, Sun Wukong couldn't help but close his eyes in fear, who thought that Kiki didn't pay attention to him at all, jumped up, passed directly in front of him, and took Sun Gohan from Klin's hands like a hungry tiger, shushing and asking warmly, "Gohan. Gohan. You're okay, cheer yourself up quickly, Mom is here." "Poor Gohan, why did you encounter such a thing?" Looking at Kiki's worried look, after seeing Sun Wukong being left aside, Klin, who was a good friend, slowly stepped forward and couldn't help but say, "Gohan, he's fine, but Goku is very badly injured, he's lying over there, you go over and see him." Who thought that Kiki didn't seem to hear it, his eyes looked at the sleepy Sun Gohan in his arms with regret, and he chanted from time to time, "Good poor Gohan, being involved in an adult's dispute, my mother will never leave you this time." Chapter 059. Saying that, Kiki held Sun Gohan and walked in the opposite direction to Sun Wukong, which made Clinton stunned in place, and didn't even say anything. He could only slander in his heart, how could she be like this? Goku has worked hard, and if it weren't for him, the entire earth might have been. Obviously, Kiki's behavior could not even be seen by Klin. Goku. Goku. On the contrary, Bulma, a friend of more than 10 years, quickly ran to Sun Wukong's side and asked worriedly, "It doesn't matter if the injuries on your body are concerned, right?" The Turtle Immortal beside him said in a deep voice, "The injury is too serious." Sun Wukong said in a weak tone, "I'm really sorry to let that scion escape." "It's okay." At this moment, the Karin Immortal came over and said in a tone that you had already done well, "It's great to be able to get rid of him." "Karin Immortal, you are also here." "That scion is not a strong phrase to describe," Klin approached, his tone unusually cautious and sad, "Bulma. Yamcha he. Everyone else has already been killed except us." I thought that Bulma's expression would be very sad, who thought that she actually showed a smile on her face and said, "Well, I know, I have seen it on TV." Klin was taken aback by Bulma's reaction, and said in surprise, "But Vic is dead, and the immortals are also dead, indicating that Dragon Ball has been." Hearing this, the expression on Bulma's face finally changed, and Beitooth bit her thin lip, forced herself to prevent tears from welling up, and shouted, "I know." The moment she said these words, she could no longer suppress the grief in her heart and finally gushed out, hanging her head and kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. "Bulma," Klin was trying to comfort Bulma, but at this time a violent wind suddenly blew in the sky, and the deeply damaged Klin was almost blown up by the wind. If it were not for the swift hands of the Turtle Immortals, I am afraid that he would have been caught in the wind. What the hell is going on here? The Karin Immortal cat hand looked up in front of the eye socket, but saw that the sky suddenly tore a huge crack, and a strong energy came from inside. After everyone saw this scene, their eyes were immediately frightened. Damn it! Is there anyone else who covets the earth? The turtle immortal said angrily. Look, there seems to be a person coming out of that crack. Sun Wukong, who had excellent eyesight, was obviously the figure who found the crack. After Sun Wukong said these words, everyone quickly raised their heads and looked towards the crack, and the outline of a figure in the crack became clearer, sky-like furious hair, special combat clothes, and tails coiled around the waist. All these characteristics told them that the person who came was a scion. Vegeta! Clinton exclaimed. Sun Wukong smiled and said, he is not Vegeta, and Vegeta is not as strong as him. Although Vegeta is very strong, he is obviously not in the same dimension compared to the person in front of him, and the strength of this scion who looks like Vegeta has obviously reached another strength. So what do we do? Yajiro Bingbei shouted and quickly said, let's run for your life first. With our current situation, if the other party wants to kill us, no matter how to escape, it will be useless. The turtle immortal said bitterly. Now I can only see what the other party means. As soon as the words fell, the crack in the sky gradually disappeared, and the figure completely appeared in front of everyone, slowly landed on the ground, and after looking at everyone, he spoke, are you Earthlings? Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the space shuttle, there will be a chance to steal 3 items. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Monkey King's teleportation experience. Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Fran's superpower, illusion. Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing a fairy bean. Ding dong! An escalation of host privileges opens up the built-in space of the system. Chapter 060. Monkey King's teleportation experience. That's a good thing. Sokite raised his eyebrows, and his face also showed a smile. About teleportation, he spent a long time and could not master. Now he got Sun Wukong's thoughts, want to master completely. I am afraid it is not difficult. Sokite, who was in a deep groan, did not find that these people in front of him were motionless for an instant because of his appearance, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. Just as the atmosphere fell silent, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared next to Sokite. She was Kiki. I saw that she was not afraid of the aura emanating from Sokite, and shouted in front of her, I don't care what planet you are an alien from, in short, you don't want to hurt my Gohan, otherwise I will never let you go. The movement made by Kiki also startled Sokite, and he turned his head and carefully looked at this Monkey King's wife, Kiki. From the perspective of appearance alone, Kiki is definitely a rare big beauty. Even if she has a child, it does not affect her beauty. But as a person with a god's perspective, the combination of Kiki and Sun Wukong is obviously a mistake. In a way, both sides are delaying themselves. If it weren't for that ridiculous engagement, maybe Kiki would have found a better home, so that when it came time to give birth to Son Gohan, her personality changed completely, not only arrogant and unreasonable, always taunting Son Gohan, but more importantly, preventing Son Gohan from cultivating. This series of behaviors also led to her becoming a more hated object among Dragon Ball fans. And Sun Wukong is the same, assuming that he is not married to Kiki, he can still live well with his skills, not to mention that even cultivation has to look at the faces of others. If you don't have a chance, it's a good thing. Sokite smiled slightly, but this smile made everyone present chill all over, and an irrepressible fear suddenly filled the whole body. Is he going to kill? Yajirobe trembled and said, how did Lao Sun find such a wife? Klin and the Turtle Immortal also nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with this statement. Son Gohan, is it? Looking at Son Gohan, who is still in his childhood, Sokite's eyes showed a trace of regret. As a warrior with the greatest potential in the original Dragon Ball, if Son Gohan can have a heart to concentrate on cultivation, the future end will not be so miserable. Sokite's misery is, of course, the 3 Son Gohan in the coming period. The first is the future time and space of Dragon Ball, the son Gohan who taught Trunks cultivation and gave him hope. So what is his final ending? He's dead. And what is the most direct cause of his death at the hands of artificial humans? After returning from Namesing, son Gohan, who was waiting for his father's return, was ordered by his mother Kiki not to practice, and he had to seriously make up for the previous delay in his studies, which made him even more unable to find time to cultivate. This also marks an important watershed moment in the Dragon Ball story. That's the future boy Trunks. The appearance of the future teenager Trunks made the Z warriors begin to be defensive, and after learning the time of the appearance of the artificial human, under the great pressure of survival, the Z warriors grew faster in the next few years, and during this time, Son Gohan was also severely trained by his father Son Goku and Master Bike. During this time, he also laid an excellent foundation, and in the day of cultivation in the Spirit Time House, he never transformed into a Super Saiyan and jumped to Super Saiyan full power. In the final battle with Shiryu, he even broke through the boundaries of Super Saiyan, ahead of Son Goku and Vegeta, becoming the first Saiyan to transform into Super Saiyan 2. But Sun Wuhan in another time and space was not lucky, and the pressure of his mother Kiki made him completely waste those years of cultivation time, and at the same time, this time and space also ushered in the most important dividing point. Sun Wukong died of illness. Sun Wukong's death not only means that Sun Wuhan has lost his father's guidance, but also lost the best time to cultivate during this time, which also laid the groundwork for the later killing of Artificial Man number 17. The second is the sequel at the end of the original work, Dragon Ball GT, once recognized as the strongest single combat power of Dragon Ball, Son Gohan, in this sequel, not only reduced to a cheerleader, but even when fighting with some small bosses, will be suppressed for various reasons, although the final ending is thrilling, but still makes him lose a lot of face. As for the latest sequel Dragon Ball Super at the end, compared with the previous game, the performance of Son Gohan in this work has completely been reduced to black history, and the reason for all this is still the old problem, neglect of cultivation. As a result, his strength dropped dramatically, and even transforming into a Super Saiyan was very reluctant. In the battle with the resurrected Frieza, let alone Frieza himself, even one of his subordinates can't fight. After this battle, the daimyo of Nobihan also became famous all over the world. And from these two sequels, we can see that even if Son Gohan has all his potential in the later stage has been tapped, everyone is not optimistic about his future as a warrior. At a critical moment, I have to go to see the people Sun Wukong and Vegeta, how can you be wild than rice? Chapter 061. What is your purpose here? Bulma stepped forward and experienced the despair of her lover dying and unable to be resurrected, and the fierce emotions in her heart were like a volcano erupting, and she rushed directly to Sokate. People have been killed by you. Isn't all this enough? Are you willing to kill all the people on the earth? Saying that, Bulma actually directly grabbed Sokate's neck, and the powder fist weakly beat Sokate's body, helpless like a child. Tears kept falling, and the appearance of crying was pitiful. Staring at the still young Bulma, Sokate's heart did not know what kind of emotions welled up, and then he actually made a movement that surprised everyone present, only to see his arm slightly wrapped up, directly took the crying tearful man gently into his arms, gently stroked her hair with his palm, and comforted, "Don't continue to cry." Then he added, "It's not good to cry again." Everyone. So, you're Vegeta's brother, no wonder you look so similar to him. After some explanation, everyone also clearly understood Sokate's purpose, and when they knew that he would not do anything to the earth, everyone was also relieved, but when they looked at Bulma, there was a strange look in their eyes. This guy won't be fancying Bulma, right? Sokate stood in the corner of the plane and said, "Listen to what you mean, does this planet also have Dragon Balls? Do you know anything about Dragon Ball?" Hearing this, the turtle immortal immediately lifted his spirits. Sokate nodded and said, "I have lived in Nameki for a long time before, and the Nemesis have very magical powers, and the Dragon Ball is the result of their strength and wisdom. So that's the case, no wonder you're not interested in Dragon Balls on Earth. Clint smiled, and his heart was relieved. It's not that I'm not interested, although Dragon Ball has a very magical power, but the limitations are very high. The so-called immortality or immortal body cannot be achieved at all, at most it is only to resurrect a person. Speaking of this, Sokite deliberately paused, but his gaze couldn't help but look at Bulma. After what happened just now, Bulma seemed to be deliberately avoiding Sokite's gaze, snorted, and directly moved his gaze to the side. And at this time she did not cry. When seeing the interaction between the two, Clint also held his bald head and laughed a few times, and looked at Bulma with admiration. In his opinion, the reason why Sokate did not move on them was completely for Bulma's face. Is this what is called men conquering the world and women conquering men? Everyone's bodies are around here, right? The turtle immortal who was setting up the plane asked Clint, who pointed in a direction and said, a little further over there. After collecting the remains of the soldiers, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground with scars, suddenly asked, Sokate, can the Dragon Ball on that megastar really resurrect a person? Sokate said, of course, and unlike on your Earth, the Dragon Balls of Namex can grant 3 wishes. Really? Clinton was in high spirits, as if he had thought of something, and immediately asked, then can a person who has died once be resurrected? He was obviously thinking of dumplings that had already died once, and he himself had died once during the great Demon King Vic's troubles. The Dragon Balls on the Nemesis do not have this limit. No matter how many times you die, you can be resurrected. Sokate said lightly, but his eyes looked at Bulma again. At this time she was piloting the plane, and seemed to be caught in some kind of memory. For some reason, he actually mentioned a nameless fire in his heart, and after snorting heavily, he turned his head sideways and looked at the Monkey King, who fell to the ground. You are Bardock's second son, Kakarot. Bardock. Is that my father's name? Sun Wukong showed a smile with difficulty and said, let's just say that. 8,000 combat power, not bad, even on planet Vegeta, you can rank among the ranks of first-class fighters. Oh? Sokate, how do you know Goku's combat power? Clint glanced at Sokite and found that there was no detection instrument with combat data hanging in his ear, and couldn't help asking, do you have the ability to detect the combat power of others? You are very smart, no wonder you can live as an Earthling until now. Sokite smiled slightly, and after looking at Clint, he said, the combat power of 1770, as far as the race of the Earthlings is concerned, it is already very rare for you to achieve such a combat power. In that case, how much combat power do you have? The person who spoke was none other than Bulma, who was holding the plane, and said in a defiant tone, as Vegeta's younger brother, I think your combat effectiveness should be no worse than his. Chapter 062. Sokate hooked the corner of his mouth, a hint of pride between his eyebrows, and said, of course. But I'm afraid my fighting power will scare you. Can it be said that you have more than 100,000 combat power? Bulma said unceremoniously. Of course not. I just said. Because as early as 7 years ago, when I was 8 years old, my combat strength had reached 200,000. What? As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted everyone's shock. You must know that the strongest Sun Wukong is only 8,000 combat strength, and this guy in front of him actually reached an astonishing 200,000 7 years ago. How can such a huge gap not surprise everyone? How is this possible? If you really have such combat power, then... Bulma didn't believe it for the first time, and before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said, I believe this is not your current combat effectiveness. Your current combat effectiveness should be higher. Your intuition is indeed very sharp. Sokate smiled, and immediately said to the Monkey King on the ground with a mysterious look, don't you know the true power of the Scion bloodline until now? What is it? Sun Wukong asked curiously. The fighting nation Scions have a unique fighting talent. Not only can we transform into a giant ape through our tails, but more importantly, after experiencing frequent deaths, once we can survive again, then the combat effectiveness will be greatly increased, and this is the strongest place of our Scions. So it is, no wonder Gaku will get stronger and stronger. When Klin heard the power of the Scion bloodline, he couldn't help but exclaim. This ability to greatly increase strength after struggling back from the death line is indeed too powerful. Kakarot, your father used to be just a low-level warrior with a combat power of no more than 3,000, but after several frequent death battles, he survived with a combat power of tens of thousands, becoming the most powerful warrior on planet Vegeta at that time. Your Scion blood is really powerful. After hearing the feat of Son Gohan's father, Bardock, Klin couldn't help but sigh faintly, but Sokite showed a smile and said, "Do you really think this is a good thing? Klin, do you know how many Scions die in battle each year?" Without waiting for him to answer, he heard Sokite say lightly, "The number of Scions who die every year because of the mission reaches tens of thousands." What? Sokite glanced at the turtle immortal and said, "The cultivation skills of the Scions are not as advanced as those of your Earthlings. According to their cultivation methods, the way to make a Scion grow quickly is to let him contact the battle earlier. It is heard that only 2% of the Scions who can survive the first battle are only 2%, and the remaining 80% of the Scions are killed in battle. In addition to the Scions who put into battle for the first time, some fighters above the middle level will also desperately carry out tasks in order to increase their strength, and end up dying in the mission." Klin was puzzled. Why is this? Isn't it enough to have such a strong power? Without waiting for Sokite to answer, the turtle immortal said in a deep voice, "Klin, don't underestimate a warrior's thirst for power. According to the bloodline of a Scion, the most convenient way to gain power is to walk on the line of death. It is precisely because of this attitude of infinite thirst for power that most Scions will lead them to die in the mission." Speaking of this, Sokite himself couldn't help but smile and said, "But this is the nature of our Scions, who desire great power and also want to be able to fight a hardy battle." Hearing this, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but let out a chuckle, obviously agreeing with Sokite's statement. As soon as the words fell, the villain in Kiki's arms sitting on the side suddenly made a murmur, his closed eyes gradually opened, and Kiki also had a happy face. "Gohan, you're awake." When Son Gohan opened his somewhat tired eyes, he subconsciously exclaimed. P.S. Too many sensitive words, temporarily reviewed, sent out chapters need to be rectified, sorry. Chapter 063. Don't worry, Mom is here. Son Gohan turned his head and looked at his mother Kiki in disbelief. "Mom." Kiki smiled at first, and the next moment suddenly hugged her son sadly, crying, "You encountered something very scary, right? You don't have to worry, now you're safe." "Amazing, Gohan, you're doing a great job." When the turtle immortal looked at his apprentice, he also showed an amiable smile. Klin also gave a thumbs up, signaling that he was doing a good job. "What about the Scion?" Son Gohan's childish voice had just come out, and suddenly he sensed a powerful aura from the side, and when he looked sideways, he was immediately startled. "Why are you here?" "Don't be nervous, Gohan, he's not with that Scion." Immediately afterwards, everyone also explained to him, and when he knew that Sokite would not harm everyone, Son Gohan was finally relieved. "Hey, Kiki, aren't you his wife? Don't just take care of your children, take care of your husband." Yajiro Baiwei was also not used to Kiki's behavior, and stepped forward to persuade. "What did you say?" Kiki Sutton's eyebrows furrowed, and she hummed sideways. It was because of him that Gohan encountered this kind of thing, and he would not have been involved in this dispute in the first place. "No, Mom, Dad, he..." Without waiting for Son Gohan to finish speaking, he listened to Kiki say to himself, "I am not worried about the future of the Earth, I am most worried about the future of Gohan." When it comes to the future of her precious son, Kiki has become quite stubborn. As a mother, she is tired of fighting and killing, she just wants to be like a normal mother, hoping that her son will become an excellent scholar and be able to have his own achievements. And not like a mercenary, hovering on the edge of life and death all day. Looking at the stubborn Kiki, Yajiro took a heavy breath, looked sideways at Sun Wukong, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and said, "Gaku, can I beat her up? If I say that in 3 years, Kakarot will die for some reason, then the earth will be in great crisis, and your child will be the only hope to save the earth, will you still let that kid go to school?" Sokite's eyes were deep, and he looked at Kiki quietly like a deep pool. "Even if that were the case, I would." Sokite's eyes showed a hint of unhappiness, and he interrupted directly with a wave of his hand. "Do you know who is the culprit who will cause your child to die tragically at the hands of the enemy in the future?" "That's right, it's your naive thoughts. Knowledge can indeed create the future, but if you want to protect yourself and the safety of those around you, do you still need knowledge? No. By strength. Without strength, you can't even protect yourself, what else can trademark talk about learning knowledge?" Funny, in the Dragon Ball world, Sokate surprisingly does not hate the so-called villain, and the only 2 people he hates are people on the righteous side. One is Kiki in front of him, the culprit who caused Shenbane to become Nobihan. The other is Satan, who shamelessly steals the fruits of the victory of the Z warriors, and always looks like the eldest and the second. That. Sokate, although Kiki's attitude is a little stubborn, but after all, she is Gohan's mother and has the right to go. Klin wanted to dissuade the 2, but Sokate shook his head, his inky black eyes staring at him tightly. "This is..." Clinton felt a darkness in front of him, and when he felt the light, he opened his eyes again, as if he was in a familiar and unfamiliar area. "Isn't this the western capital where Bulma is located? This is obviously the most prosperous city on Earth, how did it become like this?" Looking at the western capital that had turned into ruins in front of him, Klin's gaze couldn't help but sluggish, and then a strange memory suddenly filled the depths of his mind, making him feel it. The next moment, he seemed to understand something. It turns out that this is the Earth 13 years later. Namek's journey was a complete success, and he and Son Gohan and Son Goku not only resurrected everyone using Nami's Dragon Ball, but also returned to Earth. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long, and 3 years later, Sun Wukong died of a heart attack. Shortly after his death, the evil forces of the Earth revived, and the warriors chose to fight them in order to protect the Earth from destruction. P.S. The latter ones have also been revised, and when they are finished, they will be sent out together. Chapter 064. It's just that this time the opponent is far stronger than before, and the haze of death once again hangs over the earth. "Vic!" Klin exclaimed, appearing in the picture in front of him. A black shadow crossed in front of Vic's eyes, and then his eyes rolled and his tall body crashed to the ground. One move. Just one move. Vic, the strongest among them, was the first to die. Vic's death caused Dragon Ball to completely lose its divine powers, and the dead could never be resurrected. But this is just the beginning. For the enemy, Vic is just an appetizer, and then it is time to eat the main course. The picture in front of me suddenly became gloomy. Immediately afterwards, Tianjin rice, dumplings, Yamuti, and himself all died at the hands of this group. This gang is too strong to be desperate. No matter how hard they tried to resist, it would be useless. Is this how humanity is destroyed? Klin muttered, with all the warriors almost dead, almost no one on Earth could stand up against those enemies. At the same time, the picture turned, and the time came 13 years later. Klin's perspective is fixed on a person, who is wearing the same Taoist robe as Sun Wukong, with a large rice character printed on the back, and the outline looks very similar to the dead Sun Wukong. The answer is coming soon. He's Gohan. Clinton reacted and looked at Sun Gohan, who had grown up in front of him, with a shocked expression. In the brutal battle, the Z warriors were almost completely destroyed, and the only remaining warriors were Sun Gohan alone. 13 years later, he has grown from a child to his current youth. Seeing this, Klin couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that the last surviving warrior would be Sun Gohan, but with his strength alone, how could he deal with those evil forces? After Vic died, the Dragon Ball also disappeared, and everyone who died will not be resurrected, and as for Sun Wukong, he will not be resurrected because of his normal death. But Klin also understands that now Sun Gohan is the only hope of the earth, not that he wants to continue fighting, but that he has no choice. For humanity. For everyone who died. For the peace of the earth. No matter what, he has to fight the enemy. Sun Gohan, who inherits everyone's legacy, has been fighting hard to eliminate evil forces in the past 13 years, but because of his neglect of cultivation in his youth, no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve significant results, and every battle ended in defeat. If it were not for the other party's playful mind, I am afraid he would not have lived until now. Seeing this, Klin also couldn't help but think of Kiki, who had been urging him to study next to Sun Gohan. If it weren't for her urging, Sun Gohan wouldn't have lived so hard. As time passed, the other party gradually lost his mind to play, and in a certain battle, he even took away one of Sun Gohan's arms. At this time, Klin couldn't bear to continue watching. The end was naturally unknown. How could Sun Gohan, who was not strong enough, defeat this group after losing an arm? What a dark future this is! Klin, are you like this? At this moment, Bulma's voice suddenly sounded in Klin's ears, and then the picture that appeared in front of him turned into pieces like a mirror. Ah! It's nothing. After his consciousness returned to reality, Klin suddenly felt that his head was cold. And when he wiped the back of his hand, he found that it was covered with sweat droplets. Is all this true? Klin glanced at Sokate carefully, and at some point, he had returned to the corner next to him, and when he found himself looking at him, he suddenly showed a meaningful smile. The moment he saw this smile, Klin felt as if none of these things were fake, and that it could really happen in the future. Boom! Thinking of this, Klin couldn't help but swallow his saliva deeply, and when the plane landed in the hospital, Klin took advantage of the fact that everyone was busy with other things, suddenly walked to Sokate's side, and said quietly, "Is what happened just now real?" Sokate showed a leisurely smile, looked relaxed, and said, "Do you think it will do me any good to lie to you?" Indeed, with his current strength, wanting to kill us is a matter of waving his fingers, and there is no need to go through such a big effort. Klin thought this in his heart, and after dispelling the doubts in his heart, he asked again, "Is this your special ability?" Sokate shrugged and said half-heartedly, "Almost. If the future really becomes like this, I can understand why you said this." Klin sighed, and when he saw the miserable experience of Sun Gohan in the future, Klin also seemed to be able to understand why Sokate's attitude towards Kiki was so rough, and the reason why Sun Gohan in the future would be so miserable was mainly because of her. That Goku-he. Is it true that you will die of a heart attack 3 years later? Klin asked carefully. Sun Wukong is a best friend who has always accompanied him to grow up, and the relationship between the two naturally does not need to be said, and it may be because of his influence that Klin gradually transformed from a small monk with a bad stomach into a kind and simple martial artist. Chapter 065. This is his fate. Sokate closed his eyes and said briefly, thinking in his heart, regarding the reason why Sun Wukong had a heart attack. Some people have speculated before, and the two most credible statements are, Realm King Fist and Super God Water. Urging the Realm King Fist will squeeze the potential of the body, and the slightest mistake will cause the body to collapse. The Super God Water is extremely toxic. After drinking it, you must resist its toxicity to stimulate the potential, and the survivor is currently only Sun Wukong. However, judging from the latest sequel, the probability of Super God Water is obviously greater. Is there no other way? For example, Klin had almost taken Sokate's words, as absurd as they were. Sokate shook his head and said, but his disease is a viral heart disease, and with current medical technology, this disease is simply incurable. He still hides the matter of getting special medicine from the future, and the thing that can travel through time and space is his own unique secret. More importantly, he doesn't know if the future teenager Trunks will appear in this time and space. After all, the world of Dragon Ball has many parallel universes. What about Sendu? You may not know that taking a fairy bean can not only quickly recover from your injuries, but also. Sokate said, that thing only treats internal and external injuries, and it doesn't work for that disease at all, unless it is Shenlong. Klin thought of this for the first time, and only by making a wish to the dragon could he cure this heart attack, but the current problem is that the Dragon Balls have disappeared, and after going to Namek, it is still unknown whether he can get the Dragon Balls there. Don't think about this kind of problem now, Klin, I think you better figure out how to get to that Mizing first. Sokate said, and when the words came out, Bulma came over with the calculator, still with a hint of vigilance on her face, and said, since you have lived in Namex for so long, you must know the coordinates of their planet. Sokate glanced at the calculator in her hand, shook his head secretly in his heart, and said, don't think about it, with the level of technology on your Earth, it will take at least 3,000 years to get from here to Namex. This is not a nonsense. According to Bulma's algorithm in the original work, the time from Earth to Namex is 4,339 years and 3 months. So what do we do? Upon hearing these words, Bulma froze suddenly, and then looked at Sokate again, with hope flashing in her eyes, and said, Sokate, you must have a way, right? Quite simply, Vegeta, didn't they come on a spaceship? Although it can only accommodate one person, with your brain, it should be able to modify or imitate. Sokate said lightly, even if you can't do it, you can try other methods. For example, the god on Earth came from Namex, maybe he still has the spaceship that came from that time. Klin took out a remote control from his arms, smiled, and said, this is the remote control of the Scion spaceship, I think. Without waiting for him to finish, Bulma quickly snatched the remote control from his hand, fiddled with it, and said with a foolish smile on her face, hee, I can transform this. Klin also laughed, only Sokate stood aside, looking at the starry sky at the far end, not knowing what he was thinking. Next. The 3 seriously injured were taken to the hospital for treatment, while Sokate stayed at Bulma's house. Is this handsome guy Bulma's boyfriend? Mrs. Brive, who kept her eyes open, immediately stepped forward with a warm face after seeing Sokate walk in, and her words were also full of ambiguity. Sokate didn't make a sound, and behind him came Bulma's roar, Mom! What are you talking nonsense? Roar, is Bulma jealous? Mrs. Brive covered her lips with her fingers, and Gage smiled, your eyes are good, this handsome guy is obviously much stronger than the previous one, isn't it? What vinegar can I eat? Bulma saw that her mother was not serious again, and quickly dragged Sokate to the direction of the hospital. On the way, Sokate couldn't help laughing, Bulma, your mother's personality is really enthusiastic. Humph, you don't have to be so proud, Mom, she has a very good attitude towards any man except Dad. Bulma hummed. Sokate shrugged and said, I don't think so, maybe she is optimistic about me becoming her son-in-law. What are you talking nonsense again? I'm not talking about you, anyway, your mother is not the only daughter of you. How do you know? Bulma Xiu's brows furrowed, and for some reason, she always felt that the name Sokate was a little familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. Sokate shrugged and didn't explain much. Chapter 066. When the two arrived at the hospital, Sun Wukong's screams suddenly came from inside the emergency room, which couldn't help but startle Bulma. Why is this guy Gaku so afraid of injections? Bulma just thought about it. Sun Wukong was particularly afraid of injections, remembering that he had such a strong strength, but he was only afraid of injections, and this contrast also made her laugh. Sokite next to him shook his head speechlessly, Sun Wukong hero I, but he was afraid of two things, one was injection, and the other was his wife Kiki. After the three wounded were completely bandaged, Bulma and Sokate arrived at the ward one after the other. At this time, everyone in the ward was watching the TV, and the host of the TV broadcast the morning news, showing the image of the spaceship on which the Scions were riding, and the host was just outside the door. According to the relevant units, this mysterious object was found in the ruins of the eastern capital, and although it is impossible to determine what it is at present, it is very likely to be a spaceship that aliens came on. Ah! That's it! Scions ride on a spaceship! Clinton let out a scream. Sokite said, "This is a simple spaceship, don't look at the space can only accommodate one person, but the actual performance is the top of the universe." The host continued to broadcast, "There were originally two of these objects, but one of them flew away from the scene and has not been found so far. It's not good, only the remaining spacecraft was taken away by the Scullers." The Turtle Immortal said worriedly. Clint couldn't help but feel a little worried, and said, "Then can we still go?" Saying that, his eyes couldn't help but aim at Sokate next to him. Hearing this, Bulma suddenly showed a confident smile, took out the remote control from her trouser pocket, and said, "Don't worry so much, don't forget that the remote control of this spaceship is still with us, you only need to press a few buttons to summon it to us, and those people will be shocked when they see it." Clint stepped forward, still worried, "But can you succeed? How about letting Sokite try it first?" "What are you talking about? I'm a genius, right?" Bulma's expression was unusually confident, and said, "I already investigated it last night, and I looked at it carefully." Saying that, Bulma came to the TV, and the Karen Immortal, the Bull Demon King, Kiki, and others in the ward all aimed at Bulma in unison. "I really hope that the people in front of the TV can also see this scene." After speaking, Bulma pressed the button on the remote control several times in a row, fixed her eyes on the spacecraft on the TV, and said, "Okay, it's about to move." As soon as the words fell, I saw several images flashing on the remote control, which seemed to be repeating the command, and then began to tink. The atmosphere in the ward was suddenly tense to the extreme, and everyone was looking forward to the next scene. "Let me see it too." Sun Wukong, who was lying on the king-size hospital bed, also wanted to see the scene, but unfortunately, his body had been fixed, and no matter how hard he tried to raise his head, he could not see the picture of the TV. The next moment, I saw that the spaceship in the TV picture suddenly flashed with dazzling golden light, and then the hull began to smash, and then exploded directly, which shocked the host. "What the hell is going on here?" The host's hair affected by the explosion was curled up, and he said stumblingly, "The mysterious object suddenly exploded and turned into a wreckage." Subsequently, the picture broadcast on TV was also disturbed, and after a while, the signal was completely lost. Bulma covered her cheeks with her hands and looked incredulous. "How is this possible?" The sudden shouting also scared the passing patients to plant a big heel. "How so? Did I press the self-detonation device?" Bulma hugged her head, looked like she had been hit, and shouted, "How are we going to get to that buster now? Without that spaceship, we wouldn't be able to go to that megastar." "Stupid woman, you really did a stupid thing." Sokate shook his head helplessly, but he didn't want Bulma to grab him by the neck after hearing his words, and shouted with a questioning face, "Aren't you a scion? Why didn't you stop me just now?" "Stop you? Will you listen?" Chapter 067. Looking at the TV that had lost its signal, Clint sighed helplessly. "Bulma, I have long said that this matter should be done by Sokate, who is also a scion, but I didn't expect you to listen. Our last hope is now." The Karen Immortals paused at this point, and did not continue. The cruel truth was already in front of them. Yajiro Binji picked up the end and hummed, it's all ruined by you stupid woman. Bulma was also speechless. After all, this matter was indeed screwed up by her. Don't be in such a hurry, Bulma, don't forget that there is another spaceship here. Sokite said very well. By the way, I almost forgot, immortal, he should. When Bulma heard this, she immediately released the hand that was holding Sokite's neck, and was about to say something, but suddenly a pitch-black figure outside the window frightened her and then subconsciously threw herself into Sokite's arms. I said Bulma, you are too active. When the turtle immortal saw this scene with his own eyes, his face suddenly showed an expression of old disrespect, and he glanced at Sokite with some envy. The Bull Demon King next to him also nodded with a smile and said, such a bold look is a bit similar to my former wife. You. Go away. Bulma, who reacted, suddenly turned red, and immediately pushed Sokite away, turned his head, and did not dare to look at Sokite. Mr. Bobo. Clinton was in high spirits, obviously remembering what Sokite had said before. Could it be that the immortals really had spaceships? The corners of Mr. Bobo's mouth hooked and said, any of you can come with me, I have a spaceship. This is... The turtle immortals who have not been to the heavenly god temple do not yet know the identity of Bobo. The Karin immortal replied, this is Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong also followed and said, Mr. Bobo is a person who is with the immortals, but the immortals said that Mr. Bobo was already in the heavenly god temple when the previous god appeared. Huo? That's how it is. Klin quickly walked to the window and asked, where is that spaceship? I think it must be. Mr. Bobo paused and said, seriously, Mr. Bobo, I don't know where the spaceship is, one of you will go with me to find it, Bobo is willing to show you the way. Hearing this, Clinton looked at Bulma behind him and said, Bulma, you go this time. Me? Bulma pointed to herself with a puzzled face. Klin said with a natural look, only you understand spaceships, and secondly, didn't the spaceship before be destroyed by you? After listening, Bulma subconsciously looked at Mr. Bobo, and when she saw Mr. Bobo's strange dignity, she suddenly moved her gaze in fear and did not dare to look at him. In short, after some persuasion, Bulma finally followed Mr. Bobo to find the spacecraft. It wasn't long before the good news came. That's the thing, in short, the spacecraft problem has been completely solved. That spacecraft needs a month to reach Namex, but the spacecraft itself has to undergo some repairs and modifications. In short, we will be ready in 5 days. Bulma happily analyzes this excellent news for everyone. It's great to be able to take the fairy's spaceship to Namexter. Klin also made such an exclamation. The turtle immortal is also relieved, the dark future is already showing a ray of light. P.S. Thank you Huoner for the 600 flowers, thank you for this big one. Chapter 068. Good. Bulma turned to Mr. Bobo behind her and said, Mr. Bobo, this time the trip to the Nemesis is all up to you. Hey! Mr. Bobo shook his head and said, Mr. Bobo has no way to lose, once he goes, the temple will be unguarded. But only you know the Nemesis language, so you must go. Otherwise what should everyone do? Bulma was immediately shocked by the news. Don't worry, I'll teach you the Nemesis language. Bulma. Klin said with a smile, in that case, this time the Nemesis trip Bulma will also follow. Once the spacecraft fails, only you, the genius, can repair it. I see. Seeing that she had to go, Bulma simply broke the jar and said, anyway, with that guy from Sokite here, there should be no danger in this trip to the Nemesis. But I had to make a bathroom, a comfortable bed, and sound equipment. But if there were only 2 of us in the spaceship, if he had a bad heart for me, wouldn't I be called unhappy every day? Thinking of this, Bulma suddenly became alert, turned her head, and said to Klin with a serious face, Klin, you must follow me this time. Me? Klin didn't have any opinions, and said with a smile, I don't have any problems, yes. Sun Wukong, who was lying on the hospital bed, also said, I also want to go and see. Please take me with you on this trip to Nemesis. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was lying on a nearby hospital bed, suddenly expressed his opinion, which surprised everyone for a while. Seeing this, Kiki quickly came to him and forced a smile. Gohan, don't joke. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan retorted loudly, I'm not joking, I really want to go. Hearing this, Kiki's face changed, and she took on a stern mother's posture and scolded, don't say stupid things. This trip will take 2 months. I'm sorry, but I really want to go, and I want to help Uncle Vic come back to life. Hearing his son's words, Sun Wukong also smiled with satisfaction and said, well said, Gohan. What the hell is going on in the heads of you two? Anyone can do this kind of thing, Gohan doesn't have to follow it. And Gohan's body has not recovered yet. Hearing this, Klin's mind vaguely remembered the tragic situation encountered by Son Gohan in the future, and couldn't help but step forward, wanting to speak for him, but the turtle immortal suddenly appeared behind him, put his broad palm on his shoulder, and whispered, let's go out and avoid it first. Don't say it. I would never allow it. 2 months at. Do you know how I've spent this year? You haven't been to school for a long time, and you haven't been to cram school for a long time. Your progress is already a lot behind others, do you know? Bike's life and death have nothing to do with you, why would you? Verbose is dead. When Bik was mentioned, the mild-mannered Son Gohan rarely shouted to his mother Kiki, which made Kiki suddenly stunned in place, her expression as if she had lost the whole world, and it was extremely dim. My Gohan actually yelled at me? Has my Gohan become a bad boy? Mom, now is not the time to say that. Everyone died fighting for the earth, we have an obligation to resurrect them, otherwise how will we fight the Scions in the future? Son Gohan clenched his hands trembling and continued, I also have the ability to fight, and I feel the need to do something. Anyway, I beg your pardon, Mom. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present looking at Son Gohan also had a little more warmth. Such kind children are indeed endearing. It's worthy of being Goku's son. The turtle immortal sighed that although sometimes he would feel that Sun Wukong was a little silly, it was his kind and pure character that made the turtle immortal put away as a disciple. Yajiro Bingui also smiled and said, this little devil can really say amazing things sometimes. He who had long been dissatisfied with Kiki, was also very happy in his heart after seeing Kiki deflated. Kiki, if you lose, let Gohan go to the universe happily. The Bull Demon King also comforted his daughter. Bulma simply pushed the time to 10 days later after thinking that she could not learn the Nemesis language very quickly. P.S. Thank you for the monthly pass of the lazy big reward, thank you for this big one. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 069. 10 days later, Kames Enya. Do we really want this thing to go to that Mizing? Klin looked at the strange thing in front of him and couldn't help but ask such a question. Don't underestimate him, this somewhat old spaceship can be regarded as a spaceship with better performance even if it is put now. So Kate looked at the spaceship standing in front of him, although it was a little worse than the spaceship he had before, it was also very good. By the way, so Kite, what are you doing all this time? Klin asked curiously. So Kate replied briefly, cultivation. In the past 10 days, he has been studying Sun Wukong's teleportation experience, and the problem that has plagued him for a long time has finally been solved. According to his estimates, it may take less than a few months to fully master teleportation. Everything is advancing according to the plot itself, and according to the current plot, Vegeta should not have been rescued yet. Soon, Kiki appeared in front of everyone with Son Gohan, who was already dressed up beautifully, and the accompanying items were in a big pocket. Already impatient, Bulma simply started the spacecraft directly, and 5 seconds later, the spacecraft instantly flew away, impacting the clouds, and disappeared in front of her in less than a second. Looking at the vast and mysterious universe, Klin and Bulma and Sun Gohan were very fascinated. So Kite simply sat on the side, closed his eyes, entered the depths of consciousness, and began to study the technique of teleportation. There is not much time left for him now, and judging from his current combat strength, if he is against the firepower, Frieza has no chance of winning at all, so he must fully master this skill before then. A month, I think it should be enough. In the spaceship, Bulma let out a bored yawn. It's really boring. Today is just the 7th day, and I have to fly 23 days, I already know this. I should make another long-term sleep device at that time. Because of the addition of Sokate, Bulma did not wear that set of sexy pajamas, but changed into a light one. Saying that, Bulma subconsciously passed Klin and Sun Gohan, and Meimu looked at Sokate, who was sitting on the side, and a trace of doubt appeared in her pupils. What's wrong with this guy? Since coming to the universe, Sokate has been in this state on the spaceship, even sleeping. According to Klin, Sokate should be cultivating a very powerful skill. Sokate, I have a question for you. Bulma walked slowly to Sokate and said in a loud voice, since your Scion planet has been destroyed, where else will Vegeta escape? As soon as the words fell, Sokate's eyelids moved, and his eyes like a deep pool directly met Bulma's eyes, making the other party's face red, but at this time he was not in the mood to appreciate it, and said, it's very simple, the so-called fighting nation Scions are actually just dogs enslaved in the hands of others. What? Klin and Sun Wuhan suddenly exclaimed in unison, and their pupils were full of disbelief. Chapter 070. Such a powerful Scion is actually a dog in someone else's hands. Bulma Maimu looked at Sokate. She knew that there must be more than this news, and there must be more shocking news next. Sokate showed a mocking smile and said, how is it impossible? The vastness of the universe is far beyond your imagination, and of course there are many top powerhouses among them. Saying that, Sokate walked to the window, looked at the vast universe outside the window, and asked, Bulma, when you come to the universe in person, can you always feel that the universe is vast? Yes. But would you believe me if I said that more than 70% of the territory of the galaxy we are in is in the hands of one person? The clever Bulma almost penetrated, and said, the man you are talking about must be the same guy who enslaved the Scions. Yes, he is known as the Emperor of the Universe, with countless elite warriors under him, often invading planets with low-level civilizations, and then buying them in a resale, and he also has almost invincible strength. Sokate, can't you win him with your strength? Klin asked curiously. Sokate shook his head, his eyes flashed with a hint of depth, and said, in the face of him with full firepower, even if 10 of me add up, at most I can match half of his strength. I really didn't expect that there was such a powerful figure behind Vegeta. Thinking about this, Klin couldn't help but worry about the future of the Earth. Sokate, do you say that Vegeta will tell them about the Earth? I think not for the time being, but maybe in the future. Sokate's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his expression was a little playful. What's more, judging from Vegeta's character, I think he will not be willing to submit to others, and it is only a matter of time before he betrays. When the words were spoken, they immediately attracted a wave of doubts. Bulma said, but didn't you just say that the guy who is known as the Emperor of the Universe has invincible strength? Even if that Vegeta was a prince before, no matter how arrogant, but in front of his own life, I am afraid that he would not dare to betray others. If I say that guy is the culprit who destroyed planet Vegeta, do you think Vegeta will still be willing to serve his enemies? What? The Scions were actually exterminated by others? Sokate waved his hand and said calmly, don't be so surprised. In fact, the Scion nation is not as powerful as you think, and the person with the highest combat effectiveness is barely over 10,000, even the most talented Vegeta only has a mere 18,000 combat power. Even if it is replaced by me, it can easily destroy the Scion nation. He didn't seem to realize that his identity was also His Royal Highness the Prince of the Scion. As I said before, in fact, more than 90% of Scions have a combat power of less than 4,000, and the number of Scions with more than 4,000 combat power is about a dozen, and as for tens of thousands, in addition to Kakarot's father Bardock, my father King Vegeta and my brother Vegeta are left. Needless to say, as a ruler, it is not surprising that he has extremely high strength. As for Vegeta, he is the most talented person in Scion history, no matter which warrior indicator has reached the perfect level. Hearing this, Klin was a little puzzled and said, "Your brother Vegeta can have such an excellent warrior talent. Then Sokat's own talent should have reached an unprecedented level. Didn't I say something about me a long time ago? When I was very young, I was sent by King Vegeta to another planet to fend for myself because of the extremely low combat data detected." After a pause, Sokat continued to explain, "You and Kakarot grew up together. I believe you know best that he basically does not use his brain in other fields except for fighting, and those Scions are the same, so they will be particularly superstitious about combat data. By the way, the combat data detected by Kakarot when he was born is only 2, the passing line is 20, and more than 40 is a relatively good seedling, and more than 60 can already be cultivated. As for the above 80, only one person has done it so far, and that is Vegeta, who was born with more than 100 combat power." Chapter 071. The so-called cultivation, in fact, after the age of 4, is put to other planets to fend for themselves. It is good to be able to survive, but if you can't survive, you can only be considered unlucky. What about you, Uncle Sokite? Son Gohan asked, "How much combat power did you have when you were born?" "It's about the same as your father, it's only 7 o'clock, besides, I don't think this way of detecting combat effectiveness can accurately judge a person's future. Isn't your father a good example?" Sokate shrugged and said, "But it is precisely because of this that I was sent to other planets by King Vegeta, and so far even planet Vegeta has not been seen." "You went to other planets at such a young age, so why do you know so many things?" Bulma asked, and she was also puzzled, how Sokate, who had left planet Vegeta since she was a child, could know so many things. Sokate smiled mysteriously, looked at her with deep meaning, and said, "I will explain the answer to this question to you later." Klin was shocked, and suddenly recalled Sokate's amazing ability, which immediately made him realize, yes, it turned out that Sokate could know so much because of his special ability. "Uncle Sokate, that guy has obviously taken the Scions under his command. Why did he do something to destroy the Scions later?" Son Gohan asked, with half Scion blood. He was also curious about the reason why the Scions were finally exterminated. That man used to coerce the warlike Scions by force to serve him, but then he was worried that the Scions would be difficult to control, and he was afraid of the Scions' fighting ability. As one of the best fighting peoples in the universe, the Scions did have unique abilities and very strong potential, so he left the best potential Vegeta by his side, and then destroyed planet Vegeta in one fell swoop. Of course, this matter was claimed to be caused by meteorite impacts. As for why he didn't kill Vegeta, it was not so much a talent pity as his confidence that Vegeta would never make any waves on his hands. All kinds of explanations also made the three people feel extremely shocked, or the law of survival in the universe made them a little difficult to accept. "I really didn't expect that there was such a terrifying existence in the universe, and I really hope that I will never meet him in this life." After speaking, Klin's face changed suddenly, turned his head to look at Sokate, and said, "Sokate, that guy won't set his sights on the earth, right? If this is the case, won't no one be able to stop him?" "Don't worry, that guy hasn't set his sights on earth at this stage, but it's hard to say later." A dangerous cold light flashed in Sokate's eyes, and this cold light was clearly captured by Bulma. She looked at Sokate stunned, and only after half a ring did she speak, "Sokate, do you want to challenge him?" Was it actually seen by her? Sokate was slightly shocked, then nodded and said honestly, "Yes, I do have this idea." So Kite understands that this time to Nemesis will definitely meet Frisia, and then there will be a fierce fight. With millions of combat powers, it is the safest way to solve him in one breath before Frisia knows his true combat power. It would be bad if Frisia completed the ultimate transformation, and I am afraid that he would not be his opponent when he transformed into a giant ape. Unless you can transform into a Super Saiyan, there is no chance of victory. Are you crazy? Don't you want to die? Bulma shouted, you yourself know the outcome better than anyone, why do you want to die in vain? So Kite shook his head, the corners of his mouth turned up, and said, if it were you, would you let someone who can threaten your life continue to live like this? Not to mention that my identity is the Scion he once cared about, and once he knows of my existence, I am afraid that I will not be allowed to continue to live. At the same time, Vegeta, who is completely injured, has also re-embarked on the spaceship, and the location is Namexing. Dragon Ball is definitely mine. Frisia, and Kakarot, you all wait. P.S. 6 more, there are 5 more chapters later, ask for flowers. Chapter 072. 34 days after leaving Earth, Bulma and Sokate's party finally arrived at Namex. We made it. Look there. Bulma, who was sitting in the driver's seat, pointed excitedly to an emerald green planet in front of her, and Klin and Son Gohan also came together, and couldn't help but exclaim, what a beautiful planet. Sokate took a deep breath and then said to Bulma, Bulma, hurry up and land on Namex. Really, you're in such a hurry? Bulma, whose excitement was interrupted, still grumbled, but her movements were not slow, manipulating the spacecraft and heading directly towards Namek. Okay, now it's time to start landing, and there will be a little impact when landing. After that, she turned to the computer and commanded, choose the appropriate terrain or landing. The spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and caused a strong sense of concussion when it fell, and the 4 people in the spacecraft sat in their seats and endured the impact of the shock. It was not until the shock disappeared that everyone dared to open their eyes, and when they looked around, the beautiful scenery of Mesex was suddenly in full view. It worked. Arrived at Namesing. With a burst of laughter, everyone also walked down from the spaceship one after another, looking at the scenery in front of them. Son Gohan's eyes showed a touch of memory, and muttered, this seems to be the place where Uncle Vic took me to practice. Klin said, yes, this is a lot like the place where he fought the Scions in the first place. I think Vic accidentally chose a place similar to his hometown. At this time, the Dragon Ball detector in Bulma's hand suddenly reacted violently, which made her overjoyed and said, look, there is a reaction, which means that the Dragon Ball here can also be detected. Klin turned to look at Sokate and asked, Sokate, where are you going next? I want to go and see the Great Elders first. After so many years, I don't know what their situation is now. Sokate said that although it took less than a year to travel through time and space, the time of this time and space has passed more than 10 years and disappeared for such a long time, presumably the 2 of them have been worried. As soon as the words fell, Klin's expression changed suddenly, a look of horror appeared on his face, pointed to the sky in the distance, and said, this spaceship seems to be. It's so familiar. Bulma's face froze, could it be a Scion spaceship? Gohan, quickly hide your chi, otherwise you will be discovered. Klin made a quick decision and quickly suppressed his breath so that he was not caught by the detector, and Son Gohan also realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly hid his chi. At this time, Sokate on the side helplessly spoke, I said you need to be so nervous. With me, do you think Vegeta can make any more waves? Oh, 2. Bulma reacted suddenly, realizing that it was safest to be by Sokate's side at this time, and her delicate body was also quietly moving towards Sokate. At this time, Klin seemed to feel something again, his expression changed again, and said, this terrifying chi. Before he saw the person in person, Klin was so shocked by this chi that his whole body trembled, and his pupils were full of horror. This chi is not Vegeta, is it? Saying that, Clint quickly turned his head and looked at Sokate with an inquiring gaze. And his intuition told him that Sokate must know the exact identity of this person. Did it show up so soon? Sokate muttered, looking at the inquiring gazes of the other three. He sighed and said, "Remember the man I told you about earlier who destroyed planet Vegeta with his own hands? Did you say?" Hearing these words, the faces of the three instantly darkened, especially Bulma, whose eyes were filled with endless fear. What the hell is going on? Why are they here? As if he knew something, Clint immediately whispered to Sokate and asked, "Sokate, are you all ready?" Sokate, who has magical abilities in his impression, has probably always known that he will meet that person. Sokate smiled in return, shook his head, and said, "This is my destiny, I can't hide if I want to. What should I do about this? Otherwise, let's go back to Earth first." Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Bulma simply retreated. After Clint and Son Gohan looked at each other, they nodded in unison and said, "If those villains get the Dragon Balls badly, we must hurry up and collect all 7 Dragon Balls before they find them." Compared with the original, because there are more people here, Sokate also makes the 2 people have a lot of confidence. Hearing this, Sokate also looked sideways at Bulma, and said softly, "Bulma, the next thing is not something you can interfere in. If you don't want to put your life here, go back quickly. P.S. Thank you BJYOU1 for the monthly pass, by the way, ask for flowers." Chapter 073. Saying that, he took a few steps forward, and was about to fly to the place where the Great Elder was, but suddenly there was an urgent voice from Bulma behind him, "Sokate, do you still want to stay here? Why? You clearly said before that you are not that person's opponent. Do you want to stay here and give your life for nothing?" Sokate turned his head, his eyes were a little inexplicable, but he quickly understood the meaning of the other party, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you worried about my safety, Bulma?" "Who is worried about you?" Bulma blushed, turned her head, put on a disgusted expression, and said, "I just don't want to see someone give their life in vain." Sokate raised his eyebrows and teased, "Actually, I think you should be lucky. If I really die here, you don't have to worry about being entangled by nasty people anymore, right? If you're lucky, you might be able to use Dragon Balls to resurrect your lover, so that you can not only get rid of my gum, but also live happily with that person." This remark is obviously more ridiculous, for the first heroine of Dragon Ball in front of him, Sokate is actually very calm in her heart, and does not urgently want to get her thoughts. After all, how to protect your life is the most important thing now. After hearing this, Bulma was also stunned in place, clasping her hands together, but there was no way to say anything. Although she now feels that she has chosen the wrong person before, she has even been swayed by it more than once or twice in her relationship with Sokate. To be fair, compared to Yamcha, Sokate is much better than him in that regard, but how can the relationship after so many years be so easily abandoned? Bulma Fang's heart is also very entangled. Don't look at her always a flower idiot, but in fact she is very conservative, and Yamcha has been dating for so many years and has always retained her virginity, and even the first kiss is. "Clint and Gohan, you two go to a place for me first." Sokate turned his head to look at Clint and Son Gohan. Now the combat effectiveness of the two is still very weak, it is simply not enough to survive this cruel battle, so he must ask the Great Elder to guide the potential of these two people. "What is the place?" Clint asked curiously. Sokate smiled and said, "A good place to greatly improve your combat power without any side effects." In the original work, it was precisely because of saving Dandy, and then under his guidance to the place where the Great Elder was, he couldn't help but obtain a Dragon Ball, and he was also guided out of the potential in his body, and his combat effectiveness increased tenfold. Is there really such a good place? Clinton was overjoyed, and Son Gohan on the side also had an excited smile on his face. After improving his strength, the chance of collecting Dragon Balls was greater. In that case, Let's go quickly. Clint actually began to urge, and his words seemed to be completely ignored by Bulma on the side. Bulma was stunned for a moment, and then quickly stepped forward and said, "What about me? What should I do?" Sokite was just halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Someone is coming. Is it the Nemesis?" Son Gohan asked curiously. As soon as the words fell, I saw two people falling from the air. One was a middle-aged man with a beard with long golden hair, with two horns on his forehead, and the other was an alien lizardman who didn't know which planet came from, and the purple scales all over his body made people feel very disgusting. Seeing the person coming, Son Gohan and Clinton exclaimed in unison, "Is this the Nemesis man?" Bulma immediately shrunk behind Sokite and said in a trembling voice, "They don't look like the Nemesis. They're dressed like those Scions," Bulma said suspiciously, "but they're not Scions, do they?" "That's right, they are the Universe Emperor, Frisia's men," Sokite said in a solemn tone. "Frisia? Could it be that this person is the person you call the Emperor of the Universe?" Son Gohan and Klin asked in unison. "Who are they?" The purple lizardman said, "How can I know the name of King Frisia?" The bearded middle-aged man snorted and said, "It doesn't matter, anyway, King Frisia's order is to kill all the life on this planet. It's not fun if you let them escape on a spaceship." Speaking of this, the purple lizardman suddenly fired a cold arrow, released a wave of energy, and after cutting through a strange trace, it directly hit the shell of the spacecraft, and the glass crystal covering the front of the cockpit instantly turned into fragments, and thick smoke filled the air. "Humph! Is Frisia's lackey? Since you met me, don't think about going back alive." Sokite snorted coldly, his eyes slashed like knives across the two suspended in the air, and then his figure disappeared from the ground in an instant. "Hey? Why is this guy missing?" Chapter 074. Die. The next moment, Sokite's figure suddenly flashed in front of the two people, and before the two could react, a punch and a kick had already hit them hard in the heart. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds resounded in unison, and the pupils of these two people immediately dented outward, and then a mouthful of blood arrows sprayed wildly, falling into the lake water, completely lifeless. In the next moment, Sokite's figure returned to its original place, looked at the two people who had submerged in the lake, and said disdainfully, "It's really impatient to dare to shout at me just for this bit of combat power." "Sokite, you too." Sokite's ruthless means also made Klin and others stunned, but he didn't expect that if he didn't make a move, he would take people's lives as soon as he made a move. "These people are all Frisia's minions, and if you don't kill them, I'm afraid you will be in danger." Sokite turned his head to look at the spaceship behind him with black smoke, and couldn't help frowning, and sighed in his heart at the magic of the plot. "It's just that you can't return to Earth for the time being." Looking at the spaceship that had been destroyed, Bulma also wanted to cry without tears, "It's over, I really can't go back now." Son Gohan comforted intimately, "Aunt Bulma, you don't have to worry so much, with us by our side, we will definitely protect you well. It seems that I can only follow you this time," Bulma said dejectedly, her face also sullen. "Sokite, do you say we should go over?" Klin suggested at this time, "There is too much gas on this planet now, if we use chi, they may find it in the first place." Sokite raised his eyebrows, raised a smug arc, and said with a smile, "Actually, I have a faster way, I don't know if you want to try it." "What way?" The remaining three people immediately looked over in unison, their eyes were very curious. "Put your hands on me first." After Bulma and the others heard this, although they felt a little strange, they honestly did so. Sokite put his fingers on his eyebrows, concentrated with all his strength, and then began to search for the breath of the Great Elder. The Great Elder should be in that direction. Well, found it. Teleport. Then everyone only felt a flower in front of them, and the things in their sight changed like mirrors, and what appeared in front of everyone was a huge and strange room. Looking left and right, and found that they were at the top of a peak. What is this place? Looking at Bulma and the others' confused looks, Sokite specially explained, this is where the Great Elder lives, and I just brought you here with the ability to teleport. Teleportation? You still use such a powerful ability? After hearing Klin's exclamation, Bulma suddenly rolled her eyes and said flatteringly, Sokite, since you can bring us here, can you? Did you mean to send you back to Earth? Sokite interrupted, obviously guessing Bulma's thoughts, shook his head and said, maybe I can do it later, but now. I'm sorry, but with my ability, I can only do such a small displacement at most. As soon as the words fell, I saw that the door of the room was suddenly opened, and a nemesis who looked very similar to Vic appeared in front of everyone, Uncle Vic. He looks like Bike. Klin exclaimed. He's not Bike, Sokite glanced at the comer, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile, and said. Long time no see, Niru. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the guard beside the Great Elder, and the strongest warrior in the entire Namex, Niru. And beside him, there is an unexpected figure, that is, Dandy, the future god of the earth. Niru was slightly shocked, a smile suddenly appeared on his cold face, and his voice added a bit of excitement, Sokite, it's really you. Where have you been for more than a decade? It's hard to say enough. Sokite waved his hand, and immediately said with a solemn expression, Niru, how is the situation of the Great Elder now? Not very good. In recent years, the Great Elder's health has been deteriorating, and according to the Great Elder's own estimates, he may not be able to survive this year. At the mention of the Great Elder's matter, Niru's expression became very sad, and he continued, what you said at the beginning has now been fulfilled one by one, and now Namex has indeed been invaded because of the Dragon Ball, and now countless clansmen have been killed by the invaders. Saying that, Niru looked at the three people behind Sokite, and couldn't help but ask, who are these? They are friends I brought from another planet, and they came here to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect their dead companions. Sokite said, it is surprising that Dragon Balls exist on their planet, and it is a Namex who created it. I really didn't expect to have our people on their planet. Niru said, so that's the case, since that's the case, then come with me to meet the Great Elder. Chapter 075. So everyone entered the house one after another, and through the round hole above, they came to the place where the Great Elder was. This is the Great Elder of Namex. Sokite, you're really here. Looking at the Great Elder in front of them, whether it was Sun Wuhan, Klin, or even Bulma, they were taken aback. They had never expected that the Great Elder's size was so huge. The Great Elder on the chair said leisurely, his voice much weaker than 10 years ago, looking like a terminally ill old man, welcome, guests from afar. After speaking, the corners of the Great Elder's mouth turned up slightly, and he smiled and said, I knew you would definitely come back, Sokite. I'm sorry, due to some accident, when I came back to my senses, I realized that more than 10 years had passed. Sokite bowed his head slightly and said, but please rest assured, Great Elder, protecting the safety of Namex was my original promise, although it is a little late now, I can guarantee that I will definitely help Namex survive this disaster. My children on this planet were almost killed by those scoundrels. The Great Elder coughed heavily, and the palm on the armrest quietly clenched and said, I'm really unwilling. Sokite said, I'm sorry that it took me so long to return to Namex because of some irresistible relationship, but Great Elder, you can rest assured, whether it is Dragon Ball or an invader, I will help you drive it all away. Just as the two were talking, Klin behind him suddenly stepped forward, obviously noticing the Dragon Balls embedded at the top of the seat, and said, Great Elder, I wonder if your Dragon Balls can be borrowed by us temporarily. Sokite also echoed, Great Elder, maybe you don't know that there are also Dragon Balls on their planet. Oh? What's going on? The Great Elder also showed a hint of curiosity on his face, not because he was surprised by the news, but because he clearly missed something wrong from Sokat's words. "Let me introduce you here." Klin stepped forward and said to the Great Elder, "Well, a long time ago, when there was a crisis on Namex, there was a Namex who fled to our Earth on a spaceship." After listening to a series of stories about the immortals, the Great Elder suddenly realized, his face also showed a bit of an inexplicable smile, and said, "That's so, I remember, he is the son of Kadaz. I was really surprised, I didn't expect him to reach Earth safely. That child is a genius child of the Dragon Clan, and can make Dragon Balls at a young age. He was also killed by the scion named Vegeta along with our companions." After that, Klin also glanced at Sokat vaguely, although the two have not met so far, but after all, they are still brothers. The Great Elder sighed with emotion, scions do have terrifying potential. As soon as these words came out, Bulma and Klin both set their sights on Sokat, and Gohan was ignored by them. After a pause, the Great Elder said again, "This Earthling, you can't come over." Klin also did not suspect, directly walked over step by step, and then saw the Great Elder put his hand on Klin's bald head. According to Klin's memory, he actually read about the matter between Vic and the Immortals, and couldn't help sighing, "There is such a thing, invaded by evil, and it splits from one person to two people. Can't a trace of evil be allowed in the heart of becoming a god?" At this point, the Great Elder seemed to understand why this once genius child actually died at the hands of a scion. It turned out that it was precisely because of splitting his body in two, causing the super combat power in his body to be unable to be activated. "Well, since your purpose in obtaining the Dragon Ball is not for evil paths, then I will give you this Dragon Ball." Saying that, the Great Elder took the Dragon Ball above his head and handed it to Klin. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Klin also took the Dragon Ball in surprise. "Is this the Dragon Ball of Namex? It's so big. There are also 6 Dragon Balls, and I have to work harder." At this moment, Sokat also said, "Take the liberty to ask, Great Elder, how long can your lifespan last?" "Sokat, you can see it." The Great Elder said, "My lifespan is less than a few days left now, and after I die, the Dragon Ball will also lose its use, so you must hurry." Saying that, the Great Elder glanced at the location where Sun Wuhan was and said, "In addition to Sokat, there are still some potential in the bodies of the two of you that have not been discovered, so let me help you guide it out." Hearing this, Klin obviously remembered what Sokat had said before, and thought to himself, "Can the Great Elder really tap his potential for me?" But thinking about it, he became unconfident again, and said, "It's impossible, I may still have potential that has not been tapped, and now I have broken through my boundaries."